time and, finding the tablet, read the above verses indited by the boy, the girl and the schoolmaster, and wrote under them these 2 couplets. May Allah never make you parting dree and be your censure ashamed wearily. But for the teacher there, by Allah, eye of mine beheld a bigger pimp than he. Then he sent for the Qazi and witnesses and married them on the spot. Moreover, he made them a wedding feast and treated them with exceeding munificence, and they ceased not abiding together in joy and happiness, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the severer of societies. And equally pleasant is the story of Al-Muta'ammiz and his wife Umayma. It is related Al-Muta'ammiz FN number 105, once fled from Al-Nu'man bin Munzir FN number 106, and was absent so long that folk deemed him dead. Now he had a beautiful wife, Umayma by name, and her family urged her to marry again, but she refused, for that she loved her husband Al-Muta'ammiz very dearly. However, they were urgent with her, because of the multitude of her suitors, and importuned with her till at last she consented, albeit reluctantly, and they espoused her to a man of her own tribe. Now on the night of the wedding, Al-Muta'ammiz came back and, hearing in the camp a noise of pipes and tabrets and seeing signs of a wedding festival, asked some of the children what was the merry-making, to which they replied, they have married Umayma wife of Al-Muta'ammiz, to such an one, and he goes into her this night. When he heard this, he planned to enter the house amongst the mob of women and saw the twain seated on the bridal couch. FN number 107. By and by, the bridegroom came up to her, whereupon she sighed heavily and weeping, recited this couplet. Would heaven I knew, that many are the shifts of joy and woe, in what far distant land thou art, my Muta'ammiz, oh. Now Al-Muta'ammiz was a renowned poet, so he answered her saying, right near at hand, Umayma mine. Whene'er the caravan halted, I never ceased for thee to pine, I would thou know. When the bridegroom heard this, he guessed how the case stood and went forth from them in haste improvising. I was in bestest luck, but now my luck goes contrary, a hospitable house and room contain your loves, you too. And he returned not but left the twain to the privacy. So Al-Muta'ammiz and his wife abode together in all comfort and solace of life and in all its joys and jollities till death parted them. And glory be to him at whose command the earth and the heavens shall arise. And among other tales is that of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid and Queen Zubaydah in the bath. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid loved the lady Zubaydah with exceeding love and laid out for her a pleasaunce, wherein he made a great tank and set thereabouts a screen of trees and led thither water from all sides, hence the trees grew and interlaced over the basin so densely, that one could go in and wash, without being seen of any, for the thickness of the leafage. It chanced, one day, that Queen Zubaydah entered the garden and, coming to the swimming bath, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 386th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Queen Zubaydah entered the garden one day and, coming to the swimming bath, gazed upon its goodliness, and the sheen of the water and the overshadowing of the trees pleased her. Now it was a day of exceeding heat, so she doffed her clothes and, entering the tank, which was not deep enough to cover the whole person, fell to pouring the water over herself from an ewer of silver. It also happened that the Caliph heard she was in the pool, so he left his palace and came down to spy upon her through the screen of the foliage. He stood behind the trees and espied her mother nude, showing everything that is kept hidden. Presently, she became aware of him and turning, saw him behind the trees and was ashamed that he should see her naked. So she laid her hands on her parts, but the mount of Venus escaped from between them, by reason of its greatness and plumpness, and the Caliph at once turned and went away, wondering and reciting this couplet. I looked on her with loving ear and grew anew my old repine. But he knew not what to say next, So he sent for Abu Nawas and said to him, "Make me a piece of earth commencing with this line." "I hear and obey," replied the poet, and in a night twinkling extemporized these couplets. "I looked on her with longing e'en, and grew anew my old repine for the gazelle, who captured me where the two lotus trees incline. There was the water poured on it from Ewer of the sylvan mine, and seen me she had hidden it, but 'twas too plump for fingers fine. Would heaven that I were on it, an hour, or better 2 hours." Line. FN number 108. Thereupon the commander of the faithful smiled and made him a handsome present, and he went away rejoicing. And I have heard another story of Harun al-Rashid and the 3 poets. The prince of true believers, Caliph Harun al-Rashid, was exceeding restless one night, so he rose and walked about his palace, till he happened upon a handmaid overcome with wine. Now he was prodigiously enamoured of this damsel, so he played with her and pulled her to him, whereupon his own fell down and her petticoat trousers were loosed, and he besought her of amorous favour. But she said to him, "O commander of the faithful, wait till tomorrow night, for I am unprepared for thee, knowing not of thy coming." So he left her and went away. But, when the morrow showed its light and the sun shone bright, he sent a page to her saying, "The commander of the faithful is about to visit thine apartment." But she replied, "Day doth away with the promise of night." So he said to his courtiers, "Make me somewhat a verse, introducing these words, 'The promise of night is effaced by day.'" Answered they, "We hear and obey," and Al-Rakashi FN number 109, came forward and recited the following couplets. "By Allah, couldst thou but feel my pain, thy rest had turned and had fled away. Hath left me in sorrow and love distraught, unseen and unseeing, that fairest May, she promised me grace, then jilted and said, 'The promise of night is effaced by day.'" Then Abu Mazab came forward and recited these couplets. "When wilt thou be wise and love he to lay that from food and sleeping so leads astray? Suffices thee not ever weeping eye, and vitals on fire when thy name they say? He must smile and laugh, and in pride must cry, the promise of night is effaced by day." Last came Abu Nawas and recited the following couplets. "As love waxed longer less met we two and fell out, but ended useless fray. One night in the palace I found her full, yet of modesty still there was some display. The veil from her shoulders had slipped, and showed her loosened trousers love's seat and stay, and rattled the breezes her huge hind cheeks, and the branch where 2 little pomegranates lay. Quoth I, 'Give me grist, whereto?' Quoth she, 'Tomorrow the fain shall wear best array.' Next day I asked her, 'Thy word?' Said she, 'The promise of night is effaced by day.'" The Caliph bade give a myriad of money each to Al-Rakashi and Abu Mazab, but bade strike off the head of Abu Nawas, saying, "Thou wast with us yesternight in the palace." Said he, "By Allah, I slept not but in my own house. I was directed to what I said by thine own words as to the subject of the verse, and indeed quoth Almighty Allah, and He is the truest of all speakers, as for poets, devils pursue them. Dost thou not see that they rove as bereft of their senses through every valley, and that they say that which they do not?" FN number 110. So the Caliph forgave him and gave him 2 myriads of money. And another tale is that of Mazab bin al-Zubayr and Isha, his wife. It is told of Mazab bin al-Zubayr FN number 111, that he met in al-Medinawitsa, who was one of the shrewdest of women, and said to her, "I have a mind to marry Aisha FN number 112, daughter of Talha, and I should like thee to go herwards and spy out for me how she is made." So she went away, and returning to Mazab, said, "I have seen her, and her face is fairer than health. She hath large and well-opened eyes, and under them a nose straight and smooth as a cane, oval cheeks, and a mouth like a cleft pomegranate, a neck as a silver ewer, and below it a bosom with 2 breasts like twin pomegranates, and further down a slim waist, and a slender stomach with a navel therein as it were a casket of ivory. and back parts like a hummock of sand, and plumply rounded thighs and calves like columns of alabaster, but I saw her feet to be large, and thou wilt fall short with her in time of need. Upon this report he married her, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say, when it was the 387th day. She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when it's this wise reported of Aisha bint Talha, Mazab married her and went into her. And presently Aisha invited Aisha and the women of the tribe Quraysh to her house, when Aisha sang these two couplets with Mazab standing by. And the lips of girls, that are perfume sweet, so nice to kiss when with smiles they greet, yet ne'er tasted I them, but in thought of him, and by thought the ruler rules will lay seat. The night of Mazab's going in unto her, he departed not from her, till after 7 bouts, and on the morrow, a free woman of his met him and said to him, May I be thy sacrifice? Thou art perfect, even in this. And a certain woman said, I was with Aisha, when her husband came into her, and she lusted for him, so he fell upon her and she snarked and snorted and made use of all wonder of movements and marvelous new inventions, and either while within hearing. So, when he came out from her, I said to her, How canst thou do thus with thy rank and nobility and condition, and I in thy house? Quoth she, Verily a woman should bring her husband all of which she is mistress, by way of excitement and rare buckings and wrigglings and mortifications. FN number 113, What dislikest thou of this? And I answered I would have this by nights. Rejoined she, Thus is it by day and by night I do more than this, for when he seeth me, desire stirreth him up and he falleth in heat, so he putteth it out to me and I obey him, and it is as thou sayest. And there also hath reached me an account of Abu al-Aswad and his slave girl. Abu al-Aswad bought a native-born slave girl, who was blind of an eye, and she pleased him, but his people decried her to him, whereat he wondered and, turning the palms of his hands upwards, FN number 114, recited these two couplets. They find me fault with her where I default ne'er find, save haply that a speck in either I may show, but if her eyes have fault, of fault her form hath none, slim built above the waist and heavily made below. And this is also told of Harun al-Rashid and the 2 slave girls. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid lay one night between 2 slave girls, one from Al-Medina and the other from Kufa, and the Kufite rubbed his hands, whilst the Medinite rubbed his feet and made his concern FN number 115, stand up. Quoth the Kufite, I see thou wouldest keep the whole of the stock in trade to thyself, give me my share of it. And the other answered, I have been told by Malik, on the authority of Hisham ibn Urwa, FN number 116, who had it of his grandfather, that the Prophet said, Whoso quickeneth the dead belongeth to him and is his. But the Kufite took her unawares and, pushing her away, seized it all in her own hand and said, Alamish telleth us, on the authority of Qaisama, who had it of Abdullah bin Masud, that the Prophet declared, Gain belongeth to him who taketh it, not to him who raiseth it. And this is also related of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid and the 3 slave girls. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid once slept with 3 slave girls, a Meccan, a Medinite and an Iraqite. The Medina girl put her hand to his yard and handled it, whereupon it rose and the Meccan sprang up and drew it to herself. Quoth the other, What is this unjust aggression? A tradition was related to me by Malik FN number 117, after al-Zuri, after Abdullah ibn Salim, after Sa'd bin Zaid, that the Apostle of Allah, whom Allah bless and keep, said, Whoso quickeneth a dead land, it is his. And the Meccan answered, It is related to us by Sufyan, from Abu Zanad, from Al-Araj, from Abu Hurairah, that the Apostle of Allah said, The quarry is his who catcheth it, not his who starteth it. But the Iraq girls pushed them both away and taking it to herself, said, This is mine, till your contention be decided. and they tell a tale of the miller and his wife. There was a miller who had an ass to turn his mill, and he was married to a wicked wife, whom he loved, while she hated him because she was sweet upon a neighbour, who misliked her and held aloof from her. One night, the miller saw, in his sleep, one who said to him, "Dig in such a spot of the asses round in the mill, and thou shalt find a hoard." When he awoke, he told his wife the vision and bade her keep the secret, but she told her neighbour, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 388th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the miller's wife told the secret to the neighbour whom she loved, thinking to win his favour, and he agreed with her to come to her by night. So he came, and they dug in the mill and found the treasure and took it forth. Then he asked her, "How shall we do with this?" And she answered, "We will divide it into 2 halves, and will share it equally between us, and do thou leave thy wife, and I will cast about to rid me of my husband. Then shalt thou marry me, and, when we are conjoined, we will join the 2 halves of the treasure one to other, and all will be in our hands." Quoth he, "I fear lest Satan seduce thee, and thou take some other man other than myself, for gold in the house is like the sun in the world. I reck, therefore, it were right that the money be all in my hands, so thou give thy whole mind to getting free of thy husband and coming to me." Quoth she, "I fear even as thou fearest, nor will I yield up my part to thee, for it was I directed thee to it." When he heard this, greed of gain prompted him to kill her, so he slew her and threw her body into the empty hoard hole, but day overtook him and hindered him from covering it up. He therefore took the money and went his way. Now after a while the miller awoke and, missing his wife, went into the mill, where he fastened the ass to the beam and shouted to it. It went on a little, then stopped, whereupon he beat it grievously, but the more he bashed it, the more it drew back, for it was affrighted at the dead woman and could not go forward. Thereupon the miller, and knowing what hindered the donkey, shook out a knife and goaded it again and again, but still it would not budge. Then he was wroth with it, knowing not the cause of its obstinacy, and drove the knife into its flanks, and it fell down dead. But when the sun rose, he saw his donkey lying dead, and likewise his wife in the place of the treasure, and great was his rage and sore his wrath from the loss of his hoard and the death of his wife and his ass. All this came of his letting his wife into his secret and not keeping it to himself. FN number 118, and I have heard this tale of the simpleton and the sharper. A certain simpleton was once walking along, hauling his ass after him by the halter, when a pair of sharpers saw him and one said to his fellow, "I will take that ass from yonder wight." Asked the other, "How wilt thou do that?" "Follow me and I will show thee how," answered the first. So the coney catcher went up to the ass and, loosing it from the halter, gave the beast to his fellow. Then he halted his own head and followed Tom Fool till he knew the other had got clean off with the ass, when he stood still. The oaf hailed at the halter, but the rascal stirred not, so he turned and seeing the halter on a man's neck, said to him, "What art thou?" Quoth the sharper, "I am thine ass, and my story is a wondrous one, and 'tis this. Know that I have a pious old mother, and come in to her one day, drunk, and she said to me, 'O my son, repent to the Almighty of these thy transgressions.' But I took my staff and beat her, whereupon she cursed me, and Allah changed me into an ass and caused me fall into thy hands, where I have remained till this moment. However, today, my mother called me to mind and her heart yearned towards me, so she prayed for me and the Lord restored me to my former shape amongst the sons of Adam." Cried the silly one, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Allah upon thee, O my brother, acquit me of what I have done with thee in the way of riding and so forth." Then he let the coney catcher go and returned home, drunken with chagrin and concern as with wine. His wife asked him, "What aileth thee and where is the donkey?" And he answered, Thou knowest not what was this sass, but I will tell thee. So he told her the story, and she exclaimed, Alack and alas for the punishment we shall receive from Almighty Allah. How could we have used a man as a beast of burden, all this while? And she gave alms by way of atonement and prayed pardon of heaven. FN number 119. Then the man abode a while at home, idle and feckless, till she said to him, How long wilt thou sit at home doing naught? Go to the market and buy us an ass and ply thy work with it. Accordingly, he went to the market and stopped by the ass stand, where behold, he saw his own ass for sale. So he went up to it and clapping his mouth to its ear, said to it, Woe to thee, thou ne'er-do-well! Doubtless thou hast been getting drunk again and beating thy mother. But, by Allah, I will never buy thee more. FN number 120, and he left it and went away. And they tell a tale concerning the Qazi Abu Yusuf with Harun al-Rashid and Queen Zubaydah. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid went up one noontide to his couch, to lie down, and mounting, found upon the bedclothes semen freshly emitted, whereat he was startled and troubled with sore trouble. So he called the ladies Ubaidah and said to her, What is that spilt on the bed? She looked at it and replied, O Commander of the Faithful, it is semen. Quoth he, Tell me truly what this meaneth, or I will lay violent hands on thee forthright. Quoth she, By Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, indeed I know not how it came there, and I am guiltless of that whereof thou suspectest me. So he sent for the Qazi Abu Yusuf and acquainted him of the case. The judge raised his eyes to the ceiling and, seeing a crack therein, said to the Caliph, O Commander of the Faithful, in very sooth the bat hath seed like that of a man. FN number 121, and this is bat's semen. Then he called for a spear and thrust it into the crevice, whereupon down fell the bat. In this manner the Caliph's suspicions were dispelled, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 389th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Qazi Abu Yusuf took the spear and thrust it into the crevice, down fell the bat, and thus the Caliph's suspicions were dispelled and the innocence of Zubaydah was made manifest, whereat she gave loud and liberal vent to her joy and promised Abu Yusuf a magnificent reward. Now there were with her certain delicious fruits, out of their season, and she knew of others in the garden, so she asked Abu Yusuf, O Imam of the Faith, which wouldst thou rather have of the two kinds of fruits, those that are here or those that are not here? And he answered, Our code forbiddeth us to pronounce judgment on the absent, whenas they are present, we will give our decision. So she let bring the two kinds of fruits before him, and he ate of both. Quoth she, What is the difference between them? And quoth he, As often as I think to praise one kind, the adversary putteth in its claim. The Caliph laughed at his answer, FN number 122, and made him a rich present, and Ubaidah also gave him what she had promised him, and he went away, rejoicing. See, then the virtues of this Imam and how his hands will manifest the truth and the innocence of the ladies Ubaidah. And amongst other stories is that of the Caliph al-Hakim, FN number 123, and the merchant. The Caliph al-Hakim Bimrullah was riding out in state procession one day, when he passed along a garden, wherein he saw a man, surrounded by Negro slaves and eunuchs. He asked him for a draught of water, and the man gave him to drink, saying, Belike, the Commander of the Faithful will honor me by alighting in this my garden. So the Caliph dismounted and with his suite entered the garden, whereupon the said man brought out to them 100 rugs and 100 leather mats and 100 cushions, and set before them 100 dishes of fruits, 100 bowls of sweetmeats and 100 jars of sugared sherbets, at which the Caliph marvelled with much amaze and said to his host, O man, verily this thy case is wondrous, dost thou know of our coming and make this preparation for us? He replied, No, by Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, I knew not of thy coming, and I am a merchant of the rest of thy subjects, but I have 100 concubines. So, when the commander of the faithful honored me by alighting with me, I sent to each of them, bidding her send me her morning meal in the garden. So they sent me each of her furniture and the surplus of her meat and drink, and every day each sendeth me a dish of meat and another of cooling marinades, also a platter of the fruits and a bowl of sweetmeats and a jar of sherbet. This is my noonday dinner, nor have I added aught thereto for thee. Then the commander of the faithful, Al-Hakim Bimrullah, prostrated himself in thanksgiving to the Almighty, extolled and exalted be his name, and said, Praise be Allah, who hath been so bountiful to one of our lieges, that he entertaineth the Caliph and his host, without making ready for them, nay, he feedeth them with the surplusage of his day's provision. Then he sent for all the dirhams in the treasury, that had been struck that year, and they were in number 3,700,000, nor did he mount until the money came, when he gave it to the merchant, saying, Use this as thy state may require, and thy generosity deserveth more than this. Then he took horse and rode away. And I have heard a story concerning King Kisra-Nusharwan FN number 124, and the village damsel. The just king, Kisra-Nusharwan, one day rode forth to the chase and, in pursuit of a deer, became separated from his wheat. Presently, he caught sight of a hamlet near hand, and being sore athirst, he made for it, and presenting himself at the door of a house that lay by the wayside, asked for a draught of water. So a damsel came out and looked at him, then, going back into the house, pressed the juice from a single sugar cane into a bowl and mixed it with water, after which she strewed on the top some scented stuff, as it were dust, and carried it to the king. Thereupon he, seeing in it what resembled dust, drank it, little by little, till he came to the end, when said he to her, O damsel, the drink is good, and how sweet it had been but for this dust in it that troubleth it. Answered she, O guest, I put in that powder for a purpose. And he asked, And why didst thou thus? So she replied, I saw thee exceedingly thirsty, and feared that thou wouldest drain the whole at one draught, and that this would thee mischief, and but for this dust that troubled the drinks, so hast thou done. The just king wondered at her words, knowing that they came of her wit and good sense, and said to her, From how many sugar canes didst thou express this draught? 1, answered she, whereat Nusharwan marvelled and, calling for the register of the village taxes, saw that its assessment was but little and bethought him to increase it, on his return to his palace, saying in himself, A village where they get this much juice out of one sugarcane, why is it so lightly taxed? He then left the village and pursued his chase, and, as he came back at the end of the day, he passed alone by the same door and called again for drink, whereupon the same damsel came out and, knowing him at a look, went in to fetch him water. It was some time before she returned, and Nusharwan wondered thereat and said to her, Why hast thou tarried? And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 390th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Nusharwan hurried the damsel and asked her, Why hast thou tarried? She answered, Because a single sugar cane gave not enough for thy need, so I pressed 3, but they yielded not to much as one did before. Rejoined he, What is the cause of that? And she replied, The cause of it is that when the Sultan's FN number 125, mind is changed against a folk, their prosperity ceaseth and their good waxeth less. So Nusharwan laughed and dismissed from his mind that which he had purposed against the villagers. Moreover, he took the damsel to wife then and there, being pleased with her much wit and acuteness and the excellence of her speech. And they tell another tale of the water carrier FN number 126, and the goldsmith's wife. There was once, in the city of Bokhara, a water carrier, who used to carry water to the house of a goldsmith and had done this 30 years. Now that goldsmith had a wife of exceeding beauty and loveliness, brilliancy and perfect grace, and she was withal renowned for piety, chastity and modesty. One day the water carrier came, as of custom, and poured the water into the cisterns. Now the woman was standing in the midst of the court, so he went close up to her and taking her hand, stroked it and pressed it, then went away and left her. When her husband came home from the bazaar, she said to him, I would have thee tell me what thing thou hast done in the market this day, to anger Almighty Allah. Quoth he, I have done nothing to offend the Lord. Nay, rejoined she, but, by Allah, thou hast indeed done something to anger him, and unless thou tell me the whole truth, I will not abide in thy house, and thou shalt not see me, nor will I see thee. So he confessed, I will tell thee the truth of what I did this day. It so chanced that, as I was sitting in my shop, as of wont, a woman came up to me and bade me make her a bracelet of gold. Then she went away and I wrought her a bracelet and laid it aside. But when she returned and I brought her out the bracelet, she put forth her hand and I clasped the bracelet on her wrist, and I wondered at the whiteness of her hand and the beauty of her wrist, which would captivate any beholder, and I recalled what the poet saith. Her forearms, dight with their bangles, show like fire ablaze on the waves a flow, as by purest gold were the water girt, and belted around by a living low. So I took her hand and pressed it and squeezed it. Said the woman, Great God! Why didst thou this ill thing? Know that the water carrier, who hath come to our house these 30 years, nor saw'st thou ever any treason in him, took my hand this day and pressed and squeezed it. Said her husband, O woman, let us crave pardon of Allah. Verily, I repent of what I did, and do thou ask forgiveness of the Lord for me. She cried, Allah pardon me and thee, and receive us into his holy keeping. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 391st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the goldsmith's wife cried out, Allah pardon me and thee, and receive us into his holy keeping. And on the next day, the water carrier came into the jeweller's wife and, throwing himself at her feet, grovelled in the dust and besought pardon of her, saying, O my lady, acquit me of that which Satan deluded me to do, for it was he that seduced me and led me astray. She answered, Go thy ways, the sin was not in thee, but in my husband, for that he did what he did in his shop, and Allah hath retaliated upon him in this world. And it related that the goldsmith, when his wife told him how the water carrier had used her, said, Tit for tat, and blow for blow, had I done more the water carrier had done more, which became a current byword among the folk. Therefore it behoveth a wife to be both outward and inward with her husband, contenting herself with little from him, if he cannot give her much, and taking pattern by Aisha the truthful and Fatima the virgin mother, Allah Almighty accept of them betwain, that she may be of the company of the righteous ancestry. FN number 127, and I have heard the following tale of Khusrau and Shirin and the Fisherman. King Khusrau FN number 128, Shahanshah of Persia loved fish, and one day, as he sat in his saloon, he and Shirin his wife, there came a fisherman, with a great fish, and he laid it before the king, who was pleased and ordered the man 4,000 dirhams. FN number 129, thereupon Shirin said to the king, Thou hast done ill. Asked he, and why? And she answered, Because if, after this, thou give one of thy courtiers a like sum, he will disdain it and say, He hath but given me the like of what he gave the fisherman. And if thou give him less, the same will say, He despiseth me and giveth me less than he gave the fisherman. Rejoined Khusrau, Thou art right, but it would dishonour a king to go back on his gift, and the thing is done. Quoth Shirin, If thou wilt, I will contrive thee a means to get it back from him. Quoth he, How so? And she said, Call back, if thou so please, the fisherman and ask him if the fish be male or female. If he say, male, say thou, we want a female, and if he say, female, say, we want a male. So the king sent for the fisherman, who was a man of wit and astuteness, and said to him, is this fish male or female? Whereupon the fisherman kissed the ground and answered, this fish is an hermaphrodite, FN number 130, neither male nor female. Khusrau laughed at his clever reply and ordered him other 4,000 dirhams. So the fisherman went to the treasure and, taking his 8,000 dirhams, put them in a sack he had with him. Then, throwing it over his shoulder, he was going away, when he dropped a dirham, so he laid the bag off his back and stooped down to pick it up. Now the king and Shirin were looking on, and the queen said, O king, dost thou note the meanness of the man, in that he must needs stoop down to pick up the 1 dirham, and could not bring himself to leave it for any of the king's servants? When the king heard these words, he was exceeding wroth with the fisherman and said, Thou art right, O Shirin. So he called the man back and said to him, Thou low-minded carle, thou art no man. How couldst thou put the bag with all this money off thy back and bend thee groundwards to pick up the 1 dirham and grudge to leave it where it fell? Thereupon the fisherman kissed the earth before him and answered, May Allah prolong the king's life. Indeed, I did not pick up the dirham off the ground because of its value in my eyes, but I raised it off the earth because on one of its faces is the likeness of the king and on the other his name, and I feared lest any should unwittingly set foot upon it, thus dishonouring the name and presentment of the king, and I be blamed for this offence. The king wondered at his words and approved of his wit and shrewdness, and ordered him yet another 4,000 dirhams. Moreover, he bade cry abroad in his kingdom, saying, It behoveth none to be guided by women's counsel, for whoso followeth their advice, loseth, with his 1 dirham, other twain. FN number 131, and here is the tale they tell of Yahya bin Khalid the Barmecide and the poor man. Yahya bin Khalid the Barmecide was returning home, one day, from the caliph's palace, when he saw, at the gate of his mansion, a man who rose as he drew near and saluted him, saying, O Yahya, I am in some need of that which is in thy hand, and I make Allah my intermediary with thee. So Yahya caused a place to be set aside for him in his house and bade his treasurer carry him 1,000 dirhams every day and ordered that his diet be of the choicest of his own meat. The man abode in this case a whole month, at the end of which time, having received in all 30,000 dirhams and fearing lest Yahya should take the money from him, because of the greatness of the sum, he departed by stealth. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 392nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the man, taking with him the money, departed by stealth. But when they told Yahya of this, he said, By Allah, though he had tarried with me to the end of his days, yet had I not stinted him of my largesse nor cut off from him the bounties of my hospitality. For, indeed, the excellences of the Barmecides were past count nor can their virtues be committed to description, especially those of Yahya bin Khalid, for he was an ocean FN number 132, of noble qualities, even as saith the poet of him. I asked of bounty, Art thou free? Quoth she, No, I am slave to Yahya Khalid's son. Burton. Asked I. Allah forfend, quoth she, by airship, sire to sire's transmission. And the following is related of Muhammad al-Amin and the slave girl. Ju'afar bin Musa al-Hadi FN number 133, once had a slave girl, a lutist, called al-Badr al-Kabir, than whom there was not in her time a fairer of face nor shapelier of shape nor a more elegant of manners nor a more accomplished in the art of singing and striking the strings. She was indeed perfect in beauty and extreme in every charm. Now Muhammad al-Amin, FN number 134, son of Slubaydah, heard of her and was urgent with Ja'afar to sell her to him, but he replied, "Thou knowest it beseemeth not one of my rank to sell slave girls nor set prices on concubines, but were she not a realing I would send her to thee, as a gift, not grudge her to thee." And Muhammad al-Amin, some days after this, went to Ja'far's house, to make merry, and the host set before him that which it behoveth to set before true friends, and bade the damsel al-Badr al-Kabir sing to him and gladden him. So she tuned the lute and sang with a ravishing melody, whilst Muhammad al-Amin fell to drinking and jollity, and bade the Kabiras ply Ja'afar with much wine, till they made him drunken, when he took the damsel and carried her to his own house, but laid not a finger on her. And when the morrow dawned, he bade invite Ja'afar, and when he came, he set wine before him and made the girl sing to him, from behind the curtain. Ja'afar knew her voice and was angered at this, but, of the nobleness of his nature and the magnanimity of his mind, he showed no change. Now when the carousal was at an end, Al-Amin commanded one of his servants to fill the boat, wherein Ja'afar had come, with dirhams and dinars and all manner of jewels and jacinths and rich raiment and goods galore. So he laid therein 1,000 myriads of money and 1,000 fine pearls, each worth 20,000 dirhams. Nor did he give over loading the barge with all manner of things precious and rare, till the boatmen cried out for help, saying, "The boat can't hold any more," whereupon he bade them carry all this to Ja'far's palace. Such are the exploits of the magnanimous, Allah have mercy on them. And a tale is related of the sons of Yahya bin Khalid and Sa'id bin Salim al-Bahili. Quoth Sa'id bin Salim al-Bahili, FN number 135, "I was once in very narrow case, during the days of Harun al-Rashid, and debts accumulated upon me, burdening my back, and these I had no means of discharging. I was at my wits' end what to do, for my doors were blocking up with creditors, and I was without cease importuned for payment by claimants, who dunned me in crowds, till at last I was sore perplexed and troubled. So I betook myself to Abdullah bin Malik al-Khuzai, FN number 136, and besought him to extend the hand of aid with his judgment and direct me of his good counsel to the door of relief. And he said, "None can save thee from this thy strait and sorrowful state save the Barmecides." Quoth I, "Who can brook their pride and put up patiently with their arrogant pretensions?" And quoth he, "Thou wilt put up with all this for the bettering of thy case." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 393rd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abdullah ibn Malik al-Khuzai said to Sa'id bin Salim, 'Thou wilt put up with all this for the bettering of thy case.' So I left him suddenly," continued Sa'id, "and went straight to Al-Fazl and Ja'afar, sons of Yahya bin Khalid, to whom I related my circumstances, whereto they replied, 'Allah give thee his aid, and render thee by his bounties independent of his creatures, and vouchsafe thee abundant weal, and bestow on thee what shall suffice thee, without the need of any but himself, for whatso he willeth that he can, and he is gracious with his servants and knoweth their wants.' So I went out from the twain and returned to Abdullah, with straitened breast and mind perplexed and heavy of heart, and repeated to him what they had said. Quoth he, "Thou wouldst do well to abide with us this day, that we may see what Allah Almighty will decree." So I sat with him a while, when lo, up came my servant, who said to me, "O my lord, there are at our door many laden mules, and with them a man, who says he is the agent of Al-Fazl and Ja'afar bin Yahya." Quoth Abdullah, "I trust that relief is come to thee, rise up and go see what is the matter." So I left him and, hastening to my house, found at the door a man who gave me a note wherein was written the following: "After thou hadst been with us and we heard thy case, we betook ourselves to the Caliph and informed him that ill condition had reduced thee to the humiliation of begging, whereupon he ordered us to supply thee with 1,000 dirhams from the treasury. We represented to him, the debtor will spend this money in paying off creditors and wiping off debt, whence then shall he provide for his subsistence? So he ordered the other 300,000, and each of us hath also sent thee, of his proper wealth, 1,000 dirhams, so that thou hast now 3,000 and 300,000 dirhams wherewithal to order and amend thine estate. See, then, the munificence of these magnificos, Almighty Allah have mercy on them. And a tale is told of the woman's trick against her husband. A man brought his wife a fish one Friday and, bidding her to cook it against the end of the congregational prayers, went out to his craft and business. Meanwhile in came her friend who bade her to a wedding at his house, so she agreed and, laying the fish in a jar of water, went off with him and was absent a whole week till the Friday following, FN number 137, whilst her husband sought her from house to house and inquired after her, but none could give him any tidings of her. Now on the next Friday she came home and he fell foul of her, but she brought out to him the fish alive from the jar and assembled the folk against him and told them her tale. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 394th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the woman brought out the fish alive from the water jar and assembled the folk against her husband, and told them her tale. He also told his, but they credited him not and said, It cannot be that the fish should have remained alive all this while. So they proved him mad and imprisoned him and mocked at him, whereupon he shed tears in floods and recited these two couplets. Old hag, of high degree in filthy life, whose face her monstrous lewdness witnesses. When menstruous she boards, when clean she whores, and all her time bored or adulterous is. And a tale is related of there. The devout woman and the two wicked elders. FN number 138. There was in times of yore and in ages long gone before, a virtuous woman among the children of Israel, who was pious and devout and used every day to go out to the place of prayer, first entering a garden, which adjoined thereto, and then making the minor ablution. Now there were in this garden two old men, its keepers, and both sheikhs fell in love with her and sought her favours, but she refused, whereupon said they, Unless thou yield thy body to us, we will bear witness against thee of fornication. Quoth she, Allah will preserve me from your frowardness. Then they opened the garden gate and cried out, and the folk came to them from all places, saying, What aileth you? Quoth they, We found this damsel in company with a youth who was doing lewdness with her, but he escaped from our hands. Now it was the wont of the people in those days to expose adulterer and adulteress to public reproach for 3 days, and after stone them. So they cried her name in the public streets for 3 days, while the two elders came up to her daily and, laying their hands on her head, said, Praised be Allah who hath sent down on thee his righteous indignation. Now on the 4th day, when they bore her away to stone her, they were followed by a lad named Daniel, who was then only 12 years old, and this was to be the first of his miracles, upon our Prophet and upon him the blessing and peace. And he ceased not following them to the place of execution, till he came up with them and said to them, Hasten not to stone her, till I judge between them. So they set him a chair and he sat down and summoned the old men separately. Now he was the first ever separated witnesses. Then said he to the first, What sawest thou? FN number 139. So he repeated to him his story, and Daniel asked, In what part of the garden did this befall? And he answered, On the eastern side, under a pear tree. Then he called the other old man and asked him the same question, and he replied, On the western side of the garden, under an apple tree. Meanwhile the damsel stood by, with her hands and eyes raised heavenwards, imploring the Lord for deliverance. Then Allah Almighty sent down his blasting levin fire upon the elders and consumed them, and on this wise the Lord made manifest the innocence of the damsel. Such was the first of the miracles of the Prophet Daniel, on whom be blessing and peace. And they relate a tale of Ja'far the Barmecide and the Old Bedol. The commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid, went out one day, with Abu Yaqub the cup companion FN number 140, and Ja'far the Barmecide and Abu Nawas, into the desert, where they fell in with an old man, propped against his ass. The Caliph bade Ja'far learn of him whence he came, so he asked him, "Whence comest thou?" And he answered, "From Basora." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 395th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Ja'far asked the man, "Whence comest thou?" he answered, "From Basora." Quoth Ja'far, "And whither goest thou?" Quoth the other, "To Baghdad." Then Ja'far inquired, "And what wilt thou do there?" And the old man replied, "I go to seek medicine for my eye." Said the Caliph, "O Ja'far, make thou sport with him." And answered Ja'far, "I shall hear what I shall exceedingly mislike." FN number 141, but al-Rashid rejoined, "I charge thee on my authority, jest with him." Thereupon Ja'far said to the Badawi, "If I prescribe thee a medicine that shall profit thee, what wilt thou give me in return?" Quoth the other, "Allah Almighty will requite the kindness with what is better for thee than any requital of mine." Continued Ja'far, "Now lend me an ear and I will give thee a prescription, which I have given to none but thee." "What is that?" asked the Badawi, and Ja'far answered, "Take 3 ounces of wind breaths and the like of sunbeams and the same of moonshine and as much of lamplight, mix them well together and let them lie in the wind 3 months. Then place them 3 months in a mortar without a bottom and pound them to a fine powder, and after trituration set them in a cleft platter, and let it stand in the wind other 3 months, after which use of this medicine 3 drams every night in thy sleep, and, Inshallah, thou shalt be healed and whole." Now when the Badawi heard this, he stretched himself out to full length on the donkey's back and let fly a terrible loud fart FN number 142, and said to Ja'far, "Take this fart in payment of thy prescription. When I have followed it, if Allah grant me recovery, I will give thee a slave girl, who shall serve thee in thy lifetime a service, wherewith Allah shall cut short thy term, and when thou didst and the Lord hurrieth thy soul to hellfire, she shall blacken thy face with her skite of her mourning for thee, and shall clean and beat her face, saying, O frosty beard, what a fool thou wast." FN number 143. Thereupon Harun al-Rashid laughed till he fell backward, and ordered the Badawi 3,000 silver pieces. And a tale is told of the Caliph Omar bin al-Khattab and the young Badawi. The Sharif Hussein bin Rayyan relateth that the Caliph Omar bin al-Khattab was sitting one day judging the folk and doing justice between his subjects, attended by the best and wisest of his counsellors, when there came up to him a youth comely and cleanly attired, upon whom 2 very handsome youths had laid hold and were hailing by the collar till they set him in the presence. Whereupon the commander of the faithful, Omar, looked at him and them and bade them loose him, then, calling him near to himself, asked the twain, "What is your case with him?" They answered, "O Prince of true believers, we are 2 brothers by one mother, and as followers of verity known are we. I had a father, a very old man of good counsel, honored by the tribes, sound of baseness, renowned for goodliness, who reared us tenderly in childhood, and loaded us with favors in manhood." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 396th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the 2 youths said to the commander of the faithful, Omar son of al-Khattab, our father was a man honored by the tribes, sound of baseness and renowned for goodliness, who reared us delicately in childhood and loaded us with favors in manhood, in fine, a sea of noble and illustrious qualities, worthy of the poet's praise." Aesop's Sacre of Shaban FN number 144. They asked, quoth I, "Nay, by my life, of hymns Shaban, how many a sire rose high by a noble son, as Allah's prophet glorified Adnan. FN number 145. Now he went forth this day to his garden, to refresh himself amongst its trees and pluck the ripe fruits, when this young man slew him wrongously and swerved from the road of righteousness. Wherefore we demand of thee the retribution of his crime, and call upon thee to pass judgment upon him, according to the commandment of Allah. Then Omar cast a terrible look at the accused youth and said to him, Verily thou hearest the complaint these two young men prefer. What hast thou in reply to aver? That he was brave of heart and bold of speech, having doffed the robe of pusillanimity and put off the garb of cowardry. So he smiled and spake in the most eloquent and elegant words, and, after paying the usual ceremonial compliments to the Caliph, said, By Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, I have indeed given ear to their complaint, and they have told the truth in that which they tell, so far as they have set out what befell, and the commandment of Allah is a decreed decree. FN number 146. But I will forthright state my case between thy hands, and it is for thee to give commands. Know then, O Prince of the Faithful, that I am a very Arab of the Arabes, FN number 147, the noblest of those that are beneath the skies. I grew up in the dwellings of the world and fell, till evil times my tribe befell, when I came to the outskirts of this town, with my family and whatso goods I own, and, as I went along one of the paths leading to its gardens, orchards and garths, with my she-camels highly esteemed and by me most precious deemed, and midst them a stallion of noble blood and shape right good, a plenteous getter of brood, by whom the females abundantly bore, and who walked among them as though a kingly crown he wore. One of the she-camels broke away, and, running to the garden of these young men's father, where the trees showed above the wall, put forth her lips and began to feed as in stall. I ran to her, to drive her away, when behold, there appeared, at a breach of the wall, an old man and grey, whose eyes sparkled with angry ray, holding in his right a stone to throw and swaying to and fro, with a swing like a lion ready for a spring. He cast the stone at my stallion, and it killed him, for it struck a vital part. When I saw the stallion drop dead beside me, I felt live coals of anger kindled in my heart, so I took up the very same stone and throwing it at the old man, it was the cause of his bane and ban. Thus his own wrongful act returned to him anew, and the man was slain of that wherewith he slew. When the stone struck him, he cried out with a great cry and shrieked out a terrible shriek, whereupon I hastened from the spot, but these two young men hurried after me and laid hands on me and before thee carried me. Quoth Omar, Almighty Allah accept of him, thou hast confessed what thou committedest, and of acquittal there is no possible occasion. For urgent is the law of retaliation, and they cried for mercy that it was not a time to escape. FN number 148. The youth answered, I hear and obey the judgment of the Imam, and I consent to all required by the law of Al-Islam. But I have a young brother, whose old father, before his decease, appointed to him wealth in great store and gold galore, and committed his affair to me before Allah, saying, I give this into thy hand for thy brother, keep it for him with all thy might. So I took the money and buried it, nor doth any know of it but I. Now, if thou adjudge me to be justest forthright, the money will lost and thou shalt be the cause of its loss, wherefore the child will sue thee for his due on the day when the Creator shall judge between his creatures. But, if thou wilt grant me 3 days' delay, I will appoint some guardian to administer the affairs of the boy and return to answer my debt, and I have one who will be my surety for the fulfillment of this my promise. So the commander of the faithful bowed his head a while, then raised it and looking round upon those present, said, Who will stand surety by me for his return to this place? And the youth looked at the faces of those who were in company and pointing to Abu Zar, FN number 149. In preference to all present, said, This man shall answer for me and be my bail. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 397th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the youth pointed to Abu Zar and said, "This man shall answer for me and be my bail," Omar, Allah accept of him, said, "O Abu Zar, dost thou hear these words, and wilt thou be surety to me for the return of this youth?" He answered, "Yes, O Commander of the Faithful, I will be surety for him for 3 days." So the Caliph accepted his guarantee and let the young man go. Now when the appointed time passed and the days of grace were nearly or quite at hand, yet the youth came not, the Caliph took seat in his council, with the companions surrounding him, like a constellations about the moon, Abu Zar and the plaintiffs being also present, and the avengers said, "Where is the defendant, O Abu Zar, and how shall he return, having once fled? But we will not stir from our places till thou bring him to us, that we may take of him our blood revenge." Replied Abu Zar, "By the truth of the all-wise king, if the 3 days of grace expire and the young man returneth not, I will fulfill my warranty and surrender my person to the Imam." And added Omar, whom Allah accept, "By the Lord, if the young man appear not, I will assuredly execute on Abu Zar that which is prescribed by the law of Al-Islam." FN number 150. Thereupon the eyes of the bystanders ran over with tears, those who looked on groaned aloud, and great was the clamour. Then the chiefs of the companions urged the plaintiffs to accept the blood-wit and deserve the thanks of the folk, but they both refused and would accept nothing save the talion. However, as the folk were swaying to and fro like waves and loudly bemoaning Abu Zar, behold, up came the young Badawi, and, standing before the Imam, saluted him right courteously, with sweat-beaded face and shining with a crescent's grace, and said to him, "I have given the lad in charge to his mother's brothers, and have made them acquainted with all that pertaineth to his affairs, and let them into the secrets of his moneys, after which I braved the heats of noon, and have kept my word as a free-born man." Thereupon the folk marvelled, seeing his good faith and loyalty, and his offering himself to death with so stout a heart, and one said to him, "How noble a youth art thou, and how loyal to thy word of honour and thy devoyr." Rejoined he, "Are ye not convinced that when death presenteth itself, none can escape from it? And indeed, I have kept my word, that it be not said, good faith is gone from among mankind." Said Abu Zar, "By Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, I became warrant for this young man, without knowing to what tribe he belonged, nor had I seen him before that day. But, when he turned away from all who were present and singled me out, saying, 'This man shall answer for me and be my bail,' I thought it not right to refuse him, and generosity forbade to disappoint his desire, there being no harm in compliance therewith, that it be not bruited abroad. Benevolence is gone from among mankind." Then said the 2 young men, "O Commander of the Faithful, we forgive this youth our father's blood, seeing that he hath changed desolation into cheerfulness, that it be not said, humanity is gone from among mankind." So the Caliph rejoiced in the acquittance of the youth and his truth and good faith. Moreover, he magnified the generosity of Abu Zar, extolling it over all his companions, and approved the resolve of the 2 young men for its benevolence, giving them praise with thanks and applying to their case the saying of the poet, "Who doth kindness to men shall be paid again, ne'er is kindness lost betwixt God and men." Then he offered to pay them, from the treasury, the blood-wit for their father, but they refused, saying, "We forgave him only of our desire unto Allah." FN number 151, the Bountiful, the Exalted, and he who is thus intentioned followeth not his benefits with reproach or with mischief. FN number 152, and amongst the tales they relate is that of the Caliph Al-Mamun and the pyramids. FN number 153, of Egypt. It is told that the Caliph Al-Mamun, son of Harun al-Rashid, when he entered the god-guarded city of Cairo, was minded to pull down the pyramids, that he might take what was therein, but, when he went about to do this, he could not succeed, albeit his best was done. He expended a mint of money in the attempt, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. when it was the 398th night. She said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Al-Mamun attempting to pull down the pyramids, expended his mint of money, but succeeded only in opening up a small tunnel in one of them, wherein it is said he found treasure to the exact amount of the monies he had spent in the works, neither more nor less, whereat he marvelled, and taking what he found there, desisted from his determination. Now the pyramids are 3, and they are one of the wonders of the world, nor is there on the face of earth thought like them for height and fashion and mysteries. FN number 154, for they are built of huge rocks, and the builders proceeded by piercing one block of stone and setting therein upright rods of iron. FN number 155, after which they pierced a second block of stone and lowered it upon the first. Then they poured melted lead upon the clamps and set the blocks in geometrical order, till the building was complete. Now the height of each pyramid was 100 cubits, of the normal measure of the day, and it had 4 faces, each 300 cubits long from the base and thence battering upwards to a point. The ancients say that, in the western pyramid, are 30 chambers of parti-coloured cyanite, full of precious gems and treasures, glowing rare images and utensils and costly weapons, which are anointed with egromantic unguents, so that they may not rust until the day of resurrection. FN number 156. Therein, also, are vessels of glass which bend and break not, containing various kinds of compound drugs and sympathetic waters. In the second pyramid are the records of the priests, written on tablets of cyanite, to each priest his tablet, whereon are engraved the wonders of his craft and his feats, and on the walls are the human figures like idols, working with their hands at all manner of mechanism and seated on stepped thrones. Moreover, to each pyramid there is a guardian treasurer who keepeth watch over it and wardeth it, to all eternity, against the ravages of time and the shifts of events, and indeed the marvels of these pyramids astound all who have sight and insight. Many are the poems that describe them, thou shalt thereby profit no small matter, and among the rest, quoth one of them, if kings would see their high emprise preserved, 'twill be by tongues of monuments they laid, saist not the pyramids. These two endure despite what change time and change have made. And quoth another, look on the pyramids, and hear the twain recount the annals of the long gone past, could they but speak, high marvels had they told of what time did to man from first to last. And quoth a third, my friend, I prithee tell me, neath the sky is aught with Egypt's pyramids can compare? Buildings which frighten time, alb what dwells on back of earth in fear of time must fare, if on their marvels rest my sight no more, yet these I ever shall in memory bear. And quoth the fourth, where is the man who built the pyramids? What was his tribe, what day and where his tomb? The monuments survive the men who built a while, till overthrown by touch of doom. And men also tell a tale of the thief and the merchant. There was once a thief who repented to Almighty Allah with sincere penitence, so he opened himself a shop for the sale of stuffs, where he continued to trade a while. It so chanced one day that he locked his shop and went home, and in the night there came to the bazaar an artful thief disguised in the habit of the merchant, and pulling out keys from his sleeve, said to the watchman of the market, light me this wax candle. The watchman took the taper and went to light it, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 399th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the watchman took the taper and went to light it, whilst the thief opened the shop and lit another candle he had by him. When the watchman came back, he found him seated in the shop, account books in hand, and reckoning with his fingers. Nor did he cease to do thus till point of day, when he said to the man, fetch me a camel driver and his camel, to carry some goods for me. So the man fetched him a camel, and the thief took 4 bales FN number 157, of stuffs and gave them to the cameleer, who loaded them on his beast. Then he gave the watchman 2 dirhams and went away after the camel driver, leaving the watchman believing him to be the owner of the shop. Now when the morning dawned and day broke, the merchant came and the watchman began greeting him with blessings, because of the 2 dirhams, but the shopkeeper wondered at his words as one not knowing what he meant. When he opened his shop, he saw the droppings of the wax and the account book lying on the floor, and looking round, found 4 bales of stuffs missing. So he asked the watchman what had happened, and he told him what has passed in the night and what had been said to the cameleer, whereupon the merchant bade him fetch the man and asked him, "Whither didst thou carry the stuffs this morning?" Answered the driver, "To such a landing place, and I stowed them on board such a vessel." Said the merchant, "Come with me thither." So the camel driver carried him to the landing place and said to him, "This be the bark and this be her owner." Quoth the merchant to the seaman, "Whither didst thou carry the merchant and the stuff?" Answered the boatmaster, "To such a place," where he fetched a camel driver and, setting the bales on the camel, went his ways I know not whither. "Fetch me the cameleer who carried the goods," said the merchant. So he fetched him, and the merchant said to him, "Whither didst thou carry the bales of goods from the ship?" "To such a khan," answered he, and the merchant rejoined, "Come thither with me and show it to me." So the camel-man went with him to a place far distant from the shore and showed him the khan where he had set down the stuffs, and at the same time the false merchant's magazine, which he opened and found therein his 4 bales bound up as they had been packed. The thief had laid his cloak over them, so the merchant took the cloak as well as the bales and delivered them to the camel driver, who laid them on his camel, after which he locked the magazine and went away with the cameleer. On the way, he was confronted with a thief who followed him, till he had shipped the bales, when he said to him, "O my brother, Allah have thee in his holy keeping, thou hast indeed recovered thy goods and naught of them is lost, so give me back my cloak." The merchant laughed and, giving him back his cloak, let him go unhindered, whereupon both went their ways. And they tell a tale of Masrur the eunuch and Ibn al-Karabi. The commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid, was exceedingly restless one night, so he said to his wazir Juf'ah, "I am sleepless tonight and my breast is straitened and I know not what to do." Now his castrato Masrur was standing before him, and he laughed, whereupon the caliph said, "At whom laughest thou? Is it to make mock of me, or hath madness seized thee?" Answered Masrur, "Nay, by Allah, O commander of the faithful." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 400th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Harun al-Rashid said to Masrur the sworder, Dost thou laugh to make mock of me, or hath madness seized thee?" Answered Masrur, "Nay, by Allah, O commander of the faithful, I swear by thy kinship to the Prince of Apostles, I did it not of my free will, but I went out yesterday to walk within sight of the palace and, coming to the bank of the Tigris, saw the folk collected, so I stopped and found a man, Ibn al-Karabi height, who was making them laugh, but just now I recalled what he said, and laughter got the better of me, and I crave pardon of thee, O commander of the faithful." Quoth the caliph, "Bring him to me forthright." So Masrur repaired in all haste to Ibn al-Karabi and said to him, "Answer the summons of the commander of the faithful," whereto he replied, "I hear and obey. But on condition," added Masrur, "that, if he give thee aught, thou shalt have a quarter and the rest shall be mine." Replied the droll, "Nay, thou shalt have half and I half." Rejoined Masrur, "Not so, I will have 3/4. Lastly said Ibn al-Karabi, "Thou shalt have 2/3 and I the other third," to which Masrur agreed, after much higgling and haggling, and they returned to the palace together. Now when Ibn al-Karabi came into the caliph's presence, he saluted him as men greet the caliphate, and stood before him, whereupon said al-Rashid to him, "If thou do not make me laugh, I will give thee 3 blows with this bag." Quoth Ibn al-Karabi in his mind, "And a small matter were blows with that bag, seeing that beating with whips hurteth me not, for he thought the bag was empty. Then he began to deal out his drolleries, such as would make the dismallest jemmy guffaw, and gave vent to all manner of buffooneries, but the Caliph laughed not neither smiled, whereat Ibn al-Karabi marvelled and was chagrined and affrighted. Then said the commander of the faithful, Now hast thou earned the beating, and gave him a blow with the bag, wherein were 4 pebbles, each 2 rotels in weight. The blow fell on his neck and he gave a great cry, then calling to mind his compact with Masrur, said, Pardon, O commander of the faithful. Hear 2 words from me. Quoth the Caliph, Say on. And quoth Ibn al-Karabi, Masrur made it a condition with me and I a covenant with him, that whatsoever largesse might come to me of the bounties of the commander of the faithful, 1/3 thereof should be mine and the rest his, nor did he agree to leave me so much as 1/3, save after much higgling and haggling. I have had my share and here standeth he, ready to receive his portion, so pay him the 2 other blows. Now when the Caliph heard this, he laughed until he fell on his back, then calling Masrur, he gave him a blow, whereat he cried out and said, O commander of the faithful, the 1/3 suisseth me, give him the 2/3. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 401st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Masrur cried out, O commander of the faithful, the 1/3 suisseth me, give him the 2/3. So the Caliph laughed at them and ordered them 1,000 dinars each, and they went away, rejoicing at the largesse. And of the tales they tell is one of the devotee prince. The commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid, had a son who, from the time he attained the age of 16, renounced the world and walked in the way FN number 158, of ascetics and devotees. He was wont to go out to the graveyards and say, Ye once ruled the world, but that saved you not from death, and now are ye come to your sepulchres. Would heaven I knew what ye said and what is said to you. FN number 159, and he wept as one weepeth who is troubled with fear and apprehension, and repeated the words of the poet. Affright me funerals at every time, and wailing women grieve me to the soul. Now it chanced one day, as he sat among the tombs, according to his custom, his father passed by in all his state, surrounded by his wazirs and lords of the realm and the officers of his household, who seeing the Caliph's son with a gown of woolen stuff on his body and a twist of wool on his head by way of turband, said to one another, Verily this youth dishonoureth the commander of the faithful among kings, but, if he reproved him, he would leave his present way of life. The Caliph heard these words, so quoth he to his son, O my dear child, of a truth thou disgracest me by thy present way of life. The young man looked at him and made no reply, then he beckoned to a bird perched on the battlements of the palace, and said to it, O thou bird, I conjure thee by him who created thee, alight upon my hand. Whereupon straightway it swooped down and perched on his finger. Then quoth he, Return to thy place, and it did so. Presently he said, Alight on the hand of the commander of the faithful, but it refused to perch, and he cried to his father, It is thou that disgracest me amongst the holy FN number 160 ones, by the love of the world, and now I am resolved to part from thee, never to return to thee, save in the world to come. Then he went down to Basora, where he took to working with those which wrought in clay, FN number 161, receiving, as his day's hire, but a dirham and a danik, FN number 162, and with the danik he fed himself and gave alms of the dirham. Quoth Abu Amir of Basora, There fell down a wall in my house, so I went forth to the station of the artisans to find a man who should repair it for me, and my eyes fell on a handsome youth of a radiant countenance. So I saluted him and asked him, O my friend, dost thou seek work? Yes, answered he, and I said, Come with me and build the wall. He replied, On certain conditions I will make with thee. Quoth I, what are they, O my friend? And quoth he, my wage must be a dirham and a danik, and again when the muezzin calleth to prayer, thou shalt let me go pray with the congregation. It is well, answered I, and carried him to my place, where he fell to work, such work as I never saw the like of. Presented I name to him the morning meal, but he said, no, and I knew that he was fasting. FN number 163. When he heard the call to prayer, he said to me, thou knowest the condition. Yes, answered I. So he loosed his girdle and, applying himself to the lesser ablution, made it after a fashion than which I never saw a fairer. FN number 164. Then he went to the mosque and prayed with the congregation and returned to his work. He did the same upon the call to mid-afternoon prayer. And when I saw him fall to work again thereafterward, I said to him, O my friend, verily the hours of labour are over, a workman's day is but till the time of afternoon prayer. But he replied, praise to the Lord, my service is till the night. And he ceased not to work till nightfall, when I gave him 2 dirhams, whereupon he asked, what is this? And I answered, by Allah, this is but part of thy wage, because of thy diligence in my service. But he threw them back to me, saying, I will have no more than was agreed upon between us twain. I urged him to take them, but could not prevail upon him, so I gave him the dirham and the danik, and he went away. And when morning dawned, I went to the station, but found him not, so I inquired for him and was told, he cometh thither only on Sabbaths. Accordingly, when Saturday came, I betook me to the market, and finding him there, said to him, Bismillah, do me the favour to come and work for me. Said he, upon the conditions thou wottest, and I answered yes. Then carrying him to my house, I stood to watch him where he could not see me, and he took a handful of peddled clay and laid it on the wall, when, behold, the stones ranged themselves one upon another, and I said, on this wise are Allah's holy ones. He worked out his day and did even more than before, and when it was night, I gave him his hire, and he took it and walked away. Now when the 3rd Saturday came round, I went to the place of standing, but found him not, so I asked after him, and they told me, he is sick and lying in the shanty of such a woman. Now this was an old wife, renowned for piety, who had a hovel of reeds in the burial ground. So I fared thither and found him stretched on the floor, which was bare, with a brick for a pillow, and his face beaming like the new moon with light. I saluted him, and he returned my salam, and I sat down at his head, keeping over his fair young years and absence from home and submission to the will of his Lord. Then said I to him, hast thou any need? Yes, answered he, and I said, what is it? He replied, come hither tomorrow in the forenoon, and thou wilt find me dead. Wash me and dig my grave, and tell none thereof, but shroud me in this my gown, after thou hast ensewn it and taken out what thou shalt find in the bosom pocket, which keep with thee. Then, when thou hast prayed over me and laid me in the dust, go to Baghdad and watch for the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, till he come forth. When do thou give him what thou shalt find in the breast of my gown, and bear him my salutation. Then he ejaculated the profession of the faith and glorified his God in the most eloquent of words, reciting these couplets. Carry the trust of him whom death awaits to Al-Rashid, and God reward thy care. And say an exile who desired thy sight long living, from afar sends greeting fair. Nor hate nor irk, no, him from thee withdrew, kissing thy right to heaven brought him near. FN number 165. But what estranged his soul, O sire, from thee is that thy worldly joys it would not share. Then he betook himself to prayer, asking pardon of Allah, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 402nd night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the youth then betook himself to asking pardon of Allah and to invoking prayer and praise upon the Apostle and the Lord of the Just, and repeating verses of the Quran, after which he recited these couplets. O sire, be not deceived by worldly joys, for life must pass, and joy must learn to mourn. When thou art told of folk in evil plight, think thou must answer for all hearts forlorn, and when thou bear thy dead towards the tombs, know thou wilt likewise on that way be born. Continued Abu the Basri, now when the youth had ended his charge and his verses, I left him and went home. On the morrow, I returned, at the appointed hour, and found him indeed dead, the mercy of Allah be upon him. So I washed him and, unsing his gown, found in the bosom a ruby worth thousands of gold pieces, and said to myself, by Allah, this youth was indeed weaned from worldly things. After I had buried him, I made my way to Baghdad and, going to the Caliph's palace, waited till he came forth, when I addressed him in one of the streets and gave him the ruby, which when he saw, he knew and fell down in a fainting fit. His attendants laid hands on me, but he revived and said to them, release him and bring him courteously to the palace. They did his binding, and when he returned, he sent for me and carrying me into his chamber said to me, how doth the owner of this ruby? Quoth I, verily, he is dead, and told him what had passed, whereupon he fell a weeping and said, the son hath gained, but the sire hath lost. Then he called out, saying, ho, such an one, and behold there came out to him a lady who, when she saw me, would have withdrawn, but he cried to her, come, and mind him not. So she entered and saluted, and he threw her the ruby, which when she saw and she knew, she shrieked a great shriek and fell down in a swoon. As soon as she came to herself, she said, O Commander of the Faithful, what hath Allah done with my son? And he said to me, do thou tell her his case, as he could not speak for weeping. Accordingly, I repeated the story to her, and she began to shed tears and say in a faint and wailing voice, how I have longed for thy sight, O solace of mine eyes. FN number 166, would I might have given thee to drink, when thou hadst none to slake thy thirst. Would I might have cheered thee, whenas thou foundest never a cheerer. And she poured forth tears and recited these couplets. I weep for one whose lot a lonely death befell, without a friend to whom he might complain and moan, and after glory and glad union with his friends, he woke to desolation, friendless, lorn and lone. What fortune hides a while she soon to all men shall show. Death never spared a man, no, not a single one. O absent one, my lord decreed thee stranger good, far from thy nearest friends and to long exile gone, though death forbid my hope of meeting here again. On doomsday's morrow we shall meet again, my son. FN number 167. Quoth I, O Commander of the Faithful, was he indeed thy son? Quoth he, yes, and indeed, before I succeeded to this office, he was wont to visit the learned and company with the devout, but, when I became Caliph, he grew estranged from me and withdrew himself apart. FN number 168. Then said I to his mother, verily this thy son hath quit the world and devoted his life to Almighty Allah, and it may be that hard times shall befall him and he be smitten with trial of evil chance. Wherefore do thou give him this ruby, which he may find useful in hour of need. So she gave it him, conjuring him to take it, and he obeyed her bidding. Then he left to us the things of our world and removed himself from us, nor did he cease to be absent from us, till he went to the presence of Allah, to whom be honor and glory, pious and pure. Apostrophe. Then said he, come, show me his grave. So, I travelled with him to Basora and showed him his son's grave, and when he saw it, he wept and lamented, till he fell down in a swoon, after which he recovered and asked pardon of the Lord, saying, we are Allah's and unto him we are returning, and involved blessings on the dead. Then he asked me to become his companion, but I said to him, O Commander of the Faithful, verily, in thy son's case is for me the most momentous of admonitions. And I recited these couplets. 'Tis I am the stranger, visited by none, I am the stranger, though in town my own, 'tis I am the stranger, lacking kith and son, and friend to whom I mote for aidance run. I house in mosques which are my only home, my heart there wones and shall forever wone, then Lord ye Allah, Lord of worlds, as long as soul and body dwell in union. And a famous tale is told of the unwise schoolmaster W.H.O. fell in love by report. Quoth one of the learned, I passed once by a school, wherein a schoolmaster was teaching children, so I entered, finding him a good-looking man and a well-dressed, when he rose to me and made me sit with him. Then I examined him in the Quran and in syntax and prosody and lexicography, and behold, he was perfect in all required of him, so I said to him, Allah strengthen thy purpose. Thou art indeed versed in all that is requisite. Thereafter I frequented him a while, discovering daily some new excellence in him, and quoth I to myself, this is indeed a wonder in any dominie, for the wise are agreed upon a lack of wit in children's teachers. Then I separated myself from him and sought him and visited him only every few days, till coming to see him one day as of wont, I found the school shut and made inquiry of his neighbours, who replied, someone is dead in his house. So I said in my mind, it behoveth me to pay him a visit of condolence, and going to his house, knocked at the door, when a slave girl came out to me and asked, what dost thou want? And I answered, I want thy master. She replied, he is sitting alone, mourning, and I rejoined, tell him that his friend so and so seeketh to console him. She went in and told him, and he said, admit him. So she brought me in to him, and I found him seated alone and his head bound with mourning fillets. So I said to him, Allah requite thee amply. This is a path all must perforce tread, and it behoveth thee to take patience, adding, but who is dead unto thee? He answered, one who was dearest of the folk to me, and best beloved. Perhaps thy father? No. Thy brother? No. One of thy kindred? No. Then asked I, what relation was the dead to thee? And he answered, my lover. Quoth I to myself, this is the first proof to swear by his lack of wit. So I said to him, assuredly there be others than she and fairer, and he made answer, I never saw her, that I might judge whether or no there be others fairer than she. Quoth I to myself, this is another proof positive. Then I said to him, and how couldst thou fall in love with one thou hast never seen? He replied, know that I was sitting one day at the window, when lo, there passed by a man, singing the following distich. Amr, FN number 169, thy boons Allah repay. Give back my heart bet where it may. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 403rd night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the schoolmaster continued, when I heard the man humming these words as he passed along the street, I said to myself, except this Amru were without equal in the world, the poets had not celebrated her in ode and canzon. So I fell in love with her, but, 2 days after, the same man passed, singing the following couplet. As and went their way, nor she, nor us returned for I. Thereupon I knew she was dead and mourned for her. This was 3 days ago, and I have been mourning ever since. So I left him, concluded the learned one, and fared forth, having assured myself of the weakness of the gerund grinder's wit. And they tell another and a similar tale of the foolish dominie FN number 170. Once upon a time, a schoolmaster was visited by a man of letters who entered a school and, sitting down by the host's side, entered into discourse with him and found him an accomplished theologian, poet, grammarian, philologist and poet, intelligent, well-bred and pleasant-spoken, whereat he wondered, saying in himself, it cannot be that a man who teacheth children in a school should have a perfect wit. Now when he was about to go away, the pedant said to him, thou art my guest tonight, and he consented to receive hospitality and accompanied him to his house, where he made much of him and set food before him. They ate and drank and sat talking, till a third part of the night was past, when the host spread his guest to bed and went up to his harem. The stranger lay down and addressed himself to sleep, when, behold, there rose a great clamour in the women's rooms. He asked what was the matter, and they said, "A terrible thing hath befallen the sheikh, and he is at the last gasp." Said he, "Take me up to him." So they took him up to the pedagogue, whom he found lying insensible, with his blood streaming down. He sprinkled water on his face, and when he revived, he asked him, "What hath betided thee? When thou leftest me, thou wast in all good cheer and whole of body." And he answered, "O my brother, after I left thee, I sat meditating on the creative works of Almighty Allah, and said to myself, in everything the Lord hath created for man, there is an use, for he, to whom be glory, made the hands to seize, the feet to walk, the eyes to see, the ears to hear, and the penis to increase and multiply, and so on with all the members of the body, except these two ballocks, there is no use in them. So I took razor I had by me and cut them off, and they baffle me what thou sayest." So the guest left him and went away, saying, he was in the right who said, "Verily no schoolmaster who teacheth children can have a perfect wit, though he know all the sciences." And they tell a pleasant tale of their illiterate who set up for a schoolmaster. There was once, among the menials FN number 171, of a certain mosque, a man who knew not how to write or even to read, and who gained his bread by gulling folk. One day, it occurred to him to open a school and teach children, so he got together writing tablets and written papers and hung them up in a high place. Then he greeted his turban FN number 172, and sat down at the door of the school, and when the people, who passed by, saw his huge headgear and tablets and scrolls, they thought he must be a very learned pedagogue, so they brought him their children, and he would say to this, "Write," and to that, "Read," and thus the little ones taught each other. Now one day, as he sat as of wont, at the door of the school, behold, up came a woman letter in hand, and he said in his mind, "This woman doubtless seeketh me, that I may read her the missive she hath in her hand. How shall I do with her, seeing I cannot read writing?" And he would fain have gone down and fled from her, but, before he could do this, she overtook him and said to him, "Whither away?" Quoth he, "I purpose to pray the noon prayer and return." Quoth she, "Noon is yet distant, so read me this letter." He took the letter and turning it upside down, fell to looking at it, now shaking his head till his turban quivered, then dancing his eyebrows and anon showing anger and concern. Now the letter came from the woman's husband, who was absent, and when she saw the dominie do on this wise, she said to herself, "Doubtless my husband is dead, and this learned doctor of law and religion is ashamed to tell me so." So she said to him, "O my lord, if he be dead, tell me." But he shook its head and held his peace. Then said she, "Shall I rend my raiment?" "Rend," replied he. "Shall I beat my face?" asked she, and he answered, "Beat." So she took the letter from his hand and returned home fairly weeping, she and her children. Presently, one of her neighbours heard her sobbing, and asking what aileth her, was answered, "Of a truth she hath gotten a letter, telling her that her husband is dead." Quoth the man, "This is a falsehood, for I had a letter from him but yesterday, advising me that he is whole and in good health and will be with her after 10 days. So he rose forthright, and going in to her, said, "Where is the letter which came to thee?" She brought it to him, and he took it and read it, and lo! It ran as follows, after the usual salutations, "I am well and in good health and whole, and will be with you all after 10 days. Meanwhile, I send you a quilt and an extinguisher. FN number 173. So she took the letter and, returning to the schoolmaster, said to him, "What induced thee to deal thus with me?" And she repeated to him what her neighbour had told her of her husband's well-being and of his having sent her a quilt and an extinguisher. Answered he, "Thou art in the right, O good woman, for I was, at the time, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 404th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the pedagogue replied, Verily I was at the time flushed and absent-minded and, seeing the extinguisher wrapped up in the quilt, I thought that he was dead and they had shrouded him. The woman, not smoking the cheat, said, Thou art excused, and taking the letter, went her ways. FN number 174, and they relate a story of the king and the virtuous wife. A certain king once went forth in disguise, to look into the affairs of his lieges. Presently, he came to a great village which he entered unattended and being athirst, stopped at the door of a house and asked for water. There came out to him a fair woman with a gugglet, which she gave him, and he drank. When he looked at her, he was ravished with her and besought her favours. Now she knew him, so she led him into the house and, making him sit down, brought out a book and said to him, Look therein whilst I order my affair and return to thee. So he looked into the book, and behold, it treated of the divine prohibition against adultery and of the punishments which Allah hath prepared for those who commit adulterous sin. When he read this, his flesh quaked and his hair bristled and he repented to Almighty Allah. Then he called the woman and, giving her the book, went away. Now her husband was absent, and when he returned, she told him what had passed, whereat he was confounded and said in himself, I fear lest the king's desire have fallen upon her. And he dared not have to do with her and know her carnally after this. When some time had passed, the wife told her kinsfolk of her husband's conduct, and they complained of him to the king, saying, Allah advance the king. This man hired of us a piece of land for tillage, and tilled it a while, then left it fallow and neither tilled it nor forsook it, that we might let it to one who would till it. Indeed, harm is come to the field, and we fear its corruption, for such land as that if it be not sown, spoileth. Quoth the king to the man, What hindereth thee from sowing thy land? Answered he, Allah advance the king. It reached me that the lion entered the field, wherefore I stood in awe of him and dared not draw near it, since knowing that I cannot cope with the lion, I stand in fear of him. The king understood the parable and rejoined, saying, O man, the lion trod and trampled not thy land, and it is good for seed, so do thou till it and Allah prosper thee in it, for the lion hath done it no hurt. Then he bade give the man and his wife a handsome present and sent them away. FN number 175, and amongst the stories is that of Abd al-Rahman the Maghribi's story of the Rook. FN number 176. There was once a man of the people of West Africa who had journeyed far and wide and traversed many a desert and a tide. He was once cast upon an island, where he abode a long while and, returning thence to his native country, brought with him the quill of a wing feather of a young rook, whilst yet in egg and unhatched, and this quill was big enough to hold a goat's skin of water, for it is said that the length of the rook chick's wing, when he cometh forth of the egg, is 1,000 fathoms. The folk marvelled at this quill, when they saw it, and the man who was called Abd al-Rahman the more, and he was known, to boot, as the Chinaman, for his long sojourn in Cathay, related to them the following adventure, one of many of his travellers' tales of marvel. He was on a voyage in the China seas and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 405th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abd al-Rahman, the Maman, the Chinaman, was wont to tell wondrous tales, amongst which was the following. He was on a voyage in the China seas with a company of merchants, when they sighted an island from afar, so they steered for it and, making fast thereto, saw that it was large and spacious. The ship's crew went ashore to get wood and water, taking with them hatchets and ropes and water skies, the travellers accompanying them, and presently espied a great dome, white and gleaming, 100 cubits long. So they made towards it, and drawing near, found that it was an egg of the rook and fell on it with axes and stones and sticks till they'd uncovered the young bird and found the chick as it were a firm set hill. So they plucked out one of the wing feathers, but could not do so, save by helping one another, for all the quills were not full grown, after which they took what they could carry of the young bird's flesh and cutting the quill away from the vein, returned to the ship. Then they set sail and putting out to sea, voyaged with a fair wind all that night, till the sun rose, and while everything went well, they saw the rook come flying after them, as he were a vast cloud, with a rock in his talons, like a great heap bigger than a ship. As soon as he poised himself in air over the vessel, he let fall the rock upon it, with the craft, having great way on her, out went the rock, which fell into the sea with a loud crash and a horrible. So Allah decreed their deliverance and saved them from doom, and they cooked the young bird's flesh and ate it. Now there were amongst them old white-bearded men, and when they awoke on the morrow, they found that their beards has turned black, nor did any who had eaten of the young rook grow grey ever after. Some said the cause of the return of youth to them and the ceasing of hoariness from them was that they had heated the pot with arrow wood, whilst others would have it that it came of eating the rook chick's flesh, and this is indeed a wonder of wonders. FN number 177, and a story is related of Adi bin Zayd and the Princess Hind. Al-Nu'man bin al-Mansur, king of the Arabs of Iraq, had a daughter named Hind, who went out one Pashk, which is a feast day of the Nazarenes, to the White Church, to take the sacrament. She was 11 years old and was the loveliest woman of her age and time, and it so chanced that on the same day came to her FN number 178, a young man called Adi bin Zayd FN number 179, with presents from the Chosru to Al-Nu'man, and he also went to the White Church, to communicate. He was tall of stature and fair of favour, with handsome eyes and smooth cheeks, and had with him a company of his people. Now there was with Hind bint Al-Nu'man a slave girl named Maria, who was enamoured of Adi but had not been able to forego there with him. So, when she saw him in the church, she said to Hind, "Look at yonder youth. By Allah, he is handsomer than all thou sayest." Hind asked, "And who is he?" And Maria answered, "Adi bin Zayd." Quoth Al-Nu'man's daughter, "I fear lest he know me, if I draw nearer to look on him." Quoth Maria, "How should he know thee when he hath never seen thee?" So she drew near him and found him jesting with the youths his companions, and indeed he surpassed them all, not only in his personal charms but in the excellence of his speech, the eloquence of his tongue and the richness of his raiment. When the princess saw him, she was ravished with him, her reason was confounded and her colour changed, and Maria, seeing her inclination to him, said to her, "Speak him." So she spoke to him and went away. Now when he looked upon her and heard her speech, he was captivated by her and his wit was dazed, his heart fluttered, and his colour changed so that his companions suspected him, and he whispered one of them to follow her and find out who she was. The young man went after her and returning informed him that she was Princess Hind, daughter of Al-Nu'man. So Adi left the church, knowing not whither he went, for excess of love, and reciting these two couplets. O friends of me, one favour more I pray, unto the convents FN number 180, find more your way, turn me that so I face the land of Hind, then go, and fairest greetings for me say. Then he went to his lodging and lay that night, restless and without appetite for the food of sleep. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 406th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Adi ended his verses he went to his lodging and lay that night restless and without appetite for the food of sleep. Now on the morrow Maria accosted him and he received her kindly, though before he would not incline to her, and said to her, "What is thy will?" Quoth she, "I have a want of thee," and quoth he, "Name it, for by Allah, thou shalt not ask me aught, but I will give it thee." So she told him that she loved him, and her want of him was that he would grant her a lover's privacy, and he agreed to do her will, on condition that she would serve him with hind and devise some device to bring them together. Then he took her into a vintner's tavern in one of the by-streets of Hira, and lay with her, after which she returned to Hind and asked her, "Dost thou not long to see Adam?" She answered, "How can this be? Indeed my longing for him makes me restless, and no repose is left me since yesterday." Quoth Maria, "I will appoint him to be in such a place, where thou canst look on him from the palace." Quoth Hind, "Do what thou wilt," and agreed with her upon the place. So Ada came, and the princess looked out upon him, and, when she saw him, she was like to topple down from the palace top, and said, "O Maria, except thou bring him in to me this night, I shall die." So saying, she fell to the ground in a fainting fit, and her serving women lifted her up and bore her into the palace, whilst Maria hastened to Al-Nu'uman and discovered the whole matter to him with perfect truth, telling him that indeed she was mad from the love of Ada, and except he marry her to him she must be put to shame and die of love for him, which would disgrace her further among the Arabs, adding at the end, "There is no cure for this but wedlock." The king bowed his head a while in thought and exclaimed again and again, "Verily, we are Allah's, and unto him we are returning." Then said he, "Woe to thee! How shall the marriage be brought about, seeing I mislike to open the matter?" And she said, "He is yet more ardently in love and yet more desireful of her than she is of him, and I will so order the affair that he shall be unaware of his case being known to thee, but do not betray thyself, O king." Then she went to Adend, after acquainting him with everything, said, "Make a feast and bid the king thereto, and, when the wine hath gotten the better of him, ask of him his daughter, for he will not refuse thee." Quoth Adend, "I fear lest this enrage him against me and be the cause of enmity between us." But quoth she, "I came not to thee, till I had settled the whole affair with him." Then she returned to Al-Nu'uman and said to him, "Seek of Ada that he entertain thee in his house." Replied the king, "There is no harm in that," and after 3 days, besought Ada to give him and his lords the morning meal in his house. He consented, and the king went to him, and when the wine had taken effect on Al-Nu'uman, Ada rose and sought of him his daughter in wedlock. He consented and married them and brought her to him after 3 days, and they abode at Al-Nu'uman's court, in all solace of life and its delight. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 407th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Ada abode with Hind bint Al-Nu'uman bin Menza 3 years in all solace of life and its delight, after which time the king was wroth with Ada and slew him. Hind mourned for him with grievous mourning and built her an hermitage outside the city, whither she retired and became religious, weeping and bewailing her husband till she died. And her hermitage is seen to this day in the suburbs of Hira. They also tell a tale of D. Ibn al-Qusay with a lady and Muslim bin al-Walid. Quoth Dibble al-Qusay FN number 181. I was sitting one day at the gate of Al-Kark, FN number 182, when a damsel came past. Never saw I a fairer faced or better formed than she, walking with a voluptuous swaying gait and ravishing all beholders with her lithe and undulating pace. Now as my eyes fell on her, I was captivated by her and my vitals trembled and meseemed my heart flew forth of my breast. So I stood before her and I accosted her with this verse. The tears of these eyes find easy release, but sleep flies these eyelids without surcease. Whereon she turned her face and looking at me, straightway made answer with this distich. A trifle this and his eyes be sore, when her eyes say yes to his love's caprice. I was astounded at the readiness of her reply and the fluency of her speech, and rejoined with this verse. Say, cloth heart of my fair, incline to him whose tears like a swelling stream increase. And she answered me without hesitation, thus. if thou crave our love, know that love's alone, and a debt to be paid by us twain apiece. Never entered my ears aught sweeter than her speech, nor ever saw I brighter than her face, so I changed rhyme and rhythm to try her, in my wonder at her words, and repeated this couplet. Will fate with joy of union ever bless our sight, and one desireful one with other one unite? She smiled at this, never saw I fairer than her mouth, nor sweeter than her lips, and answered me, without stay or delay, in the following distich. Pray, tell me what hath fate to do betwixt us twain? Through right elate, so bless our reign with union and delight. At this, I sprang up and fell to kissing her hands and cried, I had not thought that fortune would vouchsafe me such occasion. Do thou follow me, not of bidding or against thy will, but of the grace of thee and thy favour to me. Then I went on and she after me. Now at that time I had no lodging I deemed fit for the like of her, but Muslim bin al-Walid FN number 183, was my fast friend, and he had a handsome house. So I made for his abode and knocked at the door, whereupon he came out, and I saluted him, saying, 'Tis for time like this that friends are treasured up, and he replied, with love and gladness, Come in you twain. So we entered, but found money scarce with him. However, he gave me a kerchief, saying, Carry it to the bazaar and sell it and buy food and what else thou needest. I took the handkerchief, and hastening to the market, sold it and bought what we required of victuals and other matters, but when I returned, I found that Muslim had retired, with her to an underground chamber. FN number 184. When he heard my step, he hurried out and said to me, Allah requite thee the kindness thou hast done me, O Abu Ali, and reward thee in time to come, and reckon it of thy good deeds on the day of doom. So saying, he took from me the food and wine and shut the door in my face. His words enraged me, and I knew not what to do, but he stood behind the door, shaking for mirth, and, when he saw me thus, he said to me, I conjure thee on my life, O Abu Ali, tell who it was composed this couplet. I lay in her arms all night, leaving him to sleep foul-hearted and clean of staff. At this my rage redoubled, and I replied, He who wrote this other couplet. 1. I wish him in belt 1,000 horns, exceeding in mighty height Manaf. FN number 185. Then I began to abuse him and reproach him with the foulness of his action and his lack of honour, and he was silent, never uttering a word. But, when I had finished, he smiled and said, Out on thee, O fool! Thou hast entered my house and sold my kerchief and spent my silver, so, with whom art thou wroth, O pimp? FN number 186. Then he left me and went away to her, whilst I said, By Allah, thou art right to twit me as nincompoop and pander. Then I left his door and went away in sore concern, and I feel its trace in my heart to this very day, for I never had my will of her nor, indeed, ever heard of her more. And amongst other tales is that about Isaac of Mosul and the merchant. Quoth Ishaq bin Ibrahim al-Mausili, it so chanced that, one day feeling weary of being on duty at the palace and in attendance upon the caliph, I mounted horse and went forth, at break of dawn, having a mind to ride out in the open country and take my pleasure. So I said to my servants, If there come a messenger from the caliph or another, say that I set out at daybreak, upon a pressing business, and that ye know not whither I am gone. Then I fared forth alone and went round about the city, till the sun waxed hot, when I halted in a great thoroughfare known as Al-Haram, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 408th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Ishaq bin Ibrahim the Mausili continued, when the sun waxed hot I halted in a great thoroughfare known as Al-Haram, to take shelter in the shade, and found it in a spacious wing of a house which projected over the street. And I stood but a little while before there came up a black slave, leading an ass bestridden by a damsel, and under her were housings set with gems and pearls, and upon her were the richest of clothes. Richness can go no farther, and I saw that she was elegant of make, with languorous look and graceful mien. I asked one of the passers-by who she was, and he said, "She is a singer." So I fell in love with her at first sight. Hardly could I keep my seat on horseback. She entered the house at whose gate I stood, and, as I was planning a device to gain access to her, there came up two men, young and comely, who asked admission, and the housemaster gave them leave to enter. So they alighted, and I also, and they entered, and I with them, they supposing that the master of the house had invited me, and we sat a while, till food was brought, and we ate. Then they set wine before us, and the damsel came out, with a lute in her hand. She sang, and we drank, till I rose to obey a call of nature. Thereupon the host questioned the two others of me, and they replied that they knew me not, whereupon quoth he, "This is a parasite, FN number 187, but he is a pleasant fellow, so treat him courteously." Then I came back and sat down in my place, whilst the damsel sang to a pleasing air these two couplets. Say to the she-gazelle, who's no gazelle, and quote Ariel, who's no Ariel. FN number 188, who lies with male, and yet no female is, whose gait is female most unlike the male. She sang it right well, and the company drank, and her song pleased them. Then she carolled various pieces to rare measures, and amongst the rest one of mine, which consisted of this distich. Bare hills and campground desolate, and friends who all have ganged their gate. How severance after union leaves me and their homes in saddest state. Her singing this time was even better than the first. Then she chanted of their rare pieces, old and new, and amongst them, another of mine with the following two couplets. Say to angry lover who turns away, and shows thee his side, whatso thou wroughtest, all that by thee was wrought, outwas haply thy sport and play. I prayed her to repeat the song, that I might correct it for her, whereupon one of the two men accosted me and said, "Never saw we a more impudent lick-platter than thou. Art thou not content with sponging, but thou must eke meddle and muddle? Of very sooth, in thee is the saying made true, parasite and pushing white." So I hung down my head for shame and made him no answer, whilst his companion would have withheld him from me, but he would not be restrained. Presently, they rose to pray, but I lagged behind a little and, taking the lute, screwed up the sides and brought it into perfect tune. Then I stood up in my place to pray with the rest, and when we had ended praying, the same man fell again to blaming me and reviling me, and persisted in his rudeness, whilst I held my peace. Thereupon the damsel took the lute, and touching it, knew that it had been altered, and said, "Who hath touched my lute?" Quoth they, "None of us hath touched it." Quoth she, "Nay, by Allah, some one hath touched it, and he is an artist, a past master in the graft, for he hath arranged the strings and tuned them like one who is a perfect performer." Said I, "It was I tuned it," and said she, "Then, Allah upon thee, take it and play on it." So I took it, and, playing a piece so difficult and so rare, that it went nigh to deaden the quick and quicken the dead, I sang thereto these couplets. I had a heart, and with it lived my life. 'Twas seared with fire and burnt with loving low. I never won the blessing of her love. God would not on his slave such boon bestow. If what I've tasted be the food of love, must taste it all men who love the food would know. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 409th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Ishaq of Mosul thus continued, Now when I had finished my verse, there was not one of the company but sprang from his place and sat down like schoolboys before me, saying, Allah upon thee, O our Lord, sing us another song. With pleasure, said I, and playing another measure in masterly fashion, sang thereto these couplets. O thou whose heart is melted down by force of Amor's fire, and griefs from every side against thy happiness conspire, unlawful is that he who pierced my vitals with his shaft, my blood between my midriff and my breast bone. FN number 189. He desire, 'twas plain, upon our severance day, that he had set his mind on an eternal parting, moved by tongue of envious liar, he sheds my blood he ne'er had shed except by wound of love, will none demand my blood of him, my wreck of him require? When I had made an end of this song, there was not one of them but rose to his feet and threw himself upon the ground for excess of delight. Then I cast a lute from my hand, but they said, Allah upon thee, do not on this wise, but let us hear another song, so Allah Almighty increase thee of his bounty. Replied I, O folk, I will sing you another song and another and will tell you who I am. I am Ishaq bin Ibrahim al-Mausili, and by Allah, I bear myself proudly to the Caliph when he seeketh me. Ye have today made me cure abuse from an unmanly call such as I loathe, and by Allah, I will not speak a word nor sit with you, till ye put yonder quarrelsome churl out from among you. Quoth the fellow's companion to him, this is what I warned thee against, fearing for thy good name. So they hent him by the hand and thrust him out, and I took the lute and sang over again the songs of my own composing which the damsel had sung. Then I whispered the host that she had taken my heart and that I had no patience to abstain from her. Quoth he, she is thine on one condition. I asked, what is that? And he answered, it is that thou abide with me a month, when the damsel and all belonging to her raiment and jewelry shall be thine. I rejoined, it is well, I will do this. So I tarried with him a whole month, whilst none knew where I was, and the Caliph sought me everywhere, but could come by no news of me, and at the end of this time, the merchant delivered to me the damsel, together with all that pertained to her of things of price and an eunuch to attend upon her. So I brought all that to my lodging, feeling as I were lord of the whole world, for exceeding delight in her. Then I rode forthright to Al-Maman. And when I stood in the presence, he said, woe to thee, O Ishaq, where hast thou been? So I acquainted him with the story, and he said, bring me that man at once. Thereupon I told him where he lived, and he sent and fetched him and questioned him of the case, when he repeated the story, and the Caliph said to him, thou art a man of right generous mind, and it is only fitting that thou be aided in thy generosity. Then he ordered him 100,000 dirhams and said to me, O Ishaq, bring the damsel before me. So I brought her to him, and she sang and delighted him, and being greatly gladdened by her he said to me, I appoint her turn of the service every Thursday, when she must come and sing to me from behind the curtain. And he ordered her 50,000 dirhams, so by Allah, I profited both myself and others by my ride. And amongst the tales they tell is one of the three unfortunate lovers. Quoth Al-Utbi FN number 190. I was sitting one day with a company of educated men, telling stories of the folk, when the talk turned upon legends of lovers, and each of us said his safe errand. Now there was in our company an old man, who remained silent, till all had spoken and had no more to say, when quoth he, shall I tell you a thing, the like of which you never heard? No, never. Yes, quoth we, and he said, no, then, that I had a daughter, who loved a youth, but we knew it not, while the youth loved a singing girl, who in her turn loved my daughter. One day, I was present at an assembly, wherein were also the youth, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 410th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Sheikh continued, one day, I was present at an assembly wherein were also the youth and the singing girl, and she chanted to us these couplets. Prove how love bringeth low lover those tears that run lowering him still the more when pity finds he none. Cried the youth, by Allah, thou hast said well, O my mistress. Dost thou incite me to die? Answered the girl from behind the curtain, Yes, if thou be a true lover. So he laid his head on a cushion and closed his eyes, and when the cup came round to him, we shook him, and behold, he was dead. FN number 191, therewith we all flocked to him, and our pleasure was troubled, and we grieved and broke up at once. When I came home, my people took in bad part my returning before the appointed time, and I told them what had befallen the youth, thinking that thereby I should greatly surprise them. My daughter heard my words, and rising, went from the sitting chamber into another, whither I followed her and found her lying with her head on a cushion, even as I had told of the young man. So I shook her, and lo, she was dead. Then we laid her out and set forth next morning to bury her, whilst the friends of the young man set forth in like guise to bury him. As we were on the way to the burial place, we met a third funeral, and asking whose it was, were told that it was that of the singing girl who, hearing of my daughter's death, had done even as she did and was dead. So we buried them all three on one day, and this is the rarest tale that ever was heard of lovers. And they also tell a tale of how Abu Hassan brake wind. They recount that in the city Corcoran of Yemen there was a man of the Fazli tribe who had left the Dawi life, and become a townsman for many years, and was a merchant of the most opulent merchants. His wife has deceased when both were young, and his friends were instant with him to marry again, ever quoting to him the words of the poet. Go, gossip. We wed thee, for prime draweth near, a wife is an almanac good for the year. So being weary of contention, Abu Hassan entered into negotiations with the old women who procure matches, and married a maid like Canopus when he hanged over the seas of Al-Hind. He made high festival therefore, bidding to the wedding banquet kith and kin, ulema and fakirs, friends and foes, and all his acquaintances of that countryside. The whole house was thrown open to feasting. There were ices of 5 several colours, and sherbets of as many more, and kids stuffed with walnuts and almonds and pistachios, and a camel called FN number 192, roasted whole. So they ate and drank and made mirth and merriment, and the bride was displayed in her 7 dresses and 1 more, to the women, who could not take their eyes off her. At last, the bridegroom was summoned to the chamber where she sat enthroned, and he rose slowly and with dignity from his divan, but in so doing, for that he was over full of meat and drink, lo and behold, he let fly a fart, great and terrible. Thereupon each guest turned to his neighbour and talked aloud and made as though he had heard nothing, fearing for his life. But a consuming fire was lit in Abu Hassan's heart, so he pretended a call of nature, and, in lieu of seeking the bride chamber, he went down to the house court and saddled his mare and rode off, weeping bitterly, through the shadow of the night. In time he reached Lay Edge, where he found a ship ready to sail for India, so he shipped on board and made Calicut of Malabar. Here he met with many Arabs, especially Hazramis FN number 193, who recommended him to the king, and this king, who was a Kafir, trusted him and advanced him to the captainship of his bodyguard. He remained 10 years in all solace and delight of life, at the end of which time he was seized with homesickness, and the longing to behold his native land was that of a lover pining for his beloved, as he came near to die of yearning desire. But his appointed day had not dawned, so, after taking the first bath of health, he left the king without leave, and in due course landed at Maykala of Hazramaut. Here he donned the rags of a religious, and, keeping his name and case secret, fared for Corcoran afoot, enduring 1,000 hardships of hunger, thirst and fatigue, and braving 1,000 dangers from the lion, the snake and the ghoul. But when he drew near his old home, he looked down upon it from the hills with brimming eyes, and said in himself, haply they might know thee, so I will wander about the outskirts, and hearken to the folk. Allah grant that my case be not remembered by them. He listened carefully for 7 nights and 7 days, till it so chanced that, as he was sitting at the door of a hut, he heard the voice of a young girl saying, O my mother, tell me the day when I was born, for such an one of my companions is about to take an omen. FN number 194, for me. And the mother answered, thou was born, O my daughter, on the very night when Abu Hassan farted. Now the listener no sooner heard these words than he rose up from the bench, and fled away saying to himself, verily thy fart hath become as date, which shall last forever and ever, even as the poet said. As long as palms shall shift the flower, as long as palms shall sift the flower. FN number 195. And he ceased not travelling and voyaging and returned to India, and there abode in self-exile till he died, and the mercy of Allah be upon him. FN number 196, and they tell another story of the lovers of the Banu Tamim. Qasim, son of Adi, was wont to relate that a man of the Banu Tamim spake as follows. I went out one day in search of an estuary and, coming to the waters of the Banu Tamim, saw two companies of people near one another, and behold, those of one company were disputing among themselves even as the other. So I watched them and observed, in one of the companies, a youth wasted with sickness, as he were on out dried up water skin. And as I looked on him, lo! He repeated these couplets. What ails the beauty she returneth not? Is't beauty's irk or grudging to my lot? I sickened and my friends all came to call. What stayed thee calling with a friendly knot? Hast thou been sick? I had come running fast to thee, nor threats had kept me from the spot. Mid them I missed thee, and I lie lone, sweetheart, to lose thy love sad loss I wot. His words were heard by a damsel in the other company who hastened towards him, and when her people followed her, she fought them off. Then the youth caught sight of her and sprang up and ran towards her, whilst the people of his party ran after him and laid hold of him. However, he hailed and freed himself from them, and she in like manner loosed herself, and, when they were free, each ran to other and meeting between the two parties, embraced and fell dead upon the ground. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 411th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young man and the maid met between the two parties and embraced, and both fell dead upon the ground, whereat came there out an old man from one of the tents and stood over them exclaiming, verily, we are Allah's and unto him we are returning. Then weeping sore he said, Allah have ruth on you both. By the Almighty, though you were not united in your lives, I will at least unite you after your deaths. And he bade lay them out, so they washed them and shrouded them in one shroud and dug for them one grave and prayed one prayer over them both and buried them in one tomb. Nor was the man nor woman in the two parties that I saw weeping over them and buffeting their faces. Then I questioned the sheikh of them, and he said, she was my daughter and he my brother's son, and love brought them to the pass thou sayest. I exclaimed, Allah amend thee. But why didst thou not marry them to each other? Quoth he, I feared shame FN number 197, and dishonour, and now I am fallen into both. And they tell a tale of the mad lover. Quoth Abu al-Abbas al-Mubarad, FN number 198, I set out one day with a company to Al-Barid on an occasion and, coming to the monastery of Herakl, FN number 199, we alighted in its shade. Presently a man came out to us and said, there are madmen in the monastery, FN number 200, and amongst them one who speaketh wisdom. If ye saw him, ye would marvel at his speech. So we arose all and went into the monastery where we saw a man seated on the skin mat in one of the cells, with bare head and eyes intently fixed upon the wall. We saluted him, and he returned our salam, without looking at us, and once said to us, repeat some verses to him, for, when he heareth verse, he speaketh. So I repeated these two couplets. O best of race to whom gave Hor-Ah FN number 201, boon of birth, except for thee the world were neither sweet nor fair. Through right he, whose face, by Allah shown to man, doth ward off death, decay and hoary hair. When he heard from me this praise of the apostle, he turned towards us and repeated these lines. Well, Allah wotteth I am sorely plagued, nor can I show my pain to human sight. 2 souls have I, one soul is here contained, while other oneth in another sight. Meseems the absent soul's like present soul, and that she suffers what to me is dight. Then he asked us, have I said well or said ill? And we answered, thou hast said the clean contrary of ill, well and right well. Then he put out his hand to a stone that was by him and took it up, whereupon thinking he would throw it at us we fled from him, but he fell to beating upon his breast there with violent blows and said to us, fear not, but draw near and hear somewhat from me and receive it from me. So we came back, and he repeated these couplets. When they made their camels yellow-white kneel down at dawning grey, they mounted her on crupper and the camel went his way. Mine eyeballs through the prison wall beheld them, and I cried with streaming eyelids and a heart that burnt in dire dismay. O camel driver, turn thy beast that I farewell my love. In parting and farewelling her I see my doomed day. I'm faithful to my vows of love which I have never broke. Would heaven I kenned what they have done with vows that vowed a. Then he looked at me and said, say me, dost thou know what they did? FN number 202, answered I, yes, they are dead, Almighty Allah have mercy on them. At this his face changed and he sprang to his feet and cried out, how knowest thou they be dead? And I replied, were they alive they had not left thee thus. Quoth he, by Allah, thou art right, and I care not to live after them. Then his side muscles quivered and he fell on his face, and we ran up to him and shook him and found him dead. The mercy of the Almighty be on him. At this we marveled and mourned for him and, soul mourning, laid him out and buried him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 412th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Al-Mubrad thus continued. When the man fell we mourned over him with sore mourning and laid him out and buried him. And when I returned to Baghdad and went into the Caliph Al-Mutawakkil, he saw the trace of tears on my face and said to me, what is this? So I told him what had passed, and it was grievous to him, and he cried, what moved thee to deal thus with him? FN number 203, by Allah, if I thought thou didst not repent it and regret him I would punish thee therefore. And he mourned for him the rest of the day. And amongst the tales they tell is one of the prior Who became a Muslim. Quoth Abu Bakr Muhammad ibn al-Anbari FN number 204, I once left Anbar on a journey to Amuria, FN number 205, where there came out to me the prior of the monastery and superior of the monkery, Abd al-Masihite, and brought me into the building. There I found 40 religious, who entertained me that night with fair guest right, and I left them after seeing among them such diligence in adoration and devotion as I never beheld the like of in any others. Next day I farewelled them and fared forth, and, after doing my business at Hamuria, I returned to my home at Anbar. And next year one made pilgrimage to Mecca, and as I was circumambulating the holy house I saw Abd al-Masih the monk also compassing the Kaaba, and with him 5 of his fellows, the Shavlings. Now when I was sure that it was indeed he, I accosted him, saying, art thou not Abd al-Masih, the religious? And he replied, nay, I am Abdullah, the desirous. FN number 206, therewith I fell to kissing his grey hairs and shedding tears, then, taking him by the hand, I led him aside into a corner of the temple and said to him, tell me the cause of thy conversion to Al-Islam. And he made reply, verily, 'twas a wonder of wonders, and befell thus. A company of Muslim devotees came to the village wherein is our convent, and sent youth to buy them food. He saw, in the market, a Christian damsel selling bread, who was of the fairest of women, and he was struck at first sight with such love of her, that his senses failed him and he fell on his face in a fainting fit. When he revived, he returned to his companions and told them what had befallen him, saying, "Go ye about your business, I may not go with you." They chided him and exhorted him, but he paid no heed to them, so they left him whilst he entered the village and seated himself at the door of the woman's booth. FN number 207, she asked him what he wanted, and he told her that he was in love with her, whereupon she turned from him, but he abode in his place 3 days without tasting food, keeping his eyes fixed on her face. Now when as she saw that he departed not from her, she went to her people and acquainted them with his case, and they set on him the village boys, who stoned him and bruised his ribs and broke his head, but, for all this, he would not budge. Then the villagers took counsel together to slay him, but a man of them came to me and told me of his case, and I went out to him and found him lying prostrate on the ground. So I wiped the blood from his face and carried him to the convent, and dressed his wounds, and there he abode with me 14 days. But as soon as he could walk, he left the monastery, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 413th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abdullah the religious continued, so I carried him to the convent and dressed his wounds, and he abode with me 14 days. But as soon as he could walk, he left the monastery and returned to the door of the woman's booth, where he sat gazing on her as before. When she saw him, she came out to him and said, "By Allah, thou movest me to pity. Wilt thou enter my faith that I may marry thee?" He cried, "Allah forbid that I should put off the faith of unity and enter that of plurality." FN number 208, quoth she, "Come in with me to my house and take thy will of me and wend thy ways in peace." Quoth he, "Not so, I will not waste the worship of 12 years for the lust of a night twinkle." Said she, "Then depart from me forthwith," and he said, "My heart will not suffer me to do that," whereupon she turned her countenance from him. Presently the boys found him out and began to pelt him with stones, and he fell on his face, saying, "Verily, Allah is my protector, who sent down the book of the Quran, and he protecteth the righteous." FN number 209. At this I sallied forth and driving away the boys, lifted his head from the ground and heard him say, "Allah mine, unite me with her in paradise." Then I carried him to the monastery, but he died before I could reach it, and I bore him without the village, and I dug for him a grave and buried him. And next night when half of it was spent, the damsel cried with a great cry, and she in her bed, so the villagers flocked to her and questioned her of her case. Quoth she, "As I slept, behold the Muslim man came into me and taking me by the hand, carried me to the gate of paradise, but the guardian denied me entrance, saying, 'Tis forbidden to unbelievers.' So I embraced Al-Islam at his hands and, entering with him, beheld therein pavilions and trees, such as I cannot describe to you. Moreover, he brought me to a pavilion of jewels and said to me, 'Of a truth this is my pavilion and thine, nor will I enter it save with thee, but, after 5 nights thou shalt be with me therein, if it be the will of Allah Almighty.' Then he put forth his hand to a tree which grew at the door of the pavilion and plucked therefrom 2 apples and gave them to me, saying, 'Eat this and keep the other, that the monks may see it.' So I ate one of them and never tasted aught sweeter." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 414th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the woman continued, so he plucked 2 apples and gave them to me, saying, 'Eat this and keep the other that the monks may see it.' So I ate one of them and never tasted aught sweeter. Then he took my hand and fared forth and carried me back to my house, and, when I awoke, I found the taste of the apple in my mouth and the other in my hand." So saying she brought out the apple, and in the darkness of the night it shone as it were a sparkling star. So they carried her, and the apple with her, to the monastery, where she repeated her vision and showed it to us. Never saw we its like among all the fruits of the world. Then I took a knife and cut the apple into pieces according as we were folk in company, and never knew we aught more delicious than its savour nor more delightsome than its scent. But we said, haply this was a devil that appeared unto her to seduce her from her faith. Thereupon her people took her and went away, but she abstained from eating and drinking, and on the 5th night she rose from her bed, and going forth the village to the grave of her Muslim lover threw herself upon it and died, her family not knowing what was come of her. But, on the morrow, there came to the village 2 Muslim elders, clad in haircloth, and with them 2 women in like garb, and said, O people of the village, with you is a woman saint, a warrior of the friends of Allah, who died a Muslimah, and we will take charge of her in lieu of you. So the villagers sought her and found her dead on the Muslim's grave, and they said, this was one of us and she died in our faith, so we will take charge of her. Rejoined the 2 old men, nay, she died a Muslimah and we claim her. And the dispute waxed to a quarrel between them, till one of the sheikhs said, be this the test of her faith, the 40 monks of the monastery shall come and try to lift her from the grave. If they succeed, then she died a Nazarene, if not, one of us shall come and lift her up, and if she be lifted by him, she died a Muslimah. The villagers agreed to this and fetched the 40 monks, who heartened one another, and came to her to lift her, but could not. Then we tied a great rope round her middle and haled at it, but the rope broke in sunder, and she stirred not, and the villagers came and did the like, but could not move her from her place. FN number 210. At last, when all means failed, we said to one of the 2 sheikhs, come thou and lift her. So he went up to the grave and, covering her with his mantle, said, in the name of Allah the Compassionating, the Compassionate, and of the faith of the Apostle of Allah, on whom be praise and peace. Then he lifted her and, taking her in his bosom, betook himself with her to a cave hard by, where they laid her, and the 2 women came and washed her and shrouded her. Then the 2 elders bore her to her Muslim lover's grave and prayed over her and buried her by his side and went their ways. Now we were eyewitnesses of all this, and, when we were alone with one another, we said, in sooth, the truth is most worthy to be followed, FN number 211, and indeed the verity hath been made manifest to us, nor is there a proof more patent of the truth of Al-Islam than that we have seen this day with our eyes. So I and all the monks became Muslims, and on likewise did the villagers, and we sent to the people of Mesopotamia for a doctor of the law, to instruct us in the ordinances of Al-Islam and the canons of the faith. They sent us a learned man and a pious, who taught us the rites of prayer and the tenets of the faith, and we are now in ease abounding, so to Allah be the praise and the thanks. And they also tell a tale of the loves of Abu Isa and Karat Alain. Quoth Amru bin Masada, FN number 212, Abu Isa, son of Al-Rashid and brother to Al-Mamun, was enamored of one Karat Alain, a slave girl belonging to Ali bin Hisham, FN number 213, and she also loved him, but he concealed his passion, complaining of it to none, neither discovering his secret to anyone, of his pride and magnanimity, for he had used his utmost endeavour to purchase her of her master, but he had failed. At last, when his patience was at an end and his passion was sore on him and he was helpless in the matter, he went into Al-Mamun, one day of state after the folk had retired, and said to him, O Commander of the Faithful, if thou wilt this day make trial of thine algaids by taking them unawares, thou wilt know the generous from the mean and note each one's place, after the quality of his mind. But, in saying this he purposed only to sit with Karat Alain in her lord's house. Quoth Al-Mamun, right is thy recking, and bade make ready a barge, called the Flyer, wherein he embarked with Abu Isa and a party of his chief officers. The first mansion he visited unexpectedly was that of Hamid al-Toil of Tis, whom he found seated, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 415th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Al-Mamun embarked with his chief officers and fared on till they reached the mansion of Hamid al-Toil of Dis, and, unexpectedly entering, they found him seated on a mat, and before him singers and players with lutes and flageolets and other instruments of music in their hands. So Al-Mamun sat with him a while, and presently he set before him dishes of nothing but flesh meat, with no birds among them. The Caliph would not taste thereof, and Abu Isa said to him, O Commander of the Faithful, we have taken the owner of this place unawares, and he knew not of thy coming, but now let us go to another place which is prepared for thee and fitted for thee. Thereupon the Caliph arose and betook himself with his brother Abu Isa and his suite to the abode of Ali son of Hisham, who, on hearing of their approach, came out and received them with the goodliest of reception, and kissed the earth before the king. Then he brought them into his mansion and opened to them a saloon than which seer never saw a goodlier. Its floors, pillars and walls were of many-coloured marbles, adorned with Greek paintings, and it was spread with matting of signed FN number 214, whereon were carpets and tapestry of Bassora make, fitted to the length and breadth of the room. So the Caliph sat a while, examining the house and its ceilings and walls, then said, Give us somewhat to eat. So they brought him forthwith nearly 100 dishes of poultry, besides other birds and brewwises, fritters and cooling marinades. When he had eaten, he said, Give us something to drink, O Ali, and the host set before him, in vessels of gold and silver and crystal, raisin wine boiled down to 1/3 with fruits and spices, and the cupbearers were pages like moons, clad in garments of Alexandrian stuff interwoven with gold, and bearing on their breast speakers of crystal, full of rose water mingled with musk. So Al-Mamun marvelled with exceeding marvel at all he saw, and said, Ho thou, Abu al-Hasan! Whereupon Ali sprang to the Caliph's carpet, and kissing it, said, At thy service, O Commander of the Faithful, and stood before him. Quoth Al-Mamun, Let us hear some pleasant and merry song. Replied Ali, I hear and obey, O Commander of the Faithful, and said to one of his eunuchs, Fetch the singing women. So the slave went out and presently returned, followed by 10 castratos, bearing 10 stools of gold, which they set down in due order, and after these came 10 damsels, concubines of the master, as they were shining full moons or gardens full of bloom, clad in black brocade, with crowns of gold on their heads, and they passed along the room till they sat down on the stools, when sang they sundry songs. Al-Mamun looked at one of them, and, being captivated by her elegance and fair favour, asked her, What is thy name, O damsel? And she answered, My name is Sajai, FN number 215, O Commander of the Faithful. And he said, Sing to us, O Sajai. So she played a lively measure and sang these couplets. I walk, for fear of interview. The weaklings walk who sees 2 lion whelps the fount draw nigh. My cloak acts sword, my heart's perplexed with fright, lest jealous hostile eyes th approach descry, till sudden hap die on a delicate maid like desert doe that fails her fawns to espy. Quoth the Caliph, Thou hast done well, O damsel. Whose are these lines? She answered, Written by Amru bin Madi Karabal, Zubaydi, FN number 216, and the air is Mabed's. FN number 217. Then the Caliph and Abu Isa and Ali drank, and the damsels went away and were succeeded by other 10, all clad in flowered silk of Al-Yaman, brocaded with gold, who sat down on the chairs and sang various songs. The Caliph looked at one of the concubines, who was like a wild heifer of the waste, and said to her, What is thy name, O damsel? She replied, My name is Zabia, FN number 218, 0 Commander of the Faithful, and he, Sing to us, Zabia. So she warbled like a bird with many a trill, and sang these 2 couplets. Houris, and high-born dames who feel no fear of men, like Meccan game forbidden man to slam, FN number 219, their soft sweet voices make you deem them whores, but bars them from all whoring al-Islam. When she had finished, Al-Mamun cried, "Favoured of Allah art thou." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 416th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the slave girl finished her song, Al-Mamun cried, "Favoured of Allah art thou." Whose is this verse? And she answered, Jariyah's FN number 220, and the air is by Ibn Zurayj. Then the Caliph and his company drank, whilst the girls went away, and there came forth yet other 10, as they were rubies, robed in red brocade inwoven with gold and purfled with pearls and jewels, whilst all their heads were bare. They sat down on the stools and sang various airs. So the Caliph looked at one of them, who was like the sun of the day, and asked her, "What is thy name, O damsel?" And she answered, "O Commander of the Faithful, my name is Phaeton." "Sing to us, O Phaeton," quoth he, whereat she played a lively measure and sang these couplets. "Deign grant thy favours, since 'tis time I were engraced, not of severance hath it been my lot to taste. Thuright he whose face cloth every gift and charm unite, yet is my patience spent for that 'twas so misplaced. I've wasted life in loving thee, and would high heaven grant me one meeting hour for all this wilful waste." "Well sung, O Phaeton," exclaimed the Caliph, "whose verse is this?" And she answered, "Adib bin Zayd's, and the air is antique." Then all three drank, whilst the damsels retired and were succeeded by other 10 maidens, as they were sparkling stars, clad in flowered silk embroidered with red gold and girt with jewelled zones. They sat down and sang various motives, and the Caliph asked one of them, who was like the wand of willow, "What is thy name, O damsel?" And she answered, "My name is Rasha, FN number 221, 0 Commander of the Faithful." "Sing to us, O Rasha," quoth he. So she played a lively measure and sang these couplets. "And one like Uri, who can passion heal like young gazelle that paceth o'er the plain. I drain this wine cup on the toast, her cheek, each cup disputing till she bends in twain, then sleeps the night with me, the while I cry, this is the only gain my soul would gain." Said the Caliph, "Well done, O damsel. Sing us something more." So she rose and, kissing the ground before him, sang the following distich. She came out to gaze on the bridal at ease in a shift that reeked of ambergris. The Caliph was highly pleased with this couplet, and, when the slave girl saw how much it delighted him, she repeated it several times. Then said Al-Mamun, "Bring up the flyer," being minded to embark and depart. But Ali bin Hisham said to him, "O Commander of the Faithful, I have a slave girl, whom I bought for 10,000 dinars. She hath taken my heart in whole and part, and I would fain display her to the Commander of the Faithful. If she please him and he will accept of her, she is his, and if not, let him hear something from her." Said the Caliph, "Bring her to me." And forth came a damsel, as she were a branchlet of willow, with seducing eyes and eyebrows set like twin bows, and on her head she wore a crown of red gold crested with pearls and jewelled, under which was a fillet bearing this couplet wrought in letters of chrysolite. "A jinni this, with her jinn, to show how to pierce man's heart with a stringless bow." The handmaiden walked, with the gait of a gazelle in flight and fit to damn a devotee, till she came to a chair, whereon she seated herself. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 417th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the handmaiden walked with the gait of a gazelle in flight, fit to damn a devotee, till she came to a chair whereon she seated herself. And Al-Mamun marvelled at her beauty and loveliness. But, when Abu Isa saw her, his heart throbbed with pain, his colour changed to pale and wan, and he was in evil case. Asked the Caliph, "O Abu Isa, what aileth thee to change thus?" And he answered, "O Commander of the Faithful, it is because of it which that seizeth me betimes." Quoth the Caliph, "Hast thou known yonder damsel before today?" Quoth he, "Yes, O Commander of the Faithful, can the moon be concealed?" Then said Al-Mamun to her, "What is thy name, O damsel?" And she replied, "My name is Karat Alain, O Commander of the Faithful." And he rejoined, "Sing to us, O Karat Alain." So she sang these two couplets. The loved ones left thee in middle night, and fared with the pilgrims when dawn shone bright. The tents of pride round the domes they pitched, and with broidered curtains were veiled fro sight. Quoth the Caliph, "Favoured of heaven art thou, O Karat Alain. Whose song is that?" Whereto she answered the words Abidable Al-Gusai, and the air by Zerzer Al-Saga. Abu Isa looked at her and his tears choked him, so that the company marvelled at him. Then she turned to Al-Mamun and said to him, "O Commander of the Faithful, wilt thou give me leave to change the words?" Said he, "Sing what thou wilt." So she played a merry measure and carolled these couplets. If thou should please a friend who pleaseth thee frankly, in public practice secrecy, and spurn the slanderer's tale, who seldom FN number 222, seeks except the severance of true love to see. They say, when lover's near, he tires of love, and absence is for love best remedy. Both cause we tried and yet we are not cured. With all we judge that nearness easier be, yet nearness is of no avail when he thou lovest lends thee love unwillingly. But when she had finished, Abu Isa said, "O Commander of the Faithful," and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 418th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Karat Alain had finished her verse, Abu Isa said, O Commander of the Faithful, though we endure disgrace, we shall be at ease. FN number 223, dost thou give me leave to reply to her? Quoth the Caliph, "Yes, say what thou wilt to her." So he swallowed his tears and sang these two distichs. Silent I woned and never owned my love, but from my heart I hid love's blissful boon. Yet, if my eyes should manifest my love, 'tis for my nearness to the shining moon. Then Karat Alain took the lute and played a lively tune and rejoined with these couplets. And what thou claimest were the real truth, with only hope content thou hadst not been nor couldst patient live without the girl so rare of inner grace and outward mien. But there is nothing in the claim of thee at all, save tongue and talk that little mean. When Abu Isa heard this he fell to weeping and wailing and evidencing his trouble and anguish. Then he raised his eyes to her and sighing, repeated these couplets. Under my raiment a waste body lies, and in my spirit all comprising prize. I have a heart, whose pain shall I endure, and tears like torrents pour these woeful eyes. Whene'er a wise man spies me, straight he chides love, that misleads me thus in ways unwise. O Lord, I lack the power this stole to bear, come sudden death or joy in bestest guise. When he had ended, Ali bin Hisham sprang up and kissing his feet, said, O my Lord, Allah hearing thy secret hath answered thy prayer and consenteth to thy taking her with all she hath of things rare and fair, so the Commander of the Faithful have no mind to her. Quoth Al-Mamun, had we a mind to her, we would prefer Abu Isa before ourselves and help him to his desire. So saying, he rose and embarking, went away, whilst Abu Isa tarried for Karat Alain, whom he took and carried to his own house, his breast swelling with joy. See then the generosity of Ali son of Hisham. And they tell a tale of Al-Amin son of Al-Rashid and his uncle Ibrahim bin Al-Mahdi. Al-Amin, FN number 224, brother of Al-Mamun, once entered the house of his uncle Ibrahim bin Al-Mahdi, where he saw a slave girl playing upon the lute, and, she being one of the fairest of women, his heart inclined to her. Ibrahim, seeing how it was with him, sent the girl to him, with rich raiment and precious ornaments. When he saw her, he thought that his uncle had lain with her, so he was loath to have to do with her, because of that, and accepting what came with her sent her back to Ibrahim. His uncle learnt the cause of this from one of Al-Amin's eunuchs, so he took a shift of watered silk and worked upon its skirt, in letters of gold, these two couplets. Know, I declare by him to whom all bow, of nothing neath her petticoat I trow, nor meddle with her mouth, nor aught did I but see and hear her, and it was enow. Then he clad her in the shift and, giving her a lute, sent her back again to his nephew. When she came into Al Amin's presence, she kissed ground before him and tuning the lute, sang thereto these two couplets. Thy breast thou baredst sending back the gift, showing unlove for me withouten shift, and thou bare spite of past, the past forgive, and for the caliphate cast the past adrift. When she had made an end of her verse, Al Amin looked at her and, seeing what was upon her skirt, could no longer control himself, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 419th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Al Amin looked at the damsel and saw what was upon her skirt, he could no longer control himself, but drew near unto her and kissed her and appointed her a separate lodging in his palace. Moreover, he thanked his uncle for this and bestowed on him the government of Ray. And a tale is told of Al-Fath bin Qakan and the Caliph Al-Mutawakil. Al-Mutawakil FN number 225, was once taking medicine, and folks sent him by way of solace all sorts of presents and rarities and things costly and precious. Amongst others, Al-Fath bin Qakan FN number 226, sent him a virgin slave, high-breasted, of the fairest among women of her time, and with her a vase of crystal, containing ruddy wine, and a goblet of red gold, whereon were graven in black these couplets. Since Sir Ramam came forth from medicine, which made him health and heartiness re-win, there is no healing draught more sovereign than well-boiled wine this golden goblet in, then let him break the seal for him secured. 'Tis best prescription after medicine. FN number 227. Now when the damsel entered, the physician Joanna FN number 228, was with the caliph, and as he read the couplets, he smiled and said, By Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, Bath is better versed than I in the art of healing, so let not the Prince of True Believers gainsay his prescription. Accordingly, the caliph followed the recipe contained in the poetry and was made whole by the blessing of Allah and won his every wish. And among tales they tell is one of the man's dispute with a learned woman concerning the relative excellence of male and female. Quoth a certain man of learning, I never saw amongst womankind one wittier, and wiser, better read and by nature more generously bred, and in manners and morals more perfected than a preacher of the people of Baghdad, by name Sit al-Mashhik. FN number 229. It chanced that she came to Hama city in the year of the flight 561 FN number 230, and the delivered salutary exhortations to the folk from the professorial chair. Now there used to visit her house a number of students of divinity and persons of learning and polite letters, who would discuss with her questions of theology and dispute with her on controversial points. I went to her one day, with a friend of mine, a man of years and education, and when we had taken our seats, she set before us a dish of fruit and seated herself behind a curtain. Now she had a brother, a handsome youth, who stood behind us, to serve us. And when we had eaten we fell to disputing upon points of divinity, and I propounded to her a theological question bearing upon the difference between the Imams, the founders of the four schools. She proceeded to speak in answer, whilst I listened, but all the while my friend fell to looking upon her brother's face and admiring his beauties without paying any heed to what she discoursed. Now as she was watching him from behind the curtain, when she had made an end of her speech, she turned to him and said, Methinks thou be of those who give men the preference over women. He replied, Assuredly, and she asked, And why so? Whereto he answered, For that Allah hath made the masculine worthier than the feminine. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 420th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Sheikh replied, for that Allah hath made the masculine worthier than the feminine, and I like the excelling and mislike the excelled. She laughed and presently said, Wilt thou deal fairly with me in debate, if I battle the matter with thee? And he rejoined, Yes. Then quoth she, What is the evidence of the superiority of the male to the female? Quoth he, It is of the two kinds, traditional and reasonable. The authoritative part deriveth from the Quran and the traditions of the Apostle. As for the first, we have the very words of Almighty Allah, Men shall have the pre-eminence above women because of those advantages wherein Allah hath caused the one of them to excel the other, FN number 231, and again, if there be not two men, let there be one man and two women, FN number 232, and again, when treating of inheritance, if there be brothers and sisters, let a male have as much as the portion of two females. FN number 233, for Salah, extolled and exalted be he, hath in these places preferred the male over the female, and teacheth that a woman is as the half of a man, for that he is worthier than she. As for the Senate traditions, is it not reported of the Prophet, whom Allah save and assain, that he appointed the blood money for a woman to be half that of a man? And as for the evidence of reason, the male is the agent and active, and the female the patient and passive. FN number 234, rejoined she, Thou hast said well, O my Lord, but, by Allah, thou hast proved my contention with thine own lips, and hast advanced evidence which telleth against thee, and not for thee. And thus it is, Allah, extolled and exalted be he, preferred the male above the female solely because of the inherent condition and essential quality of masculinity, and in this there is no dispute between us. Now this quality of malehood is common to the child, the boy, the youth, the adult and the old man, nor is there any distinction between them in this. If, then, the superior excellence of male masculine belong to him solely by virtue of manhood, it behoveth that thy heart incline and thy soul delight in the grey beard, equally with the boy, seeing that there is no distinction between them, in point of malehood. But the difference between thee and me turneth upon the accident of qualities that are sought as constituting the pleasure of intercourse and its enjoyment, and thou hast deduced no proof of the superiority of the youth over the young girl in this matter of non-essentials. He made answer, O reverend lady, knowest thou not that which is peculiar to the youth of limber shape and rosy cheeks and pleasant smile and sweetness of speech? Youths are, in these respects, superior to women, and the proof of this is what they traditionally report of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve, that he said, Stay not thy gaze upon the beardless, for in them is a momentary eye glance at the black-eyed girls of paradise. Nor indeed is the superiority of the lad over the lass hidden to any of mankind, and how well saith Abu Nawas, FN number 235. The least of him is the being free from monthly courses and pregnancy. And saying of another poet, quoth our Imam, Abu Nawas, who was for mad debauch and waggishness renowned, O tribe that loves the cheeks of boys, take fill of joys in paradise shall ne'er be found. So if anyone enlarge in praise of a slave girl and wish to enhance her value by the mention of her beauties, he likeneth her to a youth. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 421st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Shaykh continued, So if anyone enlarge in praise of a slave girl and wish to enhance her value by the mention of her beauties, he likeneth her to a youth, because of the illustrious qualities that belong to the male, even as saith the poet. Boy-like of backside, in the deed of kind, she sways, as sways the wand like boughs a wind. Apostrophe. And youths, then, were not better and fairer than girls, why should these be likened to them? And know also, Almighty Allah preserve thee, that youth is easy to be led, adapting himself to every reed, pleasant of converse and manners, inclining to assent rather than dissent, especially when his side face is newly downed and his upper lip is first embrowned, and the purple lights of the youth on his cheeks abound, so that he is like the full moon sound. And how goodly is the saying of Abu Tamam FN number 236. The slanderers said there's hair upon his cheeks, quoth I, exceed not, that's no blemish there. When he could bear that howling of his hips and pearl beads shaded by mustachio hair, FN number 237, and Rose swore solemn, holiest oath that is, from that fair cheek she nevermore would fare. I spoke with eyelids without need of speech, and they who answered me his eyebrows were. He's even fairer than thou knewest him, and cheek down guards from allward over dare. Brighter and sweeter now are grown his charms, since down robe's lip and cheek before were bare. And those who blamed me for my love of him, when him they mentioned say of him, thy fair. And quoth Al-Hariri FN number 238, and quoth excellently well. My censors say, what means this pine for him? Saist not the flowing hair on cheeks a flowing? I say, by Allah, any deem I dote, look at the truth in those fine eyes a showing. But for the down that veils his cheek and chin, his brow had dazed all eyes, no sight allowing, and whoso sojourns in a growthless land, how shall he move from land fair growth say growing? And quoth another, my blamers say of me, he is consoled, and lie. No consolation comes to those who pine and sigh. I had no solace when rose bloomed alone on cheek, now basil blooms thereon, and now consoled am I. And again, slim-waisted one, whose looks with down of cheek in slaughtering mankind each other hurtle with an ass's blade he sheddeth blood, the baldric of whose sheath is freshest myrtle. FN number 239. And again, not with his mess time drunk, but verily those curls turn manly heads like newest twine. FN number 240, each of his beauties envies each, and all would be the silky down on side face line. Such are the excellencies of the youth which women do not own, and they more than suffice to give those the preference over these. She replied, Allah give thee health. Verily, thou hast imposed the debate upon thyself, and thou hast spoken and hast not be stinted, and hast brought proofs to support every assertion. But, now is the truth become manifest. FN number 241, so swerve thou not from the path thereof, and, if thou be not content with a summary of evidence, I will set it before thee in fullest detail. Allah upon thee, where is the youth beside the girl, and who shall compare kid and wild cow? The girl is soft of speech, fair of form, like a branchlet of basil, with teeth like chamomile petals and hair like halters wherefrom to hang hearts. Her cheeks are like blood-red anemones, and her face like a pippin. She hath lips like wine, and breasts like pomegranates twain, and a shape supple as a rattan cane. Her body is well formed, and with sloping shoulders dight. She hath a nose like the edge of a sword shining bright, and a forehead brilliant white, and eyebrows which unite, and eyes stained by nature's hand black as night. If she speak, fresh young pearls are scattered from her mouth forthright, and all hearts are ravished by the daintiness of her sprite. When she smileth thou wouldst tween the moon shone out her lips between, and when she eyes thee, sword blades flash from the babes of her eyes. In her all beauties to conclusion come, and she is the centre of attraction to traveller and stay at home. She hath 2 lips of crown more easy, than cream smoother, and of taste than honey sweeter, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 422nd night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the preacher woman thus pursued her theme in the praise of fair maids. She hath 2 lips of crown more easy, than cream smoother, and than honey sweeter, adding, and she hath a bosom, as it were away 2 hills between, which are a pair of breasts like globes of ivory sheen, likewise, a stomach right smooth, flanks soft as the palm spur, increased with folds and dimples which overlap one another, and liberal thighs, which like columns of pearl arise, and back parts which billow and beat together like seas of glass or mountains of glands, and 2 feet and hands of gracious mould like unto ingots of virgin gold. So, O miserable! Where are mortal men beside the jinn? Knowest thou not that puissant princes and potent kings before women never humbly bend, and on them for delight depend? Verily, they may say, we rule over necks and rob hearts. These women, how many a rich man have they not paupered, how many a powerful man have they not prostrated, and how many a superior man have they not enslaved? Indeed, they seduce the sage and send the saint to shame, and bring the wealthy to want, and plunge the fortune-favoured into penury. Yet for all this, the wise redouble in affection of them and honour, nor do they count this suppression or dishonour. How many a man for them hath offended his Maker, and called down on himself the wrath of his father and mother, and all this because of the conquest of their love over hearts. Knowest thou not, O wretched one, that for the marble-built pavilions, and slave girls are for sale, FN number 242, that for them tear floods railed for them are collected jewels of price and ambergris and muscodiferous, and armies are arrayed and pleasaunces made, and wealth heaped up and smitten of is many a head? And indeed he spoke sooth in the words, whoso saith the world meaneth woman. Now as for thy citation from the holy traditions, it is an argument against thee and not for thee, in that the prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve, compareth the beardless with the black-eyed girls of paradise. Now, doubtless, the subject of comparison is worthier than the object therewith compared, so, unless women be the worthier and the goodlier, wherefore should other than they be likened to them? As for thy saying that girls are likened to boys, the case is not so, but the contrary, boys are likened to girls. For folk say, yonder boy is like a girl. As for what proof thou quotest from the poets, the verses were the product of a complexion unnatural in this respect, and as for the habitual sodomites and Qutamites, offenders against religion, Almighty Allah hath condemned them in his holy book, FN number 243, herein he denounced their filthy practices, saying, Do ye approach unto the males among mankind, FN number 244, and leave your wives which your Lord hath created for you? Surely ye are a people who transgress. These it is that liken girls to boys, of their exceeding profligacy and ungraciousness and inclination to follow the fiend and own lusts, so that they say, she is apt for two tricks, FN number 245. And these are all wanderers from the way of right and the righteous. Quoth their chief Abu Nawas, slim waist and boyish wit's delight wenture, as well as sodomite, FN number 246. As for what thou sayest of a youth's first hair on cheek and lips, and how they add to his beauty and loveliness, by Allah, thou strayest from the straight path of sooth, and sayest that which is other than the truth. For whiskers change the charms of the comely into ugliness, quoting these couplets. That sprouting hair upon his face to creak for lover's vengeance, all did vainly seek. I see not on his face a sign for ligenness, except his curls are hue of reek. If so, his paper FN number 247, mostly be begrimed. Where deemest thou the reed shall draw a streak? If any raise him of the fares above, this only proves the judge of wits is weak. And when she ended her verse she resumed, Lord be to Allah Almighty, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 423rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the preacher woman ended her verse she resumed, addressing the man, Lord to Allah Almighty. How can it be hid from thee that the perfect pleasure is in women, and that abiding blessings are not to be found but with them, seeing that Allah, extolled and exalted be He, hath promised His prophets and saints black-eyed damsels in paradise, and hath appointed these for a recompense of their godly works. And had the Almighty known that the joy supreme was in the possession of other than women, He had rewarded them therewith and promised it to them. And quoth He, whom Allah bless and preserve, the things I hold dearest of the things of your world are three, women and perfume, and the solace of my eyes in prayer. Verily Allah hath appointed boys to serve His prophets and saints in paradise, because paradise is the abode of joy and delight, which could not be complete without the service of youths. But, as to the use of them for aught but service, it is hell's putridity FN number 248, and corruption and turpitude. How well saith the poet, men's turning unto bums of boys is bumptious, whoso love noble women show their own noblesse. How many goodly wights have slept the night, enjoying buttocks of boys, and woke at morn in foulest mess, their garments stained by safflower, which is yellow mud, their shame proclaiming, showing colour of a distress. Who can deny the charge, when so bewrayed are they that e'en by daylight shows the dung upon their dress? What contrast with a man, who slept a gladsome night by remade for glansome enchanteress, he rises off a borrowing wholesome bonny scent, that fills the house with whiffs of perfumed goodliness. No boy deserved place by side of her to hold, canst even aloes wood with what fills pool of cess. FN number 249. Then said she, O folk, ye have made me to break the bounds of modesty and the circle of free-born women, and indulge in idle talk of chambering and wantonness, which beseemeth not people of learning. But the breasts of the freeborns are the sepulchres of secrets, and such conversations are in confidence. Moreover, actions are according to intentions, FN number 250, and I crave pardon of Allah for myself and you and all Muslims, seeing that He is the pardoner and the compassionate. Then she held her peace, and thereafter would answer us of naught, so we went our way, rejoicing in that we had profited by her contention, and yet sorrowing to part from her. And among the tales they tell is one of Abu Suwaid and the pretty old woman. Quoth Abu Suwaid, I and a company of my friends entered a garden one day to buy somewhat of fruit, and we saw in the corner an old woman, who was bright of face, but her head hair was white, and she was combing it with an ivory comb. We stopped before her, yet she paid no heed to us, neither veiled her face, so I said to her, O old woman, FN number 251, wert thou to dye thy hair black, thou wouldst be handsomer than a girl, what hindereth thee from this? She raised her head towards me, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 424th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abu Suwaid continued, when I spake these words to the ancient dame, she raised her head towards me, and, opening wide her eyes, recited these two couplets. I died what years have died, but this my staining lasts not, while that of days is I remaining, days when beclad in gear of youth I fared, raked fore and aft by men with joy and feigning. I cried, By Allah, favoured art thou for an old woman. How sincere art thou in thine after-pine for forbidden pleasures, and how false is thy pretence of repentance from frowardness. And another tale is that of the Emir Ali bin Tahir and the girl Mayonnaise. Once on a time was displayed for sale to Ali bin Muhammad bin Abdullah bin Tahir FN number 252, a slave girl called Mayonnaise, who was superior to her fellows in beauty and breeding, and to boot an accomplished poetess, and he asked her of her name. Replied she, Allah advance the Emir, my name is Mayonnaise. FN number 253. Now he knew this before, so he bowed his head a while, then, raising his eyes to her, recited this verse. What sayest of one by a sickness caught from the love of thy love till he waxed distraught? Answered she, Allah exalt the Emir, and recited this verse in reply. If we saw a lover who paints as he ought, will love we would grant him all favours he sought. She pleased him, so he bought her for 70,000 dirhams and begat on her Ubayd Allah bin Muhammad, afterwards Minister of Police. FN number 254, and we are told by Abu Alan FN number 255, a tale of the woman WHO had a boy and the other WHO had a man to love her. Quoth Abu Alana, there were in our street two women, one of whom had for lover a man and the other a beardless youth, and they foregathered one night on the terrace roof of a house adjoining mine, knowing not that I was near. quoth the boy's lover to the other, O my sister, how canst thou bear with patience the harshness of thy lover's beard as it falleth on thy breast, when he busseth thee and his mustachios rub thy cheek and lips? Replied the other, Silly that thou art, what decketh the tree save its leaves and the cucumber but its warts? FN number 256. Didst ever see in the world aught uglier than a scald head bald of his beard? Knowest thou not that the beard is to men as the side locks to women, and what is the difference between chin and cheek? FN number 257. Knowest thou not that Allah, extolled and exalted be He, hath created an angel in heaven, who saith, Glory be to him who ornamenteth men with beards and women with long hair. So, were not the beard even as the tresses in comeliness, it had not been coupled with them, oh silly. How shall I spread eagle myself under a boy, who will emit long before I can go off and forestall me in limpness of penis and clitoris, and leave a man who, when he taketh breath clippeth close, and when he entereth goeth leisurely, and when he hath done, repeateth, and when he pusheth boketh hard, and as often as he withdraweth, returneth? The boy's leman was edified by her speech and said, I forswear my lover by the Lord of the Kaaba. And amongst tales is one of Ali the Cane and the haunted house in Baghdad. There lived once, in the city of Cairo, a merchant who had great store of monies and bullion, gems and jewels, and lands and houses beyond count, and his name was Hassan the jeweler, the Baghdad man. Furthermore, Allah had blessed him with a son of perfect beauty and brilliancy, rosy-cheeked, fair of face and well-figured, whom he named Ali of Cairo, and had taught the Quran and science and elocution and the other branches of polite education, till he became proficient in all manner of knowledge. He was under his father's hand in trade, but, after a while, Hassan fell sick and his sickness grew upon him, till he made sure of death. So he called his son to him, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 425th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the jeweler, the Baghdadi, fell sick and made sure of death, he called to him his son, named Ali of Cairo, and said, O my son, verily this world passeth away, but the next world endureth for aye. Every soul shall taste of death. FN number 258. And now, O my son, my decease is at hand, and I desire to charge thee with a charge, which if thou observe, thou shalt abide in safety and prosperity, till thou meet Almighty Allah, but if thou follow it not, there shall befall thee much weariness, and thou wilt repent of having transgressed mine injunctions. Replied Ali, O my father, how shall I do other than hearken to thy words and act according to thy charge, seeing that I am bounden by the law of the faith to obey thee and give ear to thy command? Rejoined his father, O my son, I leave thee lands and houses and goods and wealth past count, so that wert thou each day to spend thereof 500 dinars, thou wouldst miss naught of it. But, O my son, look that thou live in the fear of Allah and follow his chosen one, Mustafa, whom may he bless and preserve, in whatso he is reported to have bidden and forbidden in his traditional law. FN number 259. Be thou constant in alms deeds and the practice of beneficence, and in consorting with men of worth and piety and learning, and look that thou have a care for the poor and needy, and shun avarice and meanness and the conversation of the wicked or those of suspicious character. Look thou kindly upon thy servants and family, and also upon thy wife, for she is of the daughters of the great and is big with child by thee. Haply Allah will vouchsafe thee virtuous issue by her. And he ceased not to exhort him thus, weeping and saying, O my son, I beseech Allah the Bountiful, the Lord of the glorious Empyrean, FN number 260, to deliver thee from all straits that may encompass thee and grant thee his ready relief. Thereupon his son wept with sore weeping and said, O my father, I am melted by thy words, for these are as the words of one that saith farewell. Replied the merchant, Yes, O my son, I am aware of my condition, forget thou not my charge. Then he fell to repeating the two professions of the faith and to reciting verses of the Quran, until the appointed hour arrived, when he said, Draw near unto me, O my son. So Ali drew near and he kissed him, then he sighed and his soul departed his body and he went to the mercy of Almighty Allah. FN number 261, therewith great grief fell upon Ali. The clamour of keening arose in his house and his father's friends flocked to him. Then he betook himself to preparing the body for burial and made him a splendid funeral. They bore his bier to the place of prayer and prayed over him, then to the cemetery, where they buried him and recited over him what suited of the sublime Quran, after which they returned to the house and condoled with the dead man's son and wended each his own way. Moreover, Ali prayed the Friday prayer for his father and had perlections of the Quran every day for the normal 40, during which time he abode in the house and went not forth, save to the place of prayer, and every Friday he visited his father's tomb. So he ceased not from his praying and reciting for some time, until his fellows of the sons of the merchants came into him one day and saluting him, said, How long this thy mourning and neglecting thy business and the company of thy friends? Verily, this is a fashion which will bring thee weariness, and thy body will suffer for it exceedingly. Now when they came into him, Abla the accursed was with them, prompting them, and they went on to recommend him to accompany them to the bazaar, whilst Tablet tempted him to consent to them, till he yielded, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 426th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the sons of the merchants went into Ali the Kane, son of Hassan the jeweller, they recommended him to accompany them to the bazaar, till he yielded, that their will of Allah, extolled and exalted be he, might be fulfilled, and he left the house of mourning with them. Presently they said, Mount thy she-mule and ride with us to such a garden, that we may solace us there and that thy grief and despondency may depart from thee. So he mounted and taking his slave, went with them to the garden in question, and when they entered one of them went and making ready the morning meal, brought it to them there. So they ate and were merry and sat in talk, till the end of the day, when they mounted and returned each to his own lodging, where they passed the night. As soon as the morrow dawned, they again visited Ali and said, Come with us. Asked he, Whither? And they answered, To such a garden, for it is finer than the first and more pleasurable. So he went with them to the garden, and one of them, going away, made ready the morning meal and brought it to them, together with strong heady wine, and after eating, they brought out the wine, when quoth Ali, What is this? And quoth they, This is what dispelleth sadness and brighteneth gladness. And they ceased not to commend it to him, till they prevailed upon him and he drank with them. Then they sat, drinking and talking, till the end of the day, when each returned home. But as for Ali, the Kane, he was giddy with wine and in this plight went in to his wife, who said to him, What aileth thee that thou art so changed? He said, We were making merry today, when one of my companions brought us liquor, so my friends drank and I with them, and this giddiness came upon me. And she replied, O my lord, say me, hast thou forgotten thy father's injunction and done that from which he forbade thee, in consorting with doubtful folk? Answered he, These be of the sons of the merchants, they are no suspicious folk, only lovers of mirth and good cheer. And he continued to lead this life with his friends, day after day, going from place to place and feasting with them and drinking, till they said to him, Our turns are ended, and now it is thy turn. Welcome, and fair cheer. Cried he. So on the morrow, he made ready all that the case called for of meat and drink, twofold what they had provided, and taking cooks and tent pitchers and coffee makers, FN number 262, repaired with the others to Al Rosa, FN number 263, and the Nilometer, where they abode a whole month, eating and drinking and hearing music and making merry. At the end of the month, Ali found that he had spent a great sum of money, But oblivion cursed deluded him and said to him, Though thou shouldst spend every day a like sum, yet wouldst thou not miss aught of it. So he took no account of money expenses and continued this way of life for 3 years, whilst his wife remonstrated with him and reminded him of his father's charge, but he hearkened not to her words, till he had spent all the ready monies he had, when he fell to selling his jewels and spending their price, until they also were all gone. Then he sold his houses, fields, farms and gardens, one after other, till they likewise were all gone, and he had nothing left but the tenement wherein he lived. So he tore out the marble and woodwork and sold it unspent of its price, till he had made an end of all this also, when he took thought with himself and, finding that he had nothing left to expend, sold the house itself and spent the purchase money. After that, the man who had bought the house came to him and said, Seek out for thyself a lodging, as I have need of my house. So he bethought himself and, finding that he had no want of a house, except for his wife, who had borne him a son and daughter, he had not a servant left, he hired a large room in one of the mean courts FN number 264, and there took up his abode, after having lived in honour and luxury, with many eunuchs and much wealth, and he soon came to want 1 day's bread. Quoth his wife, Of this I warned thee and exhorted thee to obey thy father's charge, and thou wouldst not hearken to me. But there is no majesty and there is no might, save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Whence shall the little ones eat? Arise then, go round to thy friends, the sons of the merchants, belike they will give thee somewhat on which we may live this day. So he arose and went to his friends one by one, but they all hid their faces from him and gave him injurious words revolting to hear, but naught else, and he returned to his wife and said to her, They have given me nothing. Thereupon she went forth to beg of her neighbours the wherewithal to keep themselves alive. The comma and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 427th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the wife of Ali the Cain, seeing her husband return empty-handed, went forth to beg of her neighbours the wherewithal to keep themselves alive, and repaired to a woman, whom she had known in former days. When she came in to her and she saw her case, she rose and receiving her kindly, wept and said, What hath befallen you? So she told her all that her husband had done, and the other replied, Welcome and fair cheer, whatever thou needest, seek it of me, without price. Quoth she, Allah requite thee abundantly. FN number 265. Then her friend gave her as much provision as would suffice herself and her family a whole month, and she took it and returned to her lodging. When her husband saw her, he wept and asked, Whence hast thou that? And she answered, I got it of such a woman, for, when I told her what had befallen us, she failed me not in aught, but said, Seek of me all thou needest. Whereupon her husband rejoined, Since thou hast this much, I will betake myself to a place I have in my mind, peradventure Allah Almighty will bring us relief. FN number 266. With these words he took leave of her and kissed his children and went out, not knowing whither he should go, and he continued walking until he came to Bullock, where he saw a ship about to sail for Damietta. FN number 267. Here he met a man, between whom and his father there had been friendship, and he saluted him and said to him, Whither now? Replied Ali, To Damietta, I have friends there, whom I would inquire after and visit them and then return. The man took him home and treated him honourably, then, furnishing him with vivers for the voyage and giving him some gold pieces, embarked him on board the vessel bound for Damietta. When they reached it, Ali landed, not knowing whither to go, but as he was walking along, a merchant saw him and had pity on him, and carried him to his house. Here he abode a while, after which he said in himself, How long this sojourning in other folks' homes? Then he left the merchant's place and walked to the wharf where, after inquiry, he found a ship ready to sail for Syria. His hospitable host provided him with provision and embarked him in the ship, and it set sail, and Ali reached in due season the Syrian shores, where he disembarked and journeyed till he entered Damascus. As he walked about the great thoroughfare, behold, a kindly man saw him and took him to his house, where he tarried for a time till, one day, going abroad, he saw a caravan about to start for Baghdad, and bethought himself to journey thither with it. Thereupon he returned to his host, and taking leave of him, set out with the kafilah. Now Allah, extolled and exalted be He, inclined to him the heart of one of the merchants, so that he took him with him, and Ali ate and drank with him, till they came within one day's journey of Baghdad. Here, however, a company of highwaymen fell upon the caravan and took all they had, and but few of the merchants escaped. These made each for a separate place of refuge, but as for Ali the Cane, he fared for Baghdad, where he arrived at sundown, as the gatekeepers were about to shut the gates, and said to them, "Let me in with you." They admitted him and asked him, "Whence come, and whither wending?" And he answered, "I am a man from Cairo city, and have with me mules laden with merchandise and slaves and servants. I forewent them, to look me out a place wherein to deposit my goods, but, as I rode along on my she-mule, there fell upon me a company of banditti, who took my mule and gear, nor did I escape from them but at my last gasp. The gate guard entreated him honorably, and bade him be good cheer, saying, 'Abide with us this night, and in the morning we will look thee out a place befitting thee.' Then he sought in his breast pocket, and, finding a dinar of those given to him by the merchant at Bullock, handed it to one of the gatekeepers, saying, 'Take this and change it, and bring us something to eat.' The man took it and went to the market, where he changed it, and brought Ali bread and cooked meat. So he ate, he and the gate guards, and he lay the night with them. Now on the morrow, one of the warders carried him to a certain of the merchants of Baghdad, to whom he told the same story, and he believed him, deeming that he was a merchant and had with him loads of merchandise. Then he took him up into his shop and entreated him with honor. Moreover, he sent to his house for a splendid suit of his own apparel for him, and carried him to the hammam. So, quoth Ali of Cairo, I went with him to the bath, and when we came out, he took me and brought me to his house, where he set the morning meal before us, and we ate and made merry. Then said he to one of his black slaves, "O master, take this thy lord, show him the 2 houses standing in such a place, and whichever pleaseth him, give him the key of it, and come back." So I went with the slave, till we came to a street road where stood 3 houses side by side, newly built and yet shut up. He opened the first, and I looked at it, and we did the same to the second, after which he said to me, "Of which shall I give thee the key? To whom doth the big house belong?" "To us." "Open it, that I may view it." "Thou hast no business there." "Wherefore?" "Because it is haunted, and none nighteth the, but in the morning he is a dead man, nor do we use to open the door, when removing the corpse, but mount the terrace roof of one of the other 2 houses, and take it up thence. For this reason my master hath abandoned the house, and saith, I will never again give it to anyone." "Open it," I cried, "that I may view it." And I said in my mind, "This is what I seek. I will pass the night there, and in the morning be a dead man, and be at peace from this my case." So he opened it, and I entered and found it a splendid house, without its like. And I said to the slave, "I will have none other than this house, give me its key." But he rejoined, "I will not give thee this key till I consult my master." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 428th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the negro," continued Ali of Cairo, rejoined, "I will not give thee its key till I consult my master," and going to him, reported, "The Egyptian trader saith, I will lodge in none but the big house." Now when the merchant heard this, he rose, and coming to Ali, spake thus to him, "O my lord, thou hast no need of this house." But he answered, "I will lodge in none other than this, for I care naught for this silly saying." Quoth the other, "Write me an acknowledgment that, If aught happen to thee, I am not responsible. Quoth Ali, so be it, whereupon the merchant fetched an assessor from the Qazi's court and, taking the prescribed acknowledgment, delivered to him the key wherewith he entered the house. The merchant sent him bedding by a blackamoor who spread it for him on the built bench behind the door FN number 268, and walked away. Presently Ali went about and, seeing in the inner court a well with a bucket, let this down and drew water, wherewith he made the lesser ablution and prayed the obligatory prayers. Then he sat a while, till the slave brought him the evening meal from his master's house, together with a lamp, a candle and candlestick, a basin and ewer, and a gugglet FN number 269, after which he left him and returned home. Ali lighted the candle, supped at his ease and prayed the night prayer, and presently he said to himself, Come, take the bedding and go upstairs and sleep there, 'twill be better than here. So he took the bed and carried it upstairs, where he found a splendid saloon, with gilded ceiling and floor and walls cased with coloured marbles. He spread his bed there and sitting down, began to recite somewhat of the sublime Quran, when, ere he was ware, he heard one calling to him and asking, O Ali, O son of Hassan, say me, shall I send thee down the gold? And he answered, Where be the gold thou hast to send? But hardly had he spoken, when gold pieces began to rain down on him, like stones from a catapult, nor ceased till the saloon was full. Then, after the golden shower, said the voice, Set me free, that I may go my way, for I have made an end of my service and have delivered unto thee that which was entrusted to me for thee. Quoth Ali, I adjure, by Allah the Almighty, to tell me the cause of this gold rain. Replied the voice, This in a treasure that was talisman to thee of old time, and to every one who entered the house. We used to come and say, O Ali, O son of Hassan, shall we send thee down the gold? Whereat he would be affrighted and cry out, and we would come down to him and break his neck and go away. But, when thou camest and we accosted thee by thy name and that of thy father, saying, Shall we send thee down the gold? And thou madest answer to us, And where be the gold? We knew thee for the owner of it and sent it down. Moreover, there is yet another hoard for thee in the land of Al-Yaman, and thou wouldest do well to journey thither and fetch it. And now I would fain have thee set me free, that I may go my way. Said Ali, By Allah, I will not set thee free, till thou bring me hither the treasure from the land of Al-Yaman. Said the voice, And I bring it to thee, wilt thou release me and eke the servant of the other hoard? Yes, replied Ali, and the voice cried, Swear to me. So he swore to him, and he was about to go away, when Ali said to him, I have one other need to ask of thee. And he, What is that? Quoth Ali, I have a wife and children at Cairo in such a place, thou needs must fetch them to me, at their ease and without their unease. Quoth he, I will bring them to thee in a mule litter FN number 270, and much state, with a train of eunuchs and servants, together with a treasure from Al-Yaman, Inshallah. FN number 271, then he took of him leave of absence for 3 days, when all this should be with him, and vanished. As soon as it was morning Ali went round about the saloon, seeking a place wherein to store the gold, and saw on the edge of the dais a marble slab with a turning pin. So he turned the pin and the slab sank and showed a door which he opened, and entering, found a great closet, full of bags of coarse stuff carefully sewn. So he began taking out the bags and fell to filling them with gold and storing them in the closet, till he had transported thither all the hoarded gold, whereupon he shut the door and turning the pin, the slab returned to its place. Then he went down and seated himself on the bench behind the door, and presently there came a knock, so he opened and found the merchant's slave who, seeing him comfortably sitting, returned in haste to his master, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 429th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the house owner's black slave returned and knocked at the door, Ali the Cain, son of the merchant Hassan, opened it to him, and the negro, seeing him comfortably sitting, returned in haste to his master with the good tidings, saying, "O my lord, the merchant, who is lodged in the house inhabited by the jinn, FN number 272, is alive and well and sitteth on the bench behind the door." Then the merchant rose joyfully and went to the house, taking breakfast with him, and, when he saw Ali, he embraced him and kissed him between the eyes, asking, "How hath Allah dealt with thee?" And Ali answered, "Right well, I slept upstairs in the marble saloon." Quoth the merchant, "Did aught come to thee, or didst thou see anything?" And quoth Ali, "No, I recited some little of the sublime Quran and slept till morning, when I arose and, after making the minor oblation and praying, seated myself on the bench behind the door." "Praise be Allah for safety," exclaimed the merchant, then left him and presently sent him black slaves and white Mamelukes and handmaidens with household gear. They swept the house from top to bottom and furnished it with magnificent furniture, after which 3 white slaves and 3 blacks and 4 slave girls remained with him, to serve him, while the rest returned to their master's house. Now when the merchants heard of him, they sent him presents of all manner things of price, even to food and drink and clothes, and took him with them to the market, asking, "When will thy baggage arrive?" And he answered, "After 3 days it will surely come." When the term had elapsed, the servant of the first horde, the golden rain, came to him and said, "Go forth and meet the treasure I have brought thee from Al Yemen together with thy harem, for I bring part of the wealth in the semblance of costly merchandise, with the eunuchs and Mamelukes and the mules and horses and camels are all of the Jann." Now the Jinni, when he betook himself to Cairo, found Ali's wife and children in sore misery, naked and hungry, so he carried them out of the city in a travelling litter and clad them in sumptuous raiment of the stuffs which were in the treasure of Al Yemen. So when Ali heard this, he arose and repairing to the merchants, said to them, "Rise and go forth with us from the city, to meet the caravan bringing my merchandise, and honour us with the presence of your harems, to meet my harem." Hearkening and obedience, answered they, and, sending for their harems, went forth all together and took seat in one of the city gardens, and as they sat talking, behold, a dust cloud rose out of the heart of the desert, and they flocked forth to see what it was. Presently it lifted and discovered mules and muleteers, tent pitchers and linkmen, who came on, singing and dancing, till they reached the garden, when the chief of the muleteers walked up to Ali and kissing his hand, said to him, "O my master, we have been long on the way, for we purposed entering yesterday, but we were in fear of the bandits, so abode in our station 4 days, till Almighty Allah rid us of them." Thereupon the merchants mounted their mules and rode forward with the caravan, the harems waiting behind, till Ali's wife and children mounted with them, and they all entered in splendid train. The merchants marvelled at the number of mules laden with chests, whilst the women of the merchants wondered at the richness of the apparel of his wife and the fine raiment of her children, and kept saying each to other, "Verily, the king of Baghdad hath no such gear, no, nor any other of the kings or lords or merchants." So they ceased not to fare forwards in high great state, the men with Ali of Cairo and the harems with his harem, till they came to the mansion, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 430th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that they ceased not to fare forwards in high state, the men with Ali's men and the women with his wife, till they came to the mansion, where they alighted and brought the mules and their burdens into the midst of the courtyard. Then they'd unloaded them and warehoused the goods, whilst the merchants' wives went up with Ali's family to the saloon, which they found as it were a luxuriant garden, spread with magnificent furniture. They sat in mirth and good cheer till noon, when they brought them up the midday meal, all manner meats and sweetmeats of the very best, and they ate and drank costly sherbets and perfumed themselves thereafter with rose water and scented woods. Then they took leave and went home, men and women, and, when the merchants returned to their places, they sent presents to the husband according to their conditions, and their wives likewise sent presents to the wife, so that there came to them great store of handmaids and negroes and mamelukes, and all kinds of goods, such as grain, sugar and so forth, in abundance beyond account. As for the Baghdad merchant, the landlord of the house, he abode with Ali and quitted him not, but said to him, "Let the black slaves and servants take the mules and the common cattle into one of my other houses, to rest." Quoth Ali, "They set out again tonight for such a place." Then he gave them leave to go forth and camp outside the city, that they might start on their journey at night come, whereupon, hardly believing that they were dismissed, they took leave of him and departing to the outliers of the city, flew off through the air to the several abodes. So Ali and his house owner sat together till a third of the night was past, when their colloquy ended and the merchant returned to his own house, and Ali went up to his wife and children, and after saluting them, said, "What hath befallen you in my absence all this time?" So she told him what they had suffered of hunger and nakedness and travail, and he said, "Praise be Allah for safety. How did ye come?" Answered she, "O my lord, I was asleep with my children yesternight, when suddenly and unexpectedly one raised us from the ground and flew with us through the firmament without doing us any hurt, nor did he leave flying with us, till he set us down in a place as it were an Arab camping ground, where we saw laden mules and a travelling litter borne upon 2 great mules, and around it servants, all boys and men. So I asked them, Who are ye and what are these loads and where are we? And they answered, We are the servants of the merchant Ali of Cairo, son of the merchant jeweller, who hath sent us to fetch you to him at Baghdad. Quoth I, Tell me, is it far or near, hence to Baghdad? They replied, Near, there lieth between us and the city but the darkness of the night. Then they mounted us in the litter and, when the morrow dawned, we found ourselves with thee, without having suffered any hurt whatever. Quoth he, Who gave you these dresses? And quoth she, The chief of the caravan opened one of the boxes on the mules and taking out thereof these clothes, clad me and thy children each in a suit, after which he locked the case and gave me the key, saying, Take care of it, till thou give it to thy husband. And here it is safe by me. So saying, she gave him the key, and he said, Dost thou know the chest? Said she, Yes, I know it. So he took her down to the magazine and showed her the boxes, when she cried, This is the one whence the dresses were taken, upon which he put the key in the lock and opened the chest, wherein he found much raiment and the keys of all the other cases. So he took them and fell to opening them, one after another, and feasting his eyes upon the gems and precious ores they contained, whose like was not found with any of the kings, after which he locked them again, took the keys, and returned to the saloon, saying to his wife, This is of the bounty of Almighty Allah. Then bringing her to the secret slab he turned the pin and opened the door of the closet, into which he entered with her and showed her the gold he had laid up therein. Quoth she, Whence came all this to thee? It came to me by the grace of my Lord, answered he. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 431st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Ali's wife had looked upon the gold she said to him, Whence came all this to thee? It came to me by the grace of my Lord, answered he. When I left thee in my trouble, I shipped at Bullock for Damietta and met a friend there who forwarded me to Damascus. In brief he told her all that had befallen him, from first to last. Said she, O my lord, all this cometh by boon of thy father's blessing and orisons when he prayed for thee, before his death, saying, I beseech Allah to cast thee into no straits except he grant thee ready relief. So praise be Allah Almighty for that he hath brought thee deliverance and hath requited thee with more than went from thee. But Allah upon thee, O my lord, Return not to thy practice of associating with doubtful folk, but look thou fear Allah, whose name be exalted, both in private and in public. And as she went on to admonish him, he said, I accept thine admonition and beg the Almighty to remove the froward from amongst us and stablish us in his obedience and in the observance of the law and practice of his Prophet, on whom be blessings and peace. After that Ali and his wife and children were in all solace of life and gladness, and he opened him a shop in the merchant's bazaar and, stocking it with a somewhat of jewels and bullion, sat therein with his children and white servants. Presently he became the most considerable of the merchants of Baghdad, and his report reached the king of that city, FN number 273, who sent a messenger to command his attendants, saying, Answer the summons of the king who requireth thee. He replied, I hear and obey, and straightway prepared his present, and he took 4 trays of red gold and, filling them with jewels and precious metals, such as no king possessed, went up to the palace and presenting himself before the presence, kissed the ground between his hands and wished him endurance of goods and glory in the finest language he could command. Said the king, O merchant, thou cheerest our city with thy presence. And Ali rejoined, O king of the age, thy slave hath brought thee a gift and hopeth for acceptance thereof from thy favour. Then he laid the 4 trays before the king, who uncovered them, and seeing that they contained gems, whose fellows he possessed not and whose worth equalled treasuries of money, said, Thy present is accepted, O merchant, and inshallah, we will requite thee with its like. And Ali kissed his hands and went away, whereupon the king called his grandees and said to them, How many of the kings have sought my daughter in marriage? Many, answered they, and he asked, Hath any of them given me the like of this gift? Whereto they replied, Not one, for that none of them hath its like. And he said, I have consulted Allah Almighty by lot as to marrying my daughter to this merchant. What say ye? Be it as thou reckest, answered A. Then he bade the eunuch carry the 4 trays into his seraglio, and going into his wife, laid them before her. She uncovered them, and seeing therein that whose like she possessed not, no, nor a fraction thereof, said to him, From which of the kings hast thou these? Perchance of one of the royalties that seek thy daughter in marriage? Said he, Not so, I had them of an Egyptian merchant, who is lately come to this our city. Now when I heard of his coming I sent to command him to us, thinking to make his acquaintance, so haply we might find with him somewhat of jewels and buy them of him for our daughter's trousseau. He obeyed our summons and brought us these 4 trays, as a present, and I saw him to be a handsome youth of dignified aspect and intelligent as elegant, almost such as should be the sons of kings. Wherefore my heart inclined to him at sight, and my heart rejoiced in him, and I thought good to marry my daughter to him. So I showed the gift to my grandees, who agreed with me that none of the kings hath the like of these, and I told them my project. But what sayest thou? And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 432nd night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the king of Baghdad, after showing the presents to his wife and highly praising Ali, the merchant jeweller, and informing her of the proposed marriage, asked, But what sayest thou? She replied, O king of the age, the ordering this affair is in Allah's hand, and thine, and whatso Allah willeth shall come to pass. Rejoined the king, If it be his will, I will marry her to none other than this young man. He slept on this resolve, and on the morrow, he went out to his divan and summoned Ali and the rest of the merchants of Baghdad, and when all came bade them be seated. Then said he, Bring me the Qazi of the divan, and they brought him, whereupon the king said to him, O Qazi, write the contract of marriage between my daughter and the merchant Ali the Kain. But Ali said, Thy pardon, O our lord the Sultan. It befitteth not that a trader such as I, be the king's son-in-law. Quoth the king, It is my will to bestow this favour upon thee, as well as the wazirate, and he invested him forthwith in the wazir's office and ministerial robes. Then Ali sat down in the chair of the wazirate and said, O King of the age, thou hast bestowed on me this, and indeed I am honoured by thy bounties, but here one word I have to say to thee. He replied, Say on, and fear not. Quoth Ali, Since it is thine august resolution to marry thy daughter, thou wouldst do better to marry her to my son. Quoth the king, Hast thou then a son? And Ali replied, Yes. Send for him forthwith, said the king. Thereupon answered Ali hearkening and obedience, and dispatched a servant to fetch his son, who came and kissing the ground before the king, stood in an attitude of respect. The king looked at him, and seeing him to be yet comelier than his daughter and goodlier than she in stature and proportion and brightness and perfection, said to him, What is thy name, O my son? My name is Hassan, O our lord the Sultan, replied the young man, who was then 14 years old. Then the Sultan said to the Qazi, Write the contract of marriage between my daughter Hassan al-Wajd and Hassan, son of the merchant Ali the Kain. So he wrote the marriage contract between them, and the affair was ended in the goodliest fashion, after which all in the divan went their ways, and the merchants followed the Wazir Ali, escorting him to his house, where they gave him joy of his advancement and departed. Then he went into his wife, who seeing him clad in the Wazir's habit, exclaimed, What is this? When he told her all that had passed from first to last, and she joyed therein with exceeding joy. So sped the night, and on the morrow, he went up to the divan, where the king received him with especial favour, and seating him close by his side, said, O Wazir, we purpose to begin the wedding festivities and bring thy son into our daughter. Replied Ali, O our lord the Sultan, whatso thou deemest good is good. So the Sultan gave orders to celebrate the festivities, and they decorated the city and held high festival for 30 days. In all joy and gladness, at the end of which time, Hassan, son of the Wazir Ali, went in to the princess and enjoyed her beauty and loveliness. When the queen saw her daughter's husband, she conceived a warm affection for him, and in like manner she rejoiced greatly in his mother. Then the king bade build for his son-in-law Hassan Ali's son a palace beside his own, so they built him with all speed a splendid palace in which he took up his abode. And his mother used to tarry with him some days and then go down to her own house. After a while the queen said to her husband, O king of the age, Hassan's lady mother cannot take up her abode with her son and leave the wazir, neither can she tarry with the wazir and leave her son. Thou sayest sooth, replied the king, and bade edify a third palace beside that of Hassan, which being done in a few days he caused remove thither the goods of the wazir. And the minister and his wife took up their abode there. Now the 3 palaces communicated with one another, so that when the king had a mind to speak with the wazir by night, he would go to him or send to fetch him, and so with Hassan and his father and mother. On this wise they dwelt in all solace and in the greatest happiness, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 433rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the king and their wazir and his son ceased not to dwell in all solace and in the greatest happiness a while, till the king fell ill and his sickness grew on him. So he summoned the lords of his realm and said to them, There is come upon me a sore malady, peradventure a mortal, and I have therefore summoned you to consult you respecting a certain matter, on which I would have you counsel me as you deem well. They asked, What is the matter of which thou wouldest take counsel with us, O king? And he answered, I am old and sickly, and I fear for the realm after me from its enemies, so I would have you all agree upon some one, that I may proclaim him king in my lifetime, and so ye may be at ease. Whereupon quoth they with one voice, We all approve of thy daughter's husband Hassan, son of the Wazir Ali, for we have seen his wit and perfect understanding, and he knoweth the place of all, great and small. Asked the king, Are ye indeed agreed upon this? And they answered, Yes. Rejoined he, Peradventure ye all say this to my face, of respect for me, but behind my back ye will say otherwise. However, they all replied, By Allah, our word is one and the same in public and in private, and we accept him frankly and with heartiness of heart and breadth of breast. Quoth he, Since the case is thus, bring the Qazi of the Holy Law and all the chamberlains and viceroys and officers of state before me tomorrow, and we will order the affair after the goodliest fashion. We hear and we obey, answered they withdrawing, notified all the ulama, FN number 274, the doctors of the law and the chief personages among the emirs. So when the morrow dawned, they came up to the divan and, having craved and obtained permission to enter, they saluted the king, saying, Here are we all in thy presence. Whereto he made reply, O emirs of Baghdad, whom will ye have to be king over you after me, that I may inaugurate him during my lifetime, before the presence of you all? Quoth they with one voice, We are agreed upon thy daughter's husband Hassan, son of the Wazir Ali. Quoth he, If it be so, go all of you and bring him before me. So they all arose and, repairing to Hassan's palace, said to him, Rise, come with us to the king. Wherefore? Asked he, and they answered, For a thing that will benefit both us and thee. So he went in with them to the king and kissed the ground before his father-in-law, who said to him, Be seated, O my son. He sat down and the king continued, O Hassan, all the emirs have approved of thee and agreed to make thee king over them after me, and it is my purpose to proclaim thee, whilst I yet live, and so make an end of the business. But Hassan stood up and, kissing the ground once more before the king, said to him, O my lord the king, among the emirs there be many who are older than I and greater of worth, acquit me therefore of this thing. But all the emirs cried out, saying, We consent not but that thou be king over us. Then said Hassan, My father is older than I and he are one thing, and it befits not to advance me over him. But Ali said, I will consent to nothing save whatso contenteth my brethren, and they have all chosen and agreed upon thee, wherefore gainsay thou not the king's commandment and that of thy brethren. And Hassan hung his head abashed before the king and his father. Then said the king to the emirs, Do ye all accept of him? We do, answered they, and recited thereupon 7 fatihas. FN number 275. So the king said, O Qazi, draw up a legal instrument testifying of these emirs that they are agreed to make king over them my daughter's husband Hassan. The Qazi wrote the act and made it binding on all men, FN number 276, after they had sworn in a body the oath of fealty to Hassan. Then the king did likewise and bade him take his seat on the throne of kingship, whereupon they all arose and kissed King Hassan's hands and did homage to him, and swore lealty to him. And the new king dispensed justice among the people that day in fashion right royal, and invested the grandees of the realm in splendid robes of honor. When the divan broke up, he went into and kissed the hands of his father-in-law, who spake thus to him, O my son, look thou rule the lieges in the fear of Allah. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 434th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when King Hassan was quit of the divan, he went into and kissed the hands of his wife's father, who spake thus to him, O my son, look thou rule the lieges in the fear of Allah. Whereto he replied, O my father, through thy prayers for me, the grace and guidance of Allah will come to me. Then he entered his own palace and was met by his wife and her mother and their attendants, who kissed his hands and gave him joy of his advancement, saying, Be this day blessed. Next he went in to his father and mother, who joyed with exceeding joy in that which Allah had vouchsafed him of his advancement to the kingship, and his further charged him to fear Allah and to deal mercifully with his subjects. He passed the night in glee and gladness, and on the morrow, having prayed the obligatory prayers ending with the usual short chapters FN number 277 of the Quran, he went up to the divan, whither came all his officers and dignitaries. He passed the day in dispensing justice among the folk, bidding to graciousness and forbidding ungraciousness, and appointing to place and displacing, till day end, when the divan broke up, after the goodliest fashion, and all the troops withdrew and each went his own way. Then he arose and repaired to the palace, where he found his father-in-law's sickness grown heavy upon him, and said to him, "May no ill befall thee." At this the old king opened his eyes, and said, "O Hassan." And he replied, "At thy service, O my lord." Quoth the old king, "Mine appointed hour is at hand. Be thou careful of thy wife and her mother, and look thou fear Allah and honour thy parents, and bide in awe of the majesty of the requiting king, and bear in mind that he commandeth justice and good works." And King Hassan replied, "I hear and obey." Now after this the old king lingered 3 days, and then departed into the mercy of Almighty Allah. So they laid him out and shrouded and buried him, and held over him readings and perlections of the Quran, to the end of the customary 40 days. And King Hassan, son of the Wazir, reigned in his stead, and his subjects joyed in him, and all his days were gladness. Moreover, his further ceased not to be his chief wazir on his right hand, and he took to himself another wazir, to be at his left hand. His reign was a prosperous and well-ordered, and he lived a long life as king of Baghdad, and Allah blessed him, by the old king's daughter, with 3 sons who inherited the kingdom after him, and they abode in the solace of life and its pleasures till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the severer of societies. And the glory be to him who is eternal, and in whose hand are annulling and confirming. And of the tales they tell is one of the pilgrim man and the old woman. A man of the pilgrims once slept a long sleep, and awaking, found no trace of the caravan. So he rose up and walked on, but lost his way, and presently came to a tent, where he saw an old woman standing at the entrance, and by her side a dog asleep. He went up to the tent and, saluting the old woman, sought of her food, when she replied, "Go to yonder wadi and catch thy sufficiency of serpents, that I may broil of them for thee and give thee to eat." Rejoined the pilgrim, "I dare not catch serpents, nor did I ever eat them." Quoth the old woman, "I will go with thee and catch some, fear not." So she went with him, followed by the dog, to the valley, and, catching a sufficient number of serpents, proceeded to broil them. He saw nothing for it, saith the storyteller, but to eat, in fear of hunger and exhaustion. So he ate of the serpents. FN number 278. Then he was athirst and asked for water to drink, and she answered, "Go to the spring and drink." Accordingly, he went to the spring and found the water thereof bitter, yet needs must he drink of it despite its bitterness, because of the violence of his thirst. Presently he returned to the old woman and said to her, "I marvel, O ancient dame, at thy choosing to sojourn in this place." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 435th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the palmer man drank the bitter draught for stress of thirst, he returned and said, I marvel, O ancient dame, at thy choosing to sojourn in this place, and thy putting up with such meat and drink." She asked, "And how is it then in thy country?" Whereto he answered, "In my country are houses wide and spacious, and fruits ripe and delicious, and waters sweet, and viands savourous, and of goodly use, and meats fat and full of juice, and flocks innumerous, and all things pleasant, and all the goods of life, the like whereof are not, save in the paradise which Allah the Omnipotent hath promised to his servants pious." Replied she, "All this have I heard, but tell me, have ye a sultan who ruleth over you and is tyrannical in his rule, and under whose hand you are, one who, if any of you commit an offence, taketh his goods and ruineth him, and who, when as he will, turneth you out of house and home, and uprooteth you, stock and branch?" Replied the man, "Indeed that may be." And she rejoined, "If so, by Allah, these your delicious food and life of daintyhood and gifts, however good, with tyranny and oppression, are but a searching poison, while our coarse meat, which in freedom and safety we eat, is a healthful medicine. Hast thou not heard that the best of boons, after Al-Islam, the true faith, are sanity and security? FN number 279, now such boons, quoth he who telleth the tale, may be by the just rule of the Sultan, vice-regent of Allah on his earth, and the goodness of his polity. The Sultan of time past needed but little awfulness, for when the lieges saw him, they feared him, but the Sultan of these days hath need of the most accomplished polity and the utmost majesty, because men are not as men of bygone time, and this our age has one of the folk opprobrious, and is greatly calamitous, noted for folly and hardness of heart, and inclined to hate and enmity. If, therefore, the Sultan, which Almighty Allah offend, be weak or wanting in polity and majesty, this will be the assured cause of his country's ruin. Quoth the proverb, 100 years of the Sultan's tyranny, but not 1 year of the people's tyranny one over other. When the lieges oppress one another, Allah sitteth over them a tyrannical Sultan and a terrible king. Thus it is told in history that one day there was sent to Al-Hajjaj bin Yusuf a slip of paper, whereon was written, "Fear Allah and oppress not his servants with all manner of oppression." When he read this, he mounted the pulpit, for he was eloquent and ever ready of speech, and said, "O folk, Allah Almighty hath made me ruler over you, by reason of your frowardness." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 436th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Hajjaj Yusuf's son read the paper, he mounted the pulpit and said, "O folk, Allah Almighty hath made me ruler over you by reason of your frowardness, and indeed, though I die yet will ye not be delivered from oppression, with these your ill deeds, for the Almighty hath created like unto me many an one. If it be not I, 'twill be one more mischievous than I, and a mightier in oppression and a more merciless in his majesty, even as saith the poet, FN number 280-. For not a deed the hand can try save neath the hand of God on high, nor tyrant harsh work tyranny uncrushed by tyrant harsh as he. Tyranny is feared, but justice is the best of all things. We beg Allah to better our case. And among tales is that of Abu al-Hasan and his slave girl to Adad. FN number 281. There was once in Baghdad a man of consequence and rich in monies and immovables, who was one of the chiefs of the merchants, and Allah had largely endowed him with worldly goods, but had not vouchsafed him what he longed for of offspring, and there passed over him a long space of time, without his being blessed with issue, male or female. His years waxed great, his bones became wasted and his back bent, weakness and weariness grew upon him, and he feared the loss of his wealth and possessions, seeing he had no child whom he might make his heir and by whom his name should be remembered. So he betook himself with supplication to Almighty Allah, fasting by day and praying through the night. Moreover, he vowed many vows to the living, the Eternal, and visited the pious and was constant in supplication to the Most Highest, till he gave ear to him and accepted his prayer and took pity on his straining and complaining, so that, before many days were past, he knew carnally one of his women and she conceived by him the same night. In due time she finished her months and, casting her burden, bore a male child as he were a slice of the moon, whereupon the merchant fulfilled his vows in his gratitude to Allah, to whom be honor and glory, and gave alms and clothed the widow and the orphan. On the 7th night after the boy's birth, he named him Abu al-Hasan, FN number 282, and the wet nurses suckled him and the dry nurses dandled him and the servants and the slaves carried him and handled him, till he shot up and grew tall and throve greatly and learnt the sublime Quran and the ordinances of Al-Islam and the canons of the true faith, and calligraphy and poetry and mathematics and archery. On this wise he became the union pearl of his age and the goodliest of the folk of his time and his day, fair of face and of tongue fluent, carrying himself with a light and graceful gait, and glorying in his stature, proportionate and amorous graces which were to many a bait. And his cheeks were red, and flower white was his forehead, and his side face waxed brown with tender down, even as saith one, describing him. The spring of the down on cheeks right clearly shows, and how when the spring is gone shall last the rose. Dost thou not see that the growth upon his cheek is violet bloom that from its leaves outgrows? He abode a while in ease and happiness with his father, who rejoiced and delighted in him, till he came to man's estate, when the merchant one day made him sit down before him, and said, O my son, the appointed term draweth near, my hour of death is at hand, and it remaineth to me teller, to whom belong majesty and might. I leave thee what shall suffice thee, even to thy son's son, of monies and mansions, farms and gardens. Wherefore, fear thou Almighty Allah, O my son, in dealing with that which I bequeath to thee, and follow none but those who will help thee to the divine favour. Not long after, he sickened and died, so his son ordered his funeral, FN number 283, after the goodliest wise, and burying him, returned to his house and sat mourning for him many days and nights. But behold, certain of his friends came in to him and said to him, Whoso leaveth a son like thee is not dead. Indeed, what is past, and fled, and mourning beseemeth none but the young maid and the wife cloistered. And they ceased not from him till they wrought on him to enter the hammam and break off his mourning dot. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 437th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Abu al-Hasan was visited by his friends and taken to the hammam and persuaded to break off his mourning, he presently forgot his father's charge, and his head was turned by his riches. He thought fortune would always won with him as it was, and that wealth would ever wax and never wane. So he ate and drank and made merry and took his pleasure and gave gifts of gear and coin and was profuse with gold and addressed himself up to eating fowls and breaking the seals of wine flasks and listening to the giggle of the daughter of the vine, as she gurgled from the flagon and enjoying the jingle of the singing girls. Nor did he give over this way of life, till his wealth was wasted and the case worsened and all his goods went from him, and he bit his hands FN number 284, in bitter penitence. For of a truth he had nothing left, after that which he had squandered, but a concubine, a slave girl whom his father had bequeathed to him with the rest of his estate, and she had no equal in beauty and loveliness and brightness and liveliness and symmetric stature and perfect grace. She was past mistress in every manner of arts and accomplishments, and endowed with many excellences, surpassing all the folk of her age and time. She was grown more notorious than the waymark, FN number 285, for her seductive genius, and outdid the fair both in theory and practice, and she was noted for her swimming gait, flexile and delicate, albeit she was full 5 feet in height and by all the boons of fortune decked and dight, with straight arched brows twain, as they were the crescent moon of Shaban, FN number 286, and eyes like gazelle's e'en, and nose like the edge of cimeter fine, and cheeks like anemones of blood red shine, and mouth like Solomon's seal and sign, and teeth like necklaces of pearls in line, and navel holding an ounce of oil of benzoin, and waist more slender than his body, whom love hath wasted and whom concealment hath made sick, with bein and hind parts heavier than 2 hills of sand. Briefly, she was a volume of charms after his saying who saith, Her fair shape ravisheth, if face to face she did appear, and if she turn, for severance from her she slayeth sheer. Sunlight, full moon like, sapling like, and to her character estrangement no wise appertains, nor cruelty austere. Under the bosom of her shift the garths of Eden are, and the full moon revolveth still upon her neck rings sphere. FN number 287. She seemed a full moon rising and a gazelle browsing, a girl of 9+5 FN number 288, shaming the moon and sun, even as saith of her the sayer eloquent and ingenious. Semblance of full moon heaven bore, When 5 and 5 are conjoined by 4, 'tis not my sin if she made of me. It's like when it riseth horizon o'er. FN number 289. Clean of skin, odoriferous of breath, it seemed as if she were of fire fashioned and of crystal moulded. Rose red was the cheek of her, and perfect the shape and form of her, even as one saith of her, describing her. Scented with sandal FN number 290, and musk, right proudly doth she go, with gold and silver and rose and saffron colour aglow. A flower in the garden she is, a pearl in an arch of gold, or an image in chapel FN number 291, set for worship of high and low. Slender and shapely she is, vivacity bids her rise, but the weight of her hips says, sit, or softly and slowly go. Whenas her favours I seek and sue for my heart's desire, be gracious, her beauty says, but her coquetry answers, no. Glory to him who made beauty her portion, and that of her lover to be the prate of the censurers, hi-ho. FN number 292. She captivated all who saw her, with the excellence of her beauty and the sweetness of her smile, FN number 293, and shot them down with the shafts she launched from her eyes, and withal she was eloquent of speech and excellently skilled in verse. Now when Abu al-Hasan had squandered all his gold, and his ill plight all could behold, and there remained to him naught save this slave girl, he abode 3 days without tasting meat or taking rest in sleep, and the handmaid said to him, O my lord, carry me to the commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 438th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that quoth the slave girl to her master, O my lord, carry me to Harun al-Rashid, 5th of the sons of Abbas, and seek of him to my price 10,000 dinars. If he deem me dear, say to him, O prince of true believers, my handmaid is worth more than this, do but prove her, and her value will be magnified in thine eyes, for this slave girl hath not her equal, and she were unfit to any but thou. And she added, Beware, O my lord, of selling me at less than the sum I have named, indeed 'tis but little for the like of me. Now her owner knew not her worth, nor that she had no equal in her day, but he carried her to the Caliph and sat her in the presence and repeated what she had bidden him say. The Caliph asked her, What is thy name? To which she answered, My name is Tuadad. FN number 294. He then inquired, O Tuadad, in what branches of knowledge dost thou excel? And she replied, O my lord, I am versed in syntax and poetry and jurisprudence and exegesis and philosophy, and I am skilled in music and the knowledge of the divine ordinances, and in arithmetic and geodesy and geometry and the fables of the ancients. I know the sublime Quran by heart and have read it according to the 7, the 10 and the 14 modes. I know the number of its chapters and versets and sections and words, and its halves and fourths and eighths and tenths, the number of prostrations which occur in it and the sum total of its letters, and I know what there is in it of abrogating and abrogated FN number 295, also what parts of it were revealed at Al-Medina and what at Mecca, and the cause of the different revelations. I know the holy traditions of the apostles' sayings, historical and legendary, the established and those whose ascription is doubtful, and I have studied the exact sciences, geometry and philosophy and medicine and logic and rhetoric and composition, and I have learnt many things by rote and am passionately fond of poetry. I can play the lute and know its gamut and notes and notation and the crescendo and diminuendo. If I sing and dance, I seduce, and if I dress and scent myself, I slay. In fine, I have reached a pitch of perfection such as can be estimated only by those of them who are firmly rooted in knowledge. FN number 296. Now when the Caliph heard these words spoken by one so young, he wondered at her eloquence, and turning to Abu al-Hasan, said, I will summon those who shall discuss with her all she claimeth to know, If she answer correctly, I will give thee the price thou askest for her and more, and if not, thou art fitter to have her than I. With gladness and goodly gree, O Commander of the Faithful, replied Abu al-Hasan. So the Caliph wrote to the Viceroy of Bassorah, to send him Ibrahim bin Sayyar the prosodist, who was the first man of his day in argument and eloquence and poetry and logic, and bade him bring with him readers of the Quran and learned doctors of the law and physicians and astrologers and scientists and mathematicians and philosophers, and Ibrahim was more learned than all. In a little while they arrived at the palace of the Caliphate, knowing not what was to do, and the Caliph sent for them to his sitting chamber and ordered them to be seated. So they sat down, and he bade bring the damsel to Adad, who came and unveiling, showed herself, as she were a sparkling star. FN number 297, the Caliph set her a stool of gold, and she saluted, and speaking with an eloquent tongue, said, O Commander of the Faithful, bid the ulama and the doctors of law and leeches and astrologers and scientists and mathematicians and all here present contend with me in argument. So he said to them, I desire of you that ye dispute with this damsel on the things of her faith, and stultify her argument in all she advanceth. And they answered, saying, We hear and we obey Allah and thee, O Commander of the Faithful. Upon this Tuadad bowed her head and said, Which of you is the doctor of the law, the scholar, versed in the readings of the Quran and in the traditions? Quoth one of them, I am the man thou seekest. Quoth she, Then ask me of what thou wilt. Said the doctor, Hast thou read the precious book of Allah, and dost thou know its cancelling and cancelled parts, and hast thou meditated its verses and its letters? Yes, answered she. Then, said he, I will proceed to question thee of the obligations and the immutable ordinances. So tell me of these, O damsel, and who is thy Lord, who thy prophet, who thy guide, what is thy point of fronting in prayer, and who be thy brethren? Also what thy spiritual path and what thy highway? Whereto she replied, Allah is my Lord, and Muhammad, whom Allah save and assain, my prophet, and the Quran is my guide, and the Kaaba my fronting, and the true believers are my brethren. The practice of good is my path, and the Sunnah my highway. The Caliph again marveled at her words so eloquently spoken by one so young, and the doctor pursued, O damsel, with what do we know Almighty Allah? Said she, with the understanding. Said he, and what is the understanding? Quoth she, it is of the two kinds, natural and acquired. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 439th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the damsel continued, The understanding is of two kinds, natural and acquired. The natural is that which Allah, to whom be honor and glory, created for the right direction of his servants after his will, and the acquired is that which men accomplish by dint of study and fair knowledge. He rejoined, Thou hast answered well. Where is the seat of the understanding? Allah casteth it in the heart, whence its lustrous beams ascend to the brain and there become fixed. How knowest thou the prophet of Allah? By the reading of Allah's holy book, and by signs and proofs and portents and miracles. What are the obligations and the immutable ordinances? The obligations are 5. 1. Testification that there is no Allah, FN number 298, but Allah, no God but the God alone and one, which for partner hath none, and that Muhammad is his servant and his apostle. 2. The standing in prayers. FN number 299. 3. The payment of the poor. 8. 4. Fasting Ramazan. 5. The pilgrimage to Allah's holy house for all to whom the journey is possible. The immutable ordinances are 4, to wit, night and day and sun and moon, the which build up life and hope, nor any son of Adam wotteth if they will be destroyed on the day of judgment. What are the obligatory observances of the faith? They are 5, prayer, almsgiving, fasting, pilgrimage, fighting for the faith and abstinence from the forbidden. Why dost thou stand up to pray? to express the devout intent of the slave acknowledging the deity. Q. What are the obligatory conditions which precede standing in prayer? Purification, covering the shame, avoidance of soiled clothes, standing on a clean place, fronting the Kaaba, an upright posture, the intent FN number 300, and the pronouncing Allahu Akbar of prohibition. FN number 301, Q. With what shouldest thou go forth from thy house to pray? With the intent of worship mentally pronounced. Q. With what intent shouldest thou enter the mosque? With an intent of service. Q. Why do we front the Qibla? FN number 302. In obedience to 3 divine orders and 1 traditional ordinance. Q. What are the beginning, the consecration and the end of prayer? Purification beginneth prayer, saying the Allahu Akbar of prohibition consecuteth, and the salutation endeth prayer. Q. What deserveth he who neglecteth prayer? It is reported, among the authentic traditions of the Prophet, that he said, Whoso neglecteth prayer wilfully and purposely hath no part in Al-Islam. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 440th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that after the damsel had repeated the words of that holy tradition, the doctor cried, Thou hast replied aright. Now say me, what is prayer? Prayer is communion between the slave and his Lord, and in it are 10 virtues. 1. It illumineth the heart. 2. It maketh the face shine. 3. It pleaseth the compassionate one. 4. It angereth Satan. 5. It conjureth calamity. 6. It wardeth off the mischief of enemies. 7. It multiplieth mercy. 8. It forfendeth vengeance and punishment. 9. It bringeth the slave nigh unto his Lord. And 10. It restraineth from lewdness and frowardness. Hence it is one of the absolute requisites and obligatory ordinances and the pillar of the faith. Q. What is the key of prayer? Wazd or the lesser ablution? FN number 303. Q. What is the key to the lesser ablution? Intention and naming the Almighty. Q. What is the key of naming the Almighty? Assured faith. Q. What is the key of faith? Trust in the Lord. Q. What is the key of trust in the Lord? Hope. Q. What is the key of hope? Obedience. Q. What is the key of obedience? The confession of the unity and the acknowledgement of the divinity of Allah. Q. What are the divine ordinances of wuzu, the minor ablution? They are 6, according to the canon of the Imam al-Shafi Muhammad bin Idris, of whom Allah accept. 1. Intent while washing the face. 2. Washing the face. 3. Washing the hands and forearms. 4. Wiping part of the head. 5. Washing the feet and heels. And 6. Observing due order. FN number 304. And the traditional statutes are 10. 1. Nomination. 2. And washing the hands before putting them into the water pot. 3. And mouth rinsing. 4. And snuffing. FN number 305. 5. And wiping the whole head. 6. And wetting the ears within and without with fresh water. 7. And separating a thick beard. 8. And separating the fingers and toes. FN number 306. 9. And washing the right foot before the left and 10. Doing each of these thrice and all in unbroken order. When the minor ablution is ended, the worshipper should say, I testify that there is no God but the God, the one, which for partner hath none, and I testify that Muhammad is his servant and his apostle. O my Allah, make me of those who repent and in purity are permanent. Glory to thee, O my God, and in thy praise I bear witness, that there is no God save thou. I crave pardon of thee and I repent to thee. For it is reported, in the holy traditions, that the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve, said of this prayer, Whoso endeth every ablution with this prayer, the 8 gates of paradise are open to him, he shall enter at which he pleaseth. Q. When a man purposeth ablution, what betideth him from the angels and the devils? When a man prepareth for ablution, the angels come and stand on his right and the devils on his left hand. FN number 307. If he name Almighty Allah at the beginning of the ablution, the devils flee from him and the angels hover over him with a pavilion of light, having 4 ropes, to each an angel glorifying Allah and craving pardon for him, so long as he remaineth silent or calleth upon the name of Allah. But if he omit to begin washing with naming Allah, to whom belong might and majesty, neither remain silent, the devils take command of him, and the angels depart from him, and Satan whispereth evil thoughts unto him, till he fall into doubt and come short in his ablution. For, quoth he, on whom be blessing and peace, a perfect ablution driveth away Satan and assureth against the tyranny of the Sultan. And again quoth he, if calamity befall one who is not pure by ablution, verily and assuredly let him blame none but himself. Q. What should a man do when he awaketh from sleep? He should wash his hands thrice, before putting them into the water vessel. Q. What are the Quranic and traditional orders anent ghusl, the complete ablution? FN number 308. The divine ordinances are intent and crowning. FN number 309. The whole body with water, that is, the liquid shall come at every part of the hair and skin. Now the traditional ordinances are the minor ablution as preliminary, rubbing the body, separating the hair and deferring in words. FN number 310, the washing of the feet till the end of the ablution. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 441st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel had recounted to the doctor what were the divine and traditional orders anent ghusl or total ablution, quoth he, Thou hast replied aright. Now tell me what are the occasions for tayammum, or making the ablution with sand and dust, and what are the ordinances thereof, divine and human. The reasons are 7, viz., want of water, fear lest water lack, need thereto, going astray on a march, sickness, having broken bones in splints and having open wounds. FN number 311, as for its ordinances, the divine number 4, viz., intent, dust, clapping it to the face and clapping it upon the hands, and the human number 2, nomination and preferring the right before the left hand. Q. What are the conditions, the pillars or essentials, and the traditional statutes of prayer? The conditions are 5. 1. Purification of the members. 2. Covering of the privy parts. 3. Observing the proper hours, either of certainty or to the best of one's belief. 4. Fronting the Qibla. And 5. Standing on a clean place. The pillars or essentials number 12. 1. Intent. 2. The takbir or magnification of prohibition. 3. Standing when able to stand. FN number 312. 4. Repeating the Fatiha or opening chapter of the Quran and saying, In the name of Allah, the compassionating, the compassionate, with a verse thereof according to the canon of the Imam al-Shafi. 5. Bowing the body and keeping it bowed. 6. Returning to the upright posture and so remaining for the time requisite. 7. Prostration and permanence therein. 8. Sitting between 2 prostrations and permanence therein. 9. Repeating the latter profession of the faith and sitting up therefore. 10. Invoking benediction on the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve. 11. The first salutation, FN number 313, and 12. The intent of making an end of prayer expressed in words. But the traditional statutes are the call to prayer, the standing posture, raising the hands to either side of the face, whilst pronouncing the prohibition, uttering the magnification before reciting the Fatiha, seeking refuge with Allah. FN number 314, saying, Amen, repeating the chapter of the Quran after the Fatiha, repeating the magnifications during change of posture, saying, May Allah hear him who praiseth him. And O our Lord, to thee be the praise, praying aloud in the proper place. FN number 315. And praying under the breath prayers so prescribed, the first profession of unity and sitting up thereto, blessing the Prophet therein, blessing his family in the latter profession and the second salutation. Q. On what is the zakat or obligatory poor rate taxable? On gold and silver and camels and oxen and sheep and wheat and barley and holcus and millet and beans and vetches and rice and raisins and dates. Q. What is the zakat or poor rate on gold? Below 20 miskals or dinars, nothing, but on that amount half a dinar for every score, and so on proportionally. FN number 316. Q. On silver? Under 200 dirhams nothing, then 5 dirhams on every 200 and so forth. Q. On camels? For every 5, a new, or for every 25 a pregnant camel. Q. On sheep? A new for every 40 head. Q. What are the ordinances of the Ramazan fast? The Quranic are intent, abstinence from eating, drinking and carnal copulation, and the stoppage of vomiting. It is incumbent on all who submit to the law, save women in their courses and 40 days after childbirth, and it becomes obligatory on the sight of the new moon or on news of its appearance, brought by a trustworthy person and commending itself as truth to the hearer's heart, and among its requisites is that the intent be pronounced at nightfall. The traditional ordinances of fasting are, hastening to break the fast at sundown, deferring the fore-dawn meal, FN number 317, and abstaining from speech, save for good works and for calling on the name of Allah and reciting the Quran. Q. What things vitiate not the fast? The use of unguents and eye powders and the dust of the road and the undesigned swallowing of saliva and the emission of seed in nocturnal pollution or at the sight of the strange woman and blooding and cupping, none of these things vitiates the fast. Q. What are the prayers of the 2 great annual festivals? 2. 1 bow prayers, which be a traditional ordinance, without call to prayer or standing up to pronounce the call, FN number 318. But let the Muslim say, prayer is a collector of all folk. FN number 319, and pronounce Allahu Akbar 7 times in the first prayer, besides the takbir of prohibition, and, in the second, 5 times, besides the magnification of rising up, according to the doctrine of the Imam al-Shafi, on whom Allah have mercy, and make the profession of the faith. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 442nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel had answered the doctor anent the festival prayers, quoth he, Thou hast replied aright. Now tell me what are the prayers prescribed on the occasion of an eclipse of the sun or moon? 2. 1 bow prayers without call to prayer or standing thereto by the worshipper, who shall make in each 2 bow prayer double standing up and double inclinations and 2-fold prostrations, then sit and testify and salute. Q. What is the ritual of prayer for rain? 2. 1 bow prayers without call to prayer or standing thereto, then shall the Muslim make the profession and salute. Moreover, the Imam shall deliver an exhortation and ask pardon of Allah, in place of the magnification, as in the 2 sermons of the festivals, and turn his mantle upper edge downwards, and pray and supplicate. Q. What are the witr, the additional or occasional prayers? The least is a 1 bow prayer and the most 11. Q. What is the forenoon prayer? At least, 2 1 bow prayers and at most, 12. Q. What hast thou to say of the itikaf or retreat? FN number 320. It is a matter of traditional ordinance. Q. What are its conditions? 1. Intent. 2. Not leaving the mosque save of necessity. 3. Not having to do with a woman. 4. Fasting. And 5. Abstaining from speech. Q. Under what conditions is the Hajj or pilgrimage? FN number 321. Obligatory. Manhood, and understanding and being a Muslim and practicability, in which case it is obligatory on all, once before death. Q. What are the Quranic statutes of the pilgrimage? 1. The ihram or pilgrim's habit. 2. The standing at Arafat. 3. Circumambulating the Kaaba. 4. Running between Safa and Marwa. FN number 322. And 5. Shaving or clipping the hair. Q. What are the Quranic statutes of the Umrah? FN number 323, or lesser pilgrimage? Assuming the pilgrim's habit encompassing and running. Q. What are the Quranic ordinances of the assumption of the pilgrim's habit? FN number 324, doffing sewn garments, forswearing perfume and ceasing to shave the head or pare the nails, and avoiding the killing of game, and eschewing carnal copulation. Q. What are the traditional statutes of the pilgrimage? 1. The crying out Labbaika, Adsam, here am I, O our Lord, here am I. FN number 325 4. 2. The Kaaba circuitings. FN number 326, of arrival and departure. 3. The passing the night at the Mosque of Muzdalifah and in the Valley of Mina. And 4. The lapidation. FN number 327. Q. What is the jihad or holy war and its essentials? Its essentials are: 1. The descent of the infidels upon us. 2. The presence of the Imam. 3. A state of preparation. And 4. Firmness in meeting the foe. Its traditional ordinances incital to battle, in that the Most High hath said, O thou my prophet, incite the faithful to fight. FN number 328. Q. What are the ordinances of buying and selling? The Quranic are: 1. Offer and acceptance, and 2. If the thing sold be a white slave, by whom one profiteth, all possible endeavour to convert him to Al-Islam, and 3. To abstain from usury. The traditional are: making void. FN number 329, and option before not after separating, according to his saying, whom Allah bless and preserve. The parties to a sale shall have the option of cancelling or altering terms whilst they are yet unseparated. Q. What is it forbidden to sell for what? On this point I mind me of an authentic tradition, reported by Nafi FN number 330, of the Apostle of Allah, that he forbade the barter of dried dates for fresh and fresh figs for dry and jerked for fresh meat and cream for clarified butter, in fine, all eatables of one and the same kind. It is unlawful to buy or barter some for other some. FN number 331. Now when the doctor of law heard her words and knew that she was wit-keen, penetrative, ingenious and learned in jurisprudence and the traditions and the interpretation of the Quran and what not else, he said in his mind, needs must I maneuver with her, that I may overcome her in the assembly of the Commander of the Faithful. So he said to her, O damsel, what is the lexicographical meaning of wuzu? And she answered, philologically it signifieth cleanliness and freedom from impurities. Q. And of salat or prayer. An invocation of good. Q. And of ghusl. Purification. Q. And of sawm or fasting. Abstention. Q. And of zakat. Increase. Q. And of hajj or pilgrimage. Visitation. Q. And of jihad. Rebelling. With this the doctor's arguments were cut off, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 443rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the doctor's arguments were cut off, he rose to his feet and said, Bear witness against me, O Commander of the Faithful, that this damsel is more learned in the law than I am. Quoth she, I will ask thee somewhat, which do thou answer me speedily, and thou be indeed a learned man. Quoth he, Say on. And she said, What are the arrows of the faith? Answered he, They number 10. 1. Testification, that is, religion. 2. Prayer, that is, the covenant. 3. Alms, that is, purification. 4. Fasting, that is, defensive armor. 5. Pilgrimage, that is, the law. 6. Fighting for the faith, that is, a general duty. 7. Bidding to beneficence, and 8. Forbidding from frowardness, both of which are a man's honor. 9. Commune, FN number 332, that is, sociableness of the faithful. And 10. Seeking knowledge, that is, the praiseworthy path. She rejoined, Thou hast replied aright, and now remaineth but one question. what be the roots or fundamentals of Al-Islam? He said they are 4. Sincerity of belief, truth of intent, observance of the lawful limit and keeping the covenant. Then said she, I have one more question to ask thee, which if thou answer, it is well, else, I will take thy clothes. Quoth he, Speak, O damsel, and she said, What are the branches or superstructure of Al-Islam? But he was silent a while and made no reply, so she cried, Doff thy clothes, and I will expound them to thee. Quoth the Caliph, Expound them, and I will make him put off his clothes for thee. She said, There are 22 branches, 1. Holding fast to the book of Allah the Most Highest, 2. Taking example by his apostle, whom Allah bless and preserve, 3. Abstaining from evil doing, 4. Eating what is lawful, and 5. Avoiding what is unlawful, 6. Restitution of things wrongfully taken, 7. Repentance, 8. Knowledge of the law, 9. Love of the friend, FN number 333, 10. And of the followers of the true revelation, 11. Belief in the apostles of Al-Islam, 12. Fear of apostasy, 13. Preparation for departing this life, 14. Force of conviction, 15. Mercy on all possible occasions, 16. Strength in time of weakness, 17. Patience under trials, 18. Knowledge of Allah Almighty, and 19. Of what his prophet hath made known to us, 20. Thwarting of the accursed, 21. Striving earnestly against the lusts of the soul and warring them down, and 22. Devotion to the one God. Now when the commander of the faithful heard her words, he bade the professor put off his clothes and hooded turban, and so did that doctor, and went forth, beaten and confounded, from the Caliph's presence. Thereupon another man stood up, and said to her, O damsel, hear a few questions from me. Quoth she, Say on. And he asked, What are the conditions of purchase by advance? Whereto she answered, That the price be fixed, the kind be fixed, and the period of delivery be fixed and known. Q. What are the Quranic and the traditional canons of eating? The confession that Allah Almighty provideth the eater and giveth him meat and drink, with thanksgiving to him therefore. Q. What is thanksgiving? The use by the creature of that which the Creator vouchsafeth to him, according as it was created for the creature. Q. What are the traditional canons of eating? The Bismillah, FN number 334, and washing both hands, sitting on the left of the hind part, eating with 3 fingers, and eating of that which hath been duly masticated. FN number 335. Q. What are good manners in eating? Taking small mouthfuls and looking little at one's table companion. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 444th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the damsel had answered concerning good manners in eating, the doctor who was trying her, rejoined, Thou hast replied aright. Now tell me what are the stays of the heart and their supports? FN number 336. The stays and supports both number 3, 1. Holding fast to the faith, the support whereof is the shunning of infidelity. 2. Holding fast to the traditional law, and its support the shunning of innovation. And 3. Holding fast to obedience, and its support the shunning of disobedience. Q. What are the conditions of wuzu? 1. Being a Muslim. 2. Discernment of good and evil. 3. Purity of the water. And 4. Absence of material or religious impediments. Q. What is belief? It is divided into 9 parts. 1. Belief in the one worshipped. 2. Belief in the condition of slavery of the worshipper. 3. Belief in the personality of the deity. 4. Belief in the 2 handfuls, FN number 337. 5. Belief in providence which allotteth to man his lot. 6. Belief in the abrogating and 7. In the abrogated. 8. Belief in Allah, his angels and apostles, and 9. in foreordained fate, general and individual, it's good and ill, it's sweet and bitter. Q. What three things do away other three? It is told of Sophian al-Sori FN number 338, that he said, three things do away with other three. Making light of the bias doth away the future life, making light of kings doth away this life, and, making light of expenditure doth away wealth. Q. What are the keys of the heavens, and how many gates have they? Quoth Almighty Allah, and the heavens shall be opened and be full of portals. FN number 339, and quoth he whom Allah bless and preserve, none knoweth the number of the gates of heavens, save he who created the heavens, and there is no son of Adam but hath two gates allotted to him in the heavens, one whereby his daily bread descendeth, and another wherethrough his works ascend. The first gate is not closed, save when his term of life cometh to an end, nor the gate of works, good and evil, till his soul ascend for judgment. Q. Tell me of a thing and a half thing and a no thing. The thing is the Muslim, the half thing the hypocrite, FN number 340, and the no thing the miscreant. Q. Tell me of various kinds of hearts. There is the whole heart, the sick heart, the contrite heart, the vowed heart and the enlightened heart. Now the whole heart is that of Abraham, the friend of Allah. The sick heart is that of the unbeliever in Islam, the contrite heart is that of the pious who fear the Lord, the vowed heart is that of our Lord Muhammad, whom Allah bless and keep, and the illuminated heart is that of his followers. Furthermore, the hearts of learned ulama are of three kinds, the heart which is in love with this world, the heart which loveth the next world, and the heart which loveth its Lord, and it is said that hearts are three, the suspended, that of the infidel, the non-existent, that of the hypocrite, and the constant, that of the true believer. Moreover, it is said that the firm heart is of three kinds, viz., the heart elated with light and faith, the heart wounded with fear of estrangement, and the heart which feareth to be forsaken of its supreme friend. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 445th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the second doctor declared, Thou hast said well, quoth she to the caliph, O commander of the faithful, he hath questioned me, till he is weary, and now I will ask of him two questions. If he answer them both, it is well, and if not, I will take his clothes and he shall wend in peace. Quoth the doctor, Ask me what thou wilt. And she said, What sayest thou religion is? Answered he, Religion is confession of faith with the tongue and conviction with the heart and correspondent action with the members. He, upon whom be blessings and peace, hath said, The believer is not perfect in belief, except he perfect himself in 5 qualities, namely, trust in Allah, FN number 341, committal of his affair to Allah, submission to the commands of Allah, acquiescence in the decrees of Allah, and that all he doth be done for sake of Allah, so is he of those who are acceptable to the deity, and who give to him and withhold for him, and such man is perfect in belief. Then said she, What is the divine ordinance of ordinances and the ordinance which is the initiator of all ordinances and that of which all others stand in need and that which comprehendeth all others, and what is the traditional ordinance that entereth into the Quranic and the prophetic practice whereby the divine is completed? But he was silent and made no reply, whereupon the caliph bade her expound and ordered him to doff his clothes and give them to her. Said she, O doctor, the Quranic ordinance of ordinances is the knowledge of Allah Almighty, that, which is the initiative of all others, is the testifying there is no God but the God and Muhammad is the apostle of God, that, of which all others have need, is the wuzu ablution, that, which compriseth all others, is the ghusl ablution from defilement FN number 342, the traditional ordinance that entereth into the Quranic, is the separation of the fingers and the thick beard, FN number 343, and that, wherewith all Quranic ordinances are completed, is circumcision. FN number 344, Therewith was made manifest the defeat of the doctor, who rose to his feet and said, I call Allah to witness, O Commander of the Faithful, that this damsel is more learned than I in theology and what pertaineth to the law. So saying, he put off his clothes and went away ignominiously worsted. Then she turned to the rest of the learned men present and said, O masters, which of you is the Quranist, the reader and reciter of the Quran, versed in the 7 readings and in syntax and in lexicography? Thereupon the professor arose and, seating himself before her, said, Hast thou read the book of Almighty Allah and made thyself thoroughly acquainted with its signs, that is its verses, and its abrogating parts and abrogated portions, its unequivocal commands and its ambiguous, and the difference of its revelations, Meccan and Medinan? Dost thou understand its interpretation and hast thou studied it, according to the various traditions and origins? Yes, answered she, and he said, What then is the number of its chapters, how many are the decades and versets, how many words and how many letters and how many acts of prostration and how many prophets and how many chapters are Medinan and how many are Meccan and how many birds are mentioned in it? Replied she, O my lord, its chapters are 114, whereof 70 were revealed at Mecca and 44 at Al-Medina, and it containeth 621 decades, 6,336 versets, FN number 345, 79,439 words and 323,670 letters, and to the reader thereof, for every letter, are given 10 benefits. The acts of prostration it compriseth are 14. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 446th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the professor of Quranic exegesis questioned the damsel, she continued, as regards the prophets named in the book the B5 and 20, to wit, Adam, Noah, FN number 346, Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, Lot, Elisha, Jonah, Salih, FN number 347, or Heber, Hud, FN number 348, Shwib or Jethro, FN number 349, David, Solomon, Zulkifl, Joshua, Idris, Elias, Yahya, John the Baptist, Zacharias, Job, Moses, Aaron, Jesus and Muhammad, FN number 350, the peace of Allah and his blessing be on them all. Moreover, 9 flying things are mentioned in the Quran, namely, the gnat, the bee, the fly, the ant, the hoopoe, the crow, the locust, the swallow and the bird of Jesus FN number 351, on whom be peace, to wit, the bat. Q, which is the most excellent chapter of the Quran? That of the cow. FN number 352, Q, which is the most magnificent verse? That of the throne. It hath 50 words, bearing in each 50 blessings. Q, what sign or verse hath in it 9 signs or wonders? That in which quoth Allah Almighty, Verily, in the creation of the heaven and the earth, and in the vicissitude of night and day, and in the ship which saileth through the sea laden with what is profitable for mankind, and in the rain-water which God sendeth down from heaven, quickening thereby the dead ground and replenishing the same with all sorts of cattle, and in the change of winds and in the clouds that are compelled to do service between the heaven and the earth. FN number 353 are signs to people of understanding. Q, which verse is the most just? That in which Allah saith, Verily, Allah enjoineth justice and the doing of good, and the giving unto kindred what shall be necessary, and he forbiddeth wickedness and iniquity and oppression. FN number 354, Q, which is the most greedy? That in which quoth Allah, Is it that every man of them greedeth to enter the garden of delight? FN number 355, Q, which is the most hopeful? That in which quoth Almighty Allah, Say, O my servants who have transgressed against your own souls, despair not of the mercy of Allah, seeing that Allah forgiveth all sins, and gracious, merciful is He. FN number 356. Q. By what school of intonation dost thou read? By that of the people of paradise, to wit, the version of Nafi. Q. In which verse doth Allah make prophets lie? FN number 357. In that wherein he saith, they, the brothers of Joseph, brought his inner garment stained with false blood. FN number 358. Q. In which doth he make unbelievers speak the truth? In that wherein he saith, the Jews say, the Christians are grounded on nothing, and the Christians say, the Jews are grounded on nothing, and yet they both read the scriptures. FN number 359, and, so saying, all say sooth. Q. In which doth God speak in his own person? In that in which he saith, I have not created genii and men for any other end than that they should serve me. FN number 360. Q. In which verse do the angels speak? In that which saith, that we celebrate thy praise and extol thy holiness. FN number 361. Q. What sayest thou of the formula: I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned? It is obligatory by commandment of Allah on all before reading the Quran, as appeareth by his saying, when thou readest the Quran, seek refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned. FN number 362. Q. What signify the words seeking refuge? FN number 363. And what are the variants of the formula? Some say, I take refuge with Allah the all-hearing and all-knowing, and others, with Allah the strong, but the best is that where of the sublime Quran speaketh and the traditions perpetuate. And he, whom Allah bless and keep, was used to ejaculate, I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned. And quoth a tradition, reported by Nafi on the authority of his adopted father, the Apostle of Allah, was wont when he rose in the night to pray, to say aloud, Allahu Akbar, God is most great, with all majesty. Praise be to Allah abundantly. Glory to Allah morn and even be. Then would he say, I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned and from the delusions of the devils and their evil suggestions. And it is told of Ibn Abbas FN number 364, of whom Allah accept, that he said, the first time Gabriel came down to the Prophet with revelation he taught him the seeking refuge, saying, O Muhammad, say, I seek refuge with Allah the all-hearing and all-knowing. Then say, in the name of Allah the compassionating, the compassionate. Read, in the name of thy Lord who created created man of blood clots. FN number 365. Now when the Quranist heard her words, he marveled at her expressions, her eloquence, her learning, her excellence, and said, O damsel, what sayest thou of the verse in the name of Allah, the compassionating, the compassionate? Is it one of the verses of the Quran? Yes. It is a verset of the Ant FN number 366, occurring also at the head of the first and between every two following chapters, and there is much difference of opinion respecting this among the learned. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 447th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel had told the professor concerning the difference of opinion among the learned touching the Basmala, he said, Thou hast replied aright. Now tell me, why is not the formula written at the head of the chapter of immunity FN number 367? And she answered, when this chapter was revealed from on high for the dissolution of the alliance between the Prophet and the idolaters, he, whom Allah bless and preserve, sent Ali FN number 368, Ibn Abi Talib, whose face Salah honor, therewith, and he read the chapter to them, but did not read the Basmala. FN number 369, Q. What of the excellence of the formula and its blessing? It is told of the Prophet that he said, Never is the Basmala pronounced overwrought, but there is a blessing in it, and it is reported, on authority of him, whom Allah bless and preserve, that the Lord of Glory swore by his glory that never should the Basmala be pronounced over a sick person, but he should be healed of his sickness. Moreover, it is said that, when Allah created the Empyrean, it was agitated with an exceeding agitation, but he wrote on it, Bismillah, and its agitation subsided. When the formula first descended from heaven to the Prophet, he said, I am safe from three things, earthquake and metamorphosis and drowning, and indeed its boons are great and its blessings too many to enumerate. It is told of Allah's apostle that he said, there will be brought on the judgment day a man with whom he shall reckon, and finding no good deed to his account, shall order him to the fire, but the man will cry, O my God, thou hast not dealt justly by me. Then shall Allah, to whom be honor and glory, say, how so? And the man shall answer, O Lord, for that thou callest thyself the compassionating, the compassionate, yet wilt thou punish me with the fire. And Allah, magnified be his majesty, shall reply, I did indeed name myself the compassionating, the compassionate. Carry my servant to paradise, of my mercy, for I am the most merciful of the mercifuls. Q. What was the origin of the use of the Basmala? When Allah sent down from heaven the Quran, they wrote, in thy name, O my God. When Allah revealed the words, say, call upon Allah, or call upon the compassionating, what days ye pray, for hath he the most excellent names. FN number 370, they wrote, in the name of Allah, the compassionating, the compassionate, and, when he revealed the words, your God is one God, there is no God but he, the compassionating, the compassionate, FN number 371, they wrote, in the name of Allah, the compassionating, the compassionate. Now when the Quranist heard her reply, he hung down his head and said to himself, this be a marvel of marvels. How hath this slave girl expounded the origin of the Basmala? But, by Allah, needs must I go about with her and haply defeat her. So he asked, did Allah reveal the Quran all at once or at times manifold? She answered, Gabriel the faithful, on whom be peace, descended with it from the Lord of the worlds upon his prophet Muhammad, Prince of the Apostles and Seal of the Prophets, by detached verses, bidding and forbinding, covenanting and comminating, and containing advices and instances in the course of 20 years as occasion called for it. Q. Which chapter was first revealed? According to Ibn Abbas, that intituled Congealed Blood, FN number 372, and, according to Jabir bin Abdullah, FN number 373, that called the covered which preceded all others. FN number 374, Q. Which verset was the last revealed? That of usury, FN number 375, and it is also said, the verse, when there cometh Allah's succor and victory. FN number 376. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 448th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the damsel told the Quranist which was the last verse, he said, thou hast replied aright. Now tell me the names of the companions who collected the Quran in the lifetime of the Apostle of Allah. And she answered, they were four, Ubay ibn Ka'ab, Zayd ibn Sabit, Abu Ubaidah Amir bin Jarrah, and Uthman bin Affan. FN number 377, Allah accept of them one and all. Q. Who are the readers, from whom the accepted reading of the Quran is taken? They number 4, Abdullah bin Masud, Ubay bin Ka'ab, Mats bin Jabal, and Salim bin Abdullah. Q. What sayest thou of the words of the Most High, that which is sacrificed to stones? FN number 378, the stones are idols, which are set up and worshipped, instead of Allah the Most High, and from this we seek refuge with Allah. Q. What sayest thou of the words of the Most High? Thou knowest what is in my soul, and I know not what is in thy soul. FN number 379, they mean, thou knowest the truth of me and what is in me, and I know not what is in thee, and the proof of this are his words. FN number 380, thou art he who wottest the hidden things, and it is said, also, thou knowest my essence, but I know not thine essence. Q. What sayest thou of the words of the Most High, O true believers, forbid not yourselves the good things which Allah hath allowed you? FN number 381. My Sheikh, on whom Allah have mercy, told me that the companion Al-Zak related, there was a people of the true believers who said, we will dock our members masculine and don sackcloth, whereupon this verse was revealed. But Al-Qutaydah declareth that it was revealed on account of sundry companions of the Apostle of Allah, namely, Ali ibn Abi Talib and Uthman bin Musab and others, who said, we will gild ourselves and don haircloth and make us monks. Q. What sayest thou of the words of the Most Highest, and Allah took Abraham for his friend? FN number 382. The friend of Allah is the needy, the poor, and, according to another saying, he is the lover, he who is detached from the world in the love of Allah Almighty and in whose attachment there is no falling away. Now when the Quranist FN number 383 saw her pass on in speech with the passage of the clouds and that she stayed not in reply, he rose to his feet and said, I take Allah to witness, O Commander of the Faithful, that this damsel is more learned than I in Quranic exegesis and what pertaineth thereto. Then said she, I will ask thee one question, which if thou answer it is well, but if thou answer not, I will strip off thy clothes. Quoth the Commander of the Faithful, ask on, and she inquired, which verset of the Quran hath in it 23 kafs, which 16 mims, which in 140 and FN number 384, and which section FN number 385, lacketh the formula, to whom belong glory and glorification and majesty FN number 386. The Quranist could not reply, and she said to him, put off thy clothes. So he doffed them, and she continued, O Commander of the Faithful, the verset of the 16 mims is in the chapter head and is the saying of the Most High. It was said, O Noah, go down in peace from us, and blessing upon thee. FN number 387, that of the 23 kafs is the verse called of the faith, in the chapter of the cow, that of the 140 ands is in the chapter of Al-Araf, FN number 388, where the Lord saith, and Moses chose 70 men of his tribe to attend our appointed time, FN number 389, to each man a pair of eyes. FN number 390, and the lesson, which lacketh the formula, to whom be glory and glorification, is that which comprises the chapters, the hour draweth nigh and the moon shall be cloven in twain. FN number 391, the compassionate and the event. FN number 392, thereupon the professor departed in confusion. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 449th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the damsel defeated the Quranist and took off his clothes and sent him away confused, then came forward the skilled physician and said to her, we are free of theology and come now to physiology. Tell me, therefore, how is man made, how many veins, bones and vertebrae are there in his body, which is the first and chief vein, and why Adam was named Adam? She replied, Adam was called Adam, because of his udma, that is, the wheaten color of his complexion, and also, it is said, because he was created of the Adam of the earth, that is to say, of the surface soil. His breast was made of the earth of the Kaaba, his head of earth from the east and his legs of earth from the west. There were created for him 7 doors in his head, viz., the eyes, the ears, the nostrils and the mouth, and 2 passages, before and behind. The eyes were made the seat of the sight sense, the ears the seat of the hearing sense, the nostrils the seat of the smell sense, the mouth the seat of the taste sense, and the tongue to utter what is in the heart of man. FN number 393. Now Adam was made of the compound of the 4 elements, which be water, earth, fire and air. The yellow bile is the humour of fire, being hot dry, the black bile that of earth, being cold dry, the phlegm that of water, being cold moist, and the blood that of air, being hot moist. FN number 394. There were made in man 360 veins, 249 bones, and 3 souls FN number 395, or spirits, the animal, the rational and the natural, to each of which is allotted its proper function. Moreover, Allah made him a heart and spleen and lungs and 6 intestines and a liver and 2 kidneys and buttocks and brain and bones and skin and 5 senses, hearing, seeing, smell, taste, touch. The heart he set on the left side of the breast and made the stomach the guide and governor thereof. He appointed the lungs for a fan to the heart and stablished the liver on the right side, opposite thereto. Moreover, he made, besides this, the diaphragm and the viscera and set up the bones of the breast and latticed them with the ribs. Q. How many ventricles are there in a man's head? 3. Which contain 5 faculties, styled the intrinsic senses, to wit, common sense, imagination, the thinking faculty, perception and memory? Q. Describe to me the configuration of the bones. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 450th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the physicist said to her, Describe to me the configuration of the bones, she replied, Man's frame consists of 240